What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 Chapter 118, The Valley of the Gods is full of smoke and ruins. Electric Light and Flint, Susano, Naji Hidden, who was the first to end the battle, deal with the parallel androids, and completely knocked down number 5, directly drove her own Teigu and sprinted towards Locke without a moment's pause. Enter the battlefield with strength. Snort, it's just a little faster, your highness, I'm here. King of Beasts, Indestructible Flame Lion. Lenny, with her blonde hair tossed, went up and down on the battlefield a few times, and after finishing off her opponent, she also rushed over at a very fast speed, standing side by side in front of Locke. The cute lion ears bounce up and down, but the eyes are full of perseverance. Isn't it just that the solution is full, this time we must win it back. Little sparks rose from the tail of the fire behind her, faintly raising the surrounding temperature a lot. Your highness, I'm coming, Leo, 437, Naya said carelessly, this is her pure character. Locke, Leonie, Naya Hidden. The three of them chose to join forces very tacitly, and the result of the parallel artificial human in front of them seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. Even if it is admiral-level combat power, it has no fruit power, no combat wisdom, and no pervert physique. It's just a pure power-level leap. It's good enough to abuse food, but once you meet a strong person who can compete, the disadvantages will start to be exposed. Taken by Locke. The fists were thrown out one after another, hitting his weak point heavily, and sparks scattered on the metal body. If it weren't for the rich and powerful world government, who used some kind of special steel, such a wave of explosive fists would smash down even 100-forged steel. Row is so, artificial man number 1 is still not feeling well. Target. Kill. Kill the target. Unknown force. Exceeded. Alert. Drip. Execute the protection order. Cannot retreat. The third plan is cancelled. Dip. The plan jumps. The fifth plan is adopted. The scarlet gaze flickered continuously in the eyes of artificial man number 1. The brightness of the light source was very high, and the red light reflected in the large space seemed to make people feel uneasy. But it still couldn't change the doomed situation. Calling. Advertisement, no response. Convocation failed. The entire Valley of the Gods was caught in a continuous war. The Rock's pirates are like a huge ship that is out of control. In this canyon of gods, they vent their inner desires of indulgence. Gunpowder smoke and blood smear all over the place. This group of pirates who were intentionally indulged by rocks without awe caused the devastation is absolutely unimaginably exaggerated. As the cannon fodder to attract firepower, it is definitely doing my part. Fireworks are everywhere, and there is chaos everywhere. The Valley of the Gods, which was originally like a paradise in the sky, now does not have a piece of paradise, but has turned into a scorching hell. I'm afraid even the world government that created them never thought that someone would attack the Valley of Gods frantically, and it would be such a vast, all-out attack that would drag the entire Valley of Gods into the quagmire of war. Therefore, summoning the nearby guards and gathering the artificial humans is the last resort for burning in the Blood Warrior. There is no way to install a self-detonation program for these expensive artificial humans to burn everything together. Rumbling in the wave of offensive wave after wave. Hash plus hash equals. King of Beasts roaring fire lion. Countless flames wrapped around Lenai's body, waving along his sharp claws, and turned into flames flying all over the sky. At the same time, a majestic lion walked out of the flames, and his body was composed of countless flames. Roar. It rushed towards the number 1 artificial man, and the billowing heat wave broke out, turning into a shockwave and sweeping in all directions. It's now. Locke's pupils shrank, and his whole body gathered a little bit of strength in an instant. Gang fist crazy ape strike. His eyes were red, like a mad ape, moving forward with lightning speed. Boom, the fist thrown out directly broke the sound wave, surpassing the speed of sound. It fell on the number 1 artificial man, straight to the point. The billowing gunpowder burst out with the point of power confrontation as the original heart, covering most of the sky. It's over. Locke flexes his post-war muscles, shook hands. Slowly walk out of the smoke. Ving. The short sound of the siren kept struggling on the artificial man, trying to squeeze the energy in the incomplete body to get up, but it was still useless after all. Boom. Fell heavily on the ground. Advertisement. While splashing dust all over the place, it also announced the end of his life. Android 1 die, it seems, I was the first to solve it. Locke raised his head, showing a domineering and confident smile. Ha, undisguised, expressing inner emotions. Hide. No need to hide, face your heart sincerely, and then step by step until you become unstoppable. This is Locke's ambitious heart. Thundering 8 trigrams. Continuous strike. It wasn't until Locke searched the information on these artificial humans a few times, but unfortunately found nothing, that Kaido ended the battle in his hand and came over belatedly. Hoo. Panting and panting sounded from Kaido. From the nostrils, the air gushing out became stale air with hot breath, and some breath was unstable. But he still insisted and refused to show his timidity. Let's go, it's time to take over our harvest. The corner of his mouth was crooked, and he opened his mouth to reveal a big white smile. The artificial human blood warriors guarding them were all taken care of by the 2 of them. Isn't it the harvest season now? Thinking of the number of celestial dragons hidden under protection, even Locke's heart began to flutter. I hope to find a zone fruit that can match me. Kaido had different thoughts, but his face was 3.4 with the same expectation. It will definitely not be an ordinary thing to let a team of blood warriors guard and protect it. Celestial dragons. It's the celestial dragons in the quest. The voice of surprise sounded. Instantly attracted the attention of several other people, strode to the ruins, observation hockey spread, a few blinks, found the abnormality. At this, 1, 2, 3, 8 or 9. The number is really not bad. Locke looked at the trembling celestial dragons huddled in the side hall, and smiled instantly. Under the raised corner of his mouth, there was a malicious smile, which was not concealed. For these stinking world maggots, Luke will not have the slightest affection and soft heart. Chapter 119. Celestial dragons? A mere slave. It seems that this harvest is not bad. Locke had a smile on his face, but in the eyes of the celestial dragons below, there was no doubt that the sneer was even more devilish than a devil, and they were so terrified that they almost peed their pants. The eyes are cold, with scrutiny and measurement, not looking at human eyes, but like looking at objects. Nearly 10 celestial dragons. Definitely a rewarding experience. According to the task reward offered by Rocks, there are 5 devil fruits. Even if you want to share with Kaido and Locke, you can easily get 2 or 3 fruits. It is worthy of being the Valley of the Gods full of wealth. It didn't take long to start the game, but I gathered the energy needed to summon Teigu for half a time. It can be called a good start. It's really good. It seems that we didn't lose out in this fight. Even Kaido opened the corners of his mouth, exaggerating his mouth, and laughed boldly. Even he would not ignore the billions of Baileys picked up in vain. If he wants to achieve his ambition, he cannot do without the support of a large number of Baileys and devil fruit. Stared at by Kaido and Locke, this group of celestial dragons curled up with their heads in their arms, like a group of quails in the rain. They could only hug each other to absorb warmth. Their tears and snot had long been kneaded together. But, among the group of counselors, there are obviously 1 or 2 bloody people. Just like in a group of celestial dragons who despise ordinary people, there will also be a truly pure and kind person like Brother Ming's father who pursues equality for everyone and even gives up his identity as a celestial dragon. Pity. The fate of this kind of guy is generally not very good. What do you bastards want? I am Rosilward Saint, the supreme nobleman of the world, the descendant of the stalwart creator, the natural ruler. What do you want to do to the great Rosilward Saint? A golden pistol slipped out of the cuff. Roselle Ward aimed his gun directly at Kaido and Locke, with a stern look on his face. What, isn't that obvious enough? Your guarding power has been eliminated by me, now. You are my spoils of war. Locke's mouth curled up. He showed a malicious smile, and his eyes showed undisguised contempt. Don't you like treating people like slaves? Advertisement? It's true that I'm not a good person, but since you are already trophies, let's taste the feeling of being a slave by the way, it should be very interesting. Terrifying power permeated from Locke, directly suppressing the group of celestial dragons. They were not given any chance to resist. Yule's chain was directly locked on his body, and he could only kneel down in humiliation. How dare you blaspheme, descendant of the great creator, you are looking for death. Roselward, who was extremely angry, trembled all over his body, and with red eyes, he directly pulled the trigger of the golden pistol in his hand. Boom. The gunpowder exploded and the saltpeter filled the air. Projectiles made of pure metal shoot out directly. But instead of the blood splash he expected, there was a sneer. Peeved. Is this what you rely on? Little toys are not bad. A bullet made of solid gold was held in Locke's hand. The tiger's mouth was hard, and the monster-like physique burst out with tyrannical power. In the hand covered with armament hockey, he pinched the metal bullet until it was transformed into a pool of yellow mud. With a flick of the right hand, the speed of lacing is faster than that of ammunition. A blood hole exploded directly on him, turning into a cloud of blood mist. If it wasn't for the task reward, he specifically stated that he wanted to capture the kidnapper alive. With Locke's character, any guy who dared to attack him would be killed and beaten into scum regardless of his status. But it can't be killed, but it didn't say it couldn't be disabled. Lenny, teach him a lesson, let these guys recognize the form. Celestial dragons? Hey, I'm nothing but a slave in my hands. Locke looked haughty and winked at the girl beside him. He has no pity, let alone ridiculous awe, for these scumbags. What kind of shit is a descendant of the creator? It's just a shameless statement to put gold on your face. Obey, your highness. He licked the Lion King's claws on his hand. Lenny, who came out of the slums, didn't have the slightest liking for these nobles, especially those who showed their sense of superiority by oppressing other civilians, or even enslaving them. He hated them extremely. Advertisement, aw. It hurts, don't hit me, I didn't resist, I listened to you. Help, help. Where are the guards? Roll over here. You filthy slaves, go and block the attack for my uncle. Ah, it hurts. Let me go, I'm willing to give Bailey to you. Tears and snot were grasped, and unpleasant wailing sounds were everywhere. A group of guys who call themselves gods are all ugly. Brush. Several sharp blades flashed, and the sky was staggered with claw marks. Directly on these people, deep invisible scars were left, and blood seeped out from inside. It seems that it is as bright red as ordinary people, and it is not noble at all. If it wasn't for Lenai's fear of killing them, affecting Locke's mission rewards, and deliberately avoiding the main arteries and places where bleeding is fast, this group of chicken pomelo would bleed to death. Rubbish is simply out of shape. Physical fitness is worse than that of the most ordinary civilians. Still leaving? Do you want to try something more exciting? Locke tugged on the chain, and shouted mercilessly at the celestial dragons who were howling on the ground. Marine? The lackeys of the world government? Maggots raised by the world government? For Locke, there is no difference between the two, the same can be killed with Wong Hao Hao. If these guys are deliberately dragging their feet, he really doesn't mind. Kill a few celestial dragons to see how it feels, to compare how different it is from the group of Marines who are running dogs of the world government. The cold killing intent permeated the air, making everyone shiver uncontrollably. Crash. The iron chain swayed on the ground, pulling the iron chain and walking in the ruins. Behind him was a row of slave-like guys who were locked on the iron chain, with bruised noses and swollen faces. If the people in the outside world know that these figures who look like slaves have all been high-ranking, treated people as inappropriate, put collars on people casually for fun, and treated them as slaves for fun, even the princess of the kingdom will not be able to escape their clutches a string of celestial dragons. I don't know how many people's eyes will be shocked, and then they will call him audacious. Chapter 120. The giant palm that shatters the sky. Presumptuous. Angry shouts came from afar. It exploded in the sky like a thunderbolt. It was like a real sound wave, but it had an attack power. Even the temples in the ruins were shaken by the shock, making the ruins even more dilapidated. Ving, ving. The seemingly soft clouds compressed and gathered in the sky, turning into a big hand covering the sky, floating towards Locke and the others at a slow but fast speed. Just in the blink of an eye, they were oppressed in front of them. Bang! It slapped down brazenly, and for a moment, it seemed that the sky was about to collapse and fall down. The momentum is enormous. With an exaggerated posture, before the person arrived, the white cloud compressed into a giant palm already gave people a terrifying sense of oppression, as if a heavy weight was placed on the chest domineeringly. Strong fist bears paw. The power gathered in the palm of the hand, the waist twisted to drive the whole body, and Luke struggled to slap upwards. Do not dodge or dodge, directly bombard and kill the white clouds that are blatantly pressing down in the sky. Boom. A loud bang rang in my ears. The exaggerated shockwave oscillates endlessly in the clouds, and the white clouds that are the aftermath are instantly swept and kneaded by the force, smashing into pieces. But the giant palm at the core is extremely solid, like a substance, and you can even see the palm lines simulated by the white clouds, as if there are really 767 titans in the clouds, reaching out from the sky. An angry shot. One rises to the challenge. The two powerful forces collided, and the shockwave raged on the ruins, and the savage wind was like a slashing blow, constantly washing over a large number of crumbling buildings. Boom. After a piercing crisp sound, on the sky, the giant palm kneaded by Banyan was finally shattered by Locke's brute force. Crash. The white clouds collapsed, like a broken plane, being broken into large and small cloud cracks. Ahem. Locke apparently wasn't unscathed either. Even with his monster-like physique, the hasty confrontation with the enemy still caused the blood in his body to churn. The arm trembled slightly. The airflow exhaled from the mouth was slightly heavy and became dignified. B. Advertisement, that's all. Being hit by the head on attack, instead of showing any fear, Locke showed a fighting spirit of excitement. It's really strong. It seems that this time it's a big guy. And maybe it's an old acquaintance. Locke opened his mouth pointingly, with a warlike laugh on his face, a red light in his eyes, and a taste of indescribable madness. How dare you treat the celestial dragons of the world nobility like this? Do you know what you are doing? Angrily shouting from far to near. As the sound approached, it turned into a thunder-like vibration, which made people's ears numb. When the giant white cloud palm pressed down in the sky was smashed to pieces by Arthur. Behind the scenes, the figure who shouted angrily gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Cloudy and foggy. White clouds wisps. Most of his body flew in the clouds and mist, giving people a feeling of being surrounded by clouds and mist, but it didn't feel vain, but had an indescribable thickness, as if every cloud was his strength. Under the clouds, there is a face with traces of time. Although it looks 50 or 60 years old, it does not look old at all. On the contrary, under the precipitation of the years, it gives people a more dangerous feeling. It was the incomparably familiar face of Locke and the others. Black Cloud Snow, holder of Logia Cloud Fruit. One of the marine admirals, with great strength, once, Kaido, Snake, and Locke teamed up, and they all only ushered in a disastrous end in his hands. If Whitebeard hadn't come in time, it's hard to say whether they would have survived. Definitely a powerful veteran, and now, the strength he showed is undoubtedly stronger than before. Should say. This is Snow's true strength as a marine admiral. In the Valley of the Gods, where chaos is raging everywhere, he did not dare to be careless, and finally revealed his full strength. Meet, CBFE, again, Admiral, the lackey of the world government, or, should I add, the lackey of the celestial dragons. Locke's mouth curled into a mocking arc. Facing Snow's strong sense of oppression, Locke's posture was the same as before, without the slightest difference. Obviously the strength is weaker, but from a bird's eye view, he spoke contemptuously to Snow. Advertisement. You are looking for death. How dare you insult us marine like that? We are the justice at sea. It's just a mere pirate. How dare you be so arrogant? Crazy. Even a dirty and despicable pirate dares to. Snow didn't say anything yet. Behind, Marine, who was following him, couldn't bear the anger welling up in his heart. Marine's cloak flapped in the air. They stared angrily and cursed directly, except for a few vice admiral who knew something about North Blue. the kingdom of Noxus, and what happened behind Locke. Their faces were ugly and they didn't say much. Other people. They all roared and cursed together, and there were a few impulsive ones, who felt that the most important thing in their hearts was insulted by Locke, so they rushed forward and shot angrily. Boom. The sword shadow cut out, and the physical skills were fierce. But, before the attack reached Derek, whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and dazzling claw marks bloomed in the sky. Surrounded by flames, they intercepted their offensive, and with one enemy, they did not lose the wind. We want to make a move on your highness? Let's get over my barrier first? Lenny stood in front of Marine boldly and grandiosely, not retreating an inch, extremely domineering. Dao's aura was revealed on the cute little face. Locke didn't even lift an eyelid at them. Listening to their words filled with righteous indignation, the disdain in my heart is beyond words. Admiral, Justice, they have all been reduced to lackeys of the world government. How can they have the face to say justice? The army in the name of justice will only bring the target into the scope of protection after collecting the sky-high price of gold. What is the difference between the semi-mandatory sky gold and the hooligans who collect protection fees? Not to mention, when they met the Skymen, their bones became weak. When those celestial dragons treated the princesses, nobles, and population of the Alliance countries as slaves, they didn't see these Marines jumping out and shouting the word justice. The so-called justice depends on the time, place, and even what people order. It's just hilarious. Justice, don't insult me with these two words. Although Locke didn't think he was a very good person, he still couldn't do the hypocrisy and disgusting ugly behavior of one thing with his mouth and another with his hands. Chapter 121. Locke is the evil that devours the world? Don't whitewash me with justice for Marine? It really made others laugh out loud, ha ha ha. Locke looked arrogant and disdainful. Other people. I have no right to stand on the moral high ground and accuse Marine of being despicable and nasty. But he, the current king of Noxus, definitely has the qualifications. Even Snow couldn't find any rebuttal words, that kind. Behind him, Marine, who knew what happened in North Blue and the kingdom of Noxus, was even more ashamed by Locke's scorching gaze. He didn't dare to look at him at all, and lowered his head with a hot face. Even behind, the word, justice, that he is usually proud of seems to be extremely hot. Laugh, looking at Marine who bowed his head in shame. Locke didn't say anything, just expressed his attitude with a disdainful sneer. Marine? Justice? It's all bullshit, if he doesn't have great strength. Now, under the persecution of the Germa Kingdom, even the bones and dregs can't do it. Putting hope in the justice of others is the most ridiculous thing in this sea, the most ridiculous thing. The scorching sight is like a torch. Even Snow, who was used to the vicissitudes of life and had long been indifferent, couldn't help being taken aback, and inadvertently avoided Locke's gaze, feeling indescribably depressed, unwilling to meet his gaze. As I thought, another disdainful sneer from Locke. I said, let me meet you on the sea. If I meet again, the position between us is Marine and pirates, the villains. Locke, I will not be soft and let you go. Snow's eyes were a little dark. Looking at the messy scene in the Canyon of Gods, it turned into a touch of cruelty after all. You dare to raid the Valley of the Gods in a rebellious manner. This time, I will never let you go easily. The clouds condensed on his body, turning into a physical power zone. A strong sense of oppression. Coming along the surging clouds, people feel that breathing becomes laborious and heavy. Cut. If you say something like this, it turns out that everything is not determined by strength. Fist. That's the real truth. Strength. That is true justice. Locke looked disdainful, and directly turned back. He was not used to it at all. Advertisement in his heart. Locke has long regarded Marine as an enemy and an opponent who must be defeated, so Locke will not have the slightest scruples. Even if Snow's strength is stronger than him now, it's just a glance. Bow your head. Humble. Will this make Snow let him go? Ridiculous. Thinking about it, I know that this is absolutely impossible. At this stage, many things are already doomed. This can be known after thinking about it. With Locke's wisdom, of course, he can't fail to see through this point. Now that, decided to be the enemy, why bother with false pretense? It's better to face it with an arrogant attitude. Anyway, he is the one who wants to devour the world and is so greedy that he takes everything under his body. Okay. Evil breath. There was a look of fear in Snow's eyes. 051. A black hole that swallows the world. Evil? Maybe. Locke curled his lips in disdain, his face non-committal. Kaido. The snake is not here this time. It seems that we are the only ones joining forces. Locke turned his head. He looked at Kaido, who was not far away from him, with his chest exposed, constantly emitting strong blood. He is not a fool. Snow was obviously stronger than him. Marine Admiral, and a long-established veteran powerhouse, this kind of character is not comparable to the man-made man who just solved the parallel imports. Kaido is by your side. The two are in the same boat. Of course Locke will not forget to pull a strong support together. Hello. You shouldn't be afraid of his strength, dare not make a move. The corner of his mouth twitched. He threw out the aggressive method directly. Although very simple, but the effect is exceptionally good. Simple and rude. Fear? Are you kidding me? This uncle is Kaido. I want to become the Kaido who is the strongest sea, land and air creature. There is never such a ridiculous word as fear in my dictionary. Open black lens bracket boom. Close black lens bracket. The mace hit the ground heavily, borne directly on the ground. A deep pit was smashed out, and the ground under his feet cracked and turned into a spider web shape. The arrogance soared to the sky, and the powerful blood in his body surged, making the sky tremble slightly. The courage of the Overlord, together with Locke's aura, become a more powerful sky-climbing force, without any fear, and collide with Snow's sense of oppression. Weaker, advertisement, but the aura of the two of them is not bad at all. Joke. Every day on the Black Pearl. Even the terrifying monster-like aura of rocks has been touched countless times. How could anyone be able to overwhelm the pirates on the ship just by their aura? Thunder. 8 trigrams. Kaido, who couldn't bear his temper, was the first to charge up with the mace in his hand. Asking for flowers. It's coming. He whispered to Lenny and Naji Zaitan, who were beside him. Strong fist. Not to be outdone by Locke, he immediately exploded with strength and rushed forward. The unremarkable boxing technique, coupled with Locke's greedy spirit that devours the world, instantly becomes a domineering and unparalleled force, brutal, powerful, and indestructible. Holding the power of no return. Every punch, with a firm belief like iron, is the outpouring of strength and the condensation of will. It is the fist of Locke's heart, just folded. Unyielding. Even in the face of an irresistible enemy, he will not show his belief in punching. Let alone facing Snow. The indomitable belief instantly broke through the blockade of his courage. Boom. The air is noisy. The air was compressed into an air cannon in front of him, more solid than a cannonball. Xingyi dragon and tiger roaring. Every time he punches, there seems to be the roar of dragons and tigers, roaring and chanting beside Locke, making his domineering posture even more majestic and frightening. Even in the face of Snow, he did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Brat, the improvement in strength, is really fast. Snow looked complicated. The complex look in his eyes became more obscure. Last time, when the Marine branch fought against Locke, the three of them teamed up. To me, they were nothing more than a little guy who could be dealt with at any time. It seemed that he was playing well, but in fact, as long as he made a real move, he could easily solve it. The kind that falls. If it weren't for Locke's background in Noxus, he was a little stunned. He had saved a little strength at the beginning of the battle and didn't go all out to make a move. With the strength of the three of them, they wouldn't be able to support Whitebeard to the sky. Even if it is barely supported, the price is quite heavy. His posture became more majestic and frightening. Even in the face of Snow, he did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. Brat, the improvement in strength, is really fast. Snow looked complicated. The complex look in his eyes became more obscure. Last time, when the Marine branch fought against Locke, the three of them teamed up. To me, they were nothing more than a little guy who could be dealt with at any time. It seemed that he was playing well, but in fact, as long as he made a real move, he could easily solve it. The kind that falls. If it weren't for Locke's background in Noxus, he was a little stunned. He had saved a little strength at the beginning of the battle and didn't go all out to make a move. With the strength of the three of them, it would be impossible for Whitebeard to arrive. Even if it is barely supported, the price is quite heavy. That kind of 6. Chapter 122. Shocked, Locke beyond Whitebeard. But now, Locke, who he could have easily dealt with. In a short period of time, his strength has actually been raised to such a level. With Kaido, not only can he barely fight back and forth with him, but even faintly makes him feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. Even if he is serious enough to go all out, I still feel a little bit tied, and the fight is far from easy as expected. The speed at which this guy's strength improves. The fear in Snow's eyes became more and more intense. Simply a monster, he has grown to this level so quickly, which is far more exaggerated than his previous growth. TB. The disgust towards Marine and world government is so strong that it is about to overflow. It surprised Snow even more. Thinking of him just now, like a black hole, the greedy whale, 863. Devouring the world. The fear in Snow's heart instantly rose to the peak, far more fearful than Kaido, who was fighting alongside Locke. No, we must not let him grow any longer. A stern look flashed in his eyes. The faint shame in my heart was instantly wiped away by Snow, and turned into a murderous intent. Compared to sticking to justice, safeguarding Marine's interests is clearly the more important thing in Snow's heart. If he is allowed to grow up, he will definitely become a nightmare for Marine, and even a catastrophe for the sea, causing the sea to fall into chaos, and maybe even the next rocks. He must die. The fragile sea can no longer accommodate the birth of a second Locke. Even if he is allowed to live, he must lose all his strength and be imprisoned and impelled down forever. Where is the place for an ambitious man like him to go? Snow's eyes have been completely replaced by cruelty. Mercy. Emotions such as hesitation were wiped out by him, leaving only a certain killing intent. For the sake of Marine, for the world, please make sacrifices. His face was upright and awe-inspiring. Snow, who seemed to be a partner of justice, didn't think he was wrong at all. Advertisement, what hypocritical justice. The stench. I smell it again, like Locke feeling something. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't bother to look at his face, but his hands just got a little heavier. Snow, who had made up his mind, remained unmoved in the slightest. It's like you didn't hear it. Boom, noisy airwaves bloomed from his body, and the scattered clouds in the sky harvested in an instant. Above the sky, rumble, a 100-foot-high titan, like a god, looks down from the sky. The whole body is condensed by endless clouds. It is not the illusory appearance they have seen before, but the power is condensed to the extreme, just like the giant cloud palm that can see the palm lines clearly before. This is a cloud titan overlooking from the sky. Look carefully. Even the skin texture can be seen from his body, even the armor on his body is clearly formed by clouds, but at the core guard, he can actually see the extremely clear texture, like fine. Awesome. It is the expression of power condensed into ultimate. Yansheng Suzhan Mingzhen. With the power of Yanyan fruit as the core, it pulls countless white clouds in the sky, and with the help of the power of heaven and earth, the power displayed is obviously soft and lovely clouds, but in Snow's hands, it has become a terrifying and exaggerated power zone. It fully demonstrates the depth of his development of Yanyan fruit. Besides, his killing intent towards Locke is so deep. Yun Duo Titan is hundreds of feet tall. Looking down from the sky, it seems that most of the Valley of the Gods is covered under his body, and even the tallest skyscrapers only reach his chest and abdomen. Over 100 feet, close to an exaggerated height of 1,000 meters. He is almost catching up with the monsters in the Tokusei drama, and the ordinary mountains are not even as tall as him. Compared with him, the tall Locke and Kaido are like little ants. Bai Yun punched out, as if stirring the invisible eye of the wind. The howling wind almost caught up with the typhoon's invasion. That. What is that? The Cloud Titan keeps expanding, and its majestic figure covers most of the sky. Even if it is the Valley of the Gods who are looking at fierce battles. Still a behemoth that cannot be ignored. Advertisement. Finally, there are pirates who are in the middle of a fierce battle, and when they notice something strange in the sky, they almost pee their pants in fright. Fruit ability? Is there really such an exaggerated fruit ability? Could it be that a real god came down from the sky? Some people tremble when they are frightened. Yunduo. Yanyan? It's the Black Cloud Admiral from Marine. He actually shot with all his strength. Could it be that someone is fighting Black Cloud Admiral? Who? Whitebeard, Golden Lion, or Ochaku, Silver Axe? No. Not right. Didn't they all attack the fortifications of the Valley of the Gods head-on inside, and even fought against the other two admirals? How could they have time to go to the admirals? The Cloud Titan dominating the sky, with its exaggerated posture, quickly attracted the attention of others. Noisy voices resounded everywhere in the Valley of Gods. Boiling against the sky. It was very noisy. The battlefield in the sky seems to have become the center of discussion, stirring up the battlefield situation. It seems that there is not one person, but two. It looks so familiar. That's Locke. Locke from the Rocks Pirates. How could it be him? The voice of astonishment soared into the sky. It seemed a bit abrupt in the noisy discussion. Locke? That kid has grown to this extent? The Golden Lion, which had just used lion fruit to attract a large palace and threw it down towards people, was startled by the empty figure before it had time to look at the situation below. That rascal. The speed of growth is too pervert. Shiki couldn't help but smacked his lips. He and Locke, because of the incident on the Red Line, there is still a lot of festivities in 1.8. Gu la 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 la. As expected of the monster Locke, he has power comparable to ours so quickly. This kind of exaggerated growth, even I can't keep up. Whitebeard's unique strange laugh sounded, and even the sky shook. Gu la 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 la. Locke has fought to this extent, we can't fall behind. Unyielding Whitebeard, his face is full of pride. Naginata cut forward. The power in the Junjen fruit swept out, covered the Naginata, and turned into a power that could cut the sky into pieces. The aftermath of the oscillation smashed the bodies of the garrison troops. Chapter 123. Shocking changes. Locke is about to die in battle? Cut. Stop flattering him. What shit is comparable? I don't know how far the difference is. Joining forces with Kaido can barely entangle Hei-Yun with a few tricks. Silver Axe knocks opponents back with a massive axe swing. After taking a breath, he directly turned back in displeasure with a look of jealousy and resentment. And, it's just a struggle. At this level, defeat is a matter of time. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. What's the use of entanglement for a long time? That old man Haiyan will never hold back. Silver Axe breathed out his nostrils angrily. He looked like he was watching the show, and there was even a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't see the care of the same camp at all. Makes sense. They are all a group of vicious gangs driven by desire. It would be strange to have such a thing. Hee. Let's see how long the brat can last. Although no matter what, it won't affect the result, but if we delay it for a while, it will at least let us relax by a point or two. Silver Axe sneered. While fighting non-stop, his jealousy towards monsters made him twist his mind. Wow ha ha ha. 21, little devil, don't let me down. A brat with such vigor shouldn't die under that guy Hei-Yun's hands. Standing at the highest point of the Valley of the Gods. Like a god, overlooking the entire battlefield he guided, Rocks curled up the corners of his mouth and pulled up a cruel smile, with a hint of approval and expectation in his eyes. Greedy enough to make him look sideways, a person with such courage. No matter what, it is impossible to die in the hands of that guy Haiyan. But, if Locke is really going to die, with Rock's character, he definitely won't make a move. It's like raising Gu. Only those who stand out from the trials of death and step in front of him will win his equal attention. What if they die early? Feel sorry. A living monster is a genius? Dead? It's just a corpse that has no use value. In the eyes of Rocks, this kind of thing will never be left. He is so cruel, as long as he can achieve his goal. No matter how much he sacrifices, he is willing to be cruel. Brat. Advertisement? At least let this battle look more interesting. Wow, ha 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 lala. Rox grinned strangely and kept laughing, and the players with vibrating voices seemed to be shaking the screen together. Rox, you've crossed the line this time. Boom. The fire that burned the sky out of the hole fell from the sky. Just residual heat, they instantly ignited the remaining wooden buildings on the ruins. Between the flames, an old man with gray hair and beard, but an unusually arrogant body, stepping on the flames and powerfully stepping onto the battlefield. World Government Marshal Yan. When the two met, without a word of nonsense, they directly launched a shocking offensive. Seemingly powerful Yan, the golden lion they used to fight together, were powerless to resist. This time, unexpectedly, as soon as they fought, they fell into a slump and were crushed and beaten by Rox. Jundali Long Shengjun. The soaring conqueror's haki lingered on Kaido's body, pouring madly onto the iron rod. Even with Kaido's physique, it can only be used by holding it with both hands. It attacks at an extremely fast speed and directly creates an afterimage in midair. A mighty force that shatters the air. One of the 4 moves of King Ming in the initial creation. When it first appeared, it showed great power. Even Snow, who was accidentally hit by a huge force, took a few steps back. But, compared to him, Kaido, who attacked from the explosive seed, obviously suffered more internal injuries. Puff. The swollen arm is covered with exploded blood vessels, which are intertwined like branches, and are clearly visible, as if in the next moment, the blood vessels will explode without being able to restrain the force. Cold sweat dripped down his head. You can see how exaggerated the blow was to Kaido. Mere brat. Snow's eyes were burning with anger. The more powerful the Kaido and Locke showed, the more killing intent condensed in his heart. Especially Locke. Snow pressed his right chest, and there was a dull pain in his chest. It was because he was inattentive just now, but he was hit by Arthur, who came over to face him, and he was attacked by the Cloud Titan. Fist. Advertisement with a monster-like physique. Locke recovered within a short period of time, but it was not so easy for Snow, who pushed him to Scent, Dragon and Tiger Roar. Now, the chi and blood in his body were still boiling unbearably, as if a flame was burning his heart. It was surging. Your strength really surprised me, but that's it, that's all. Snow roared and exploded. The blood of hard work will also burst out from the old man's body. He, the admiral who boarded with strength, and has been precipitated in battles, still stands in the admiral's seat. Strength. Real strength. Definitely more than that. You guys should be honored to push me to this extent, brats. Snow's icy face showed no trace of warmth, cotton-like white and flawless clouds. As he got angry, the color suddenly changed, as if someone splashed a large amount of ink. The original whiteness instantly turned into pitch black, like black ink smudged. In a dark cloud, there is even a purple thunder flashing. Bang. Thunder bursts. Waves never stop. 107 The majestic Cloud Titan also turned into pitch black blackness. With a sense of shocking oppression, it soared several steps in an instant, and a large amount of lightning burst into the supposedly soft cloud. Flickering and shuttling in the dark clouds, like the trial titan of the end of the world. Drive thunder and lightning. Using another posture, taking advantage of detours, he controlled the power of thunder and lightning. Dark clouds, thundercloud, it's all a cloud. Boom boom boom. The sky and the earth oscillated, like the end of the world. Go all out just now, forcibly use King Ming's stunt, which is still in the early stage, to break Sujan Mingzhen's armor defense, and Kaido's power has been exhausted, and he has become sluggish, and it is difficult to expect to be of great help. The only one who can resist Black Cloud Snow is Locke himself. Just him? Dreaming. Absolutely impossible. I didn't expect them to force High into such a state so quickly. What a scary brat. It's a pity that the more intense the fight, the faster they will die. If we slowly delay and consume time, maybe we can last until we turn around. Silver Axe had a joking expression on his face. He didn't want to break away from his opponent at all and go to the place where Lei in Titan was to make a shot. Only the face, the harsh mockery. Chapter 124. The Jedi Strikes Back, the ice soul that freezes people's hearts. Dangerous. Huge characters marched above Locke's head. It seemed that there was an invisible star of death, which suddenly lit up above him, bursting out with brilliance. In the Valley of the Gods, war everywhere. The top battlefields that are rare and hard to find in the outside world are everywhere here. Of course, there is no need to mention the top battle between Rox and Yan. Occasionally, a little bit of power can make the canyon rocks tremble, as if they can't bear the natural disaster, and the mighty power collapses and cracks on the spot. The sea that lands does not know how much water has been evaporated, and large pieces of sea fish fainted on the sea surface. Only the dried fish remained after being exposed to the sun. Just go down from him. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Ochaku, Linlin. The cutting-edge combat power of the Rock's pirates were all held back by guys with similar strength, not to mention Silver Axe, who stood by because he was jealous of Locke's rapid increase in strength, and had no intention of making a move. Even Kong Yunki, who wanted to help Whitebeard, remembered to swing his knife before he came, and Marine Admiral, who was entangled with him, his eyes lit up, and he rushed up directly, forcing Whitebeard to return to help. Under the opponent's vigorous attack, it is difficult to move away from the body in a short time. Forced action will only bring the situation to an uncontrollable direction. Boy! Hold on, Whitebeard's eyes flickered, but finally he endured the plan in his heart. His eyes became sharper, he waved the naginata in his hand, and attacked forward with all his strength, erupting a stronger aftermath of the battle. But Linlin. Seeing that Kaido was exhausted, her proud body bounced down, but she wanted to forcibly support the opponent's attack, drive the soul fruit, inject energy into the soul and throw a ball to help, but because she was too far away from the battlefield, Lang was stopped by someone in the middle and couldn't be realized. After being enraged, he beat him even more fiercely. In the huge battlefield, there is no one to rely on, so I can only rely on my own strength to fight upwards. Even with Kaido standing side by side, because of the over-limit attack, although it caused a lot of damage to Snow and forced him to come up with his ultimate move, he was also knocked out by the reaction force, so he couldn't help at all, and he didn't hold back. It's all because of his perverted physique. Solitary war. I'm never alone. Locke snorted coldly. Several invisible waves spread around him. The phantom of Naji Zaitan, together with the phantom of Lenny, was instantly realized by Hollow. Zilla. Boom. A surging flame ignited on Lenai's body. The crimson flames were like a cloak, dyeing the blonde and arrogant Lion King into a flaming lion accompanied by flames. And I, Lightning Flint, Susanoo, Naji Zaitan, who put on the mechanical gauntlet, rushed forward vigorously, without dodging or evading, and charged directly towards the thundercloud titan in the sky, ignoring the endless shocking thunderbolts under his huge body. He punched hard. Advertisement boom. The mechanical power drives the whole body, compresses the air vigorously, and makes an ear-piercing sound wave. Humph. It's not just you and me. Not to be outdone, Lenny dodged forward. She was transformed into a half-orc and possessed the speed of a Lion King. Base. With a flash of sharp claws, the whole person instantly turned into an afterimage and swept away. Claw shadows flickered all over the sky. It seemed to be a phantom, but the next moment, a sharp cutting wind blade erupted at the same time. The flames burst into the sky. Each sharp claw mark is attached with powerful flame power. Rumble. The sultry flames directly burned half of the sky red. Pity. Compared with the Thundercloud Titan, which occupies most of the sky and can be seen in half of the Valley of the Gods, it pales in comparison, a bit small and fragile. Xingyi. Dragon and tiger roaring. The cries of dragons and roars of tigers resounded through the sky alternately again. Locke concentrated all his strength and punched brazenly. Hateful. Snow's face was a little dark. A series of sudden attacks, and the coordination is flawless, as if they have been rehearsed countless times. The effect is definitely that 1 + 1 is greater than 3. There was a flash of thunder, half the sky exploded. A gap was punched out of Lane Titan's body, and even Snow, who sustained the fierce attack, was a little bit overwhelmed. His complexion turned pale slightly. Sure enough, he is the rookie king of the extremely evil generation. His strength should not be underestimated. Pity. Locke showed great potential. It made him more determined. His belief that he wanted to kill him was not only rejected by him with all his hidden pity, but even at the cost of hurting himself. Risk your own life, but also this marine's worst enemy in the future. It's just this level of words, still doomed to die. Snow's complexion was slightly pale, but the cold light in his eyes became more and more determined. Su Ming Zan Zun. Wan Jun Thunderflash, advertisement. The surging thunder light exploded on the Thundercloud Titan, and the thunder light in the dark cloud poured out. While the clouds became thinner and lighter, the power of the thunder poured out also reached the strongest posture. Even if this state of exercising thunder and lightning could not last for a long time, after the thunder leaped from the dark clouds, it would continue to lose every moment, but the power that became stronger compared to it also reached the highest in an instant. Zilla. Boom. The unleashed thunder dazzled most of the sky, and reflected the coldness on Snow's face. 151 hash. Look at a dead body. The killing intent is decisive. Fu has no mercy. Just to this extent? I'm afraid you misunderstood something. Just as Snow's thunder surged, pitch black clouds enveloped most of his body. His power was driven to the limit, and the marines around him were trembling with fright, for fear that the thunder would be knocked out of the way. When knocking them unconscious. 012602421 Filu 024440430. Locke's haughty voice sounded at this moment, not loud, but firm and unusual. The information conveyed in the voice is even more surprising. What? Snow's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart tightened. Although Locke has always been arrogant, he has never been a person who likes to speak big words. Wang Zhao. Once he speaks out, he will basically realize it. He rarely feigns a shot. His overbearing and unruly personality is also one of his labels. So, after hearing Roger's words, Snow was more skeptical, and Mr. Shin was vigilant. It's too late. Acedes. Locke's deep voice burst out on the court. A crisp female voice followed, and her long and slender legs stepped onto the battlefield. Clatter. In the phantom beside him, Aestus was created from nothing in an instant, realized by Hollow. With a cold and stern temperament, as the admiral army in charge of Noxus, Acedes is the one with the coldest temperament among the Teigu envoys, just like the ice roses blooming in the ice and snow. In beauty. Rendering endless danger. Chapter 125. Instant kill. The first admiral to die? Is that the admiral army of the kingdom of Noxus? Hiss. Is that the murderer who led the cavalry and swept North Blue directly? That terrifying killing god is actually a woman? Hey, when are you still struggling with gender? That guy is actually Locke's fruit ability, and he used it as a trump card, that's the point. Noisy voices erupted in the canyon, and those who watched the battle of attention all stared wide-eyed. Especially the marine side, watching the confident grin on Locke's face. There was a bad feeling in my heart. Acedes, who appeared on the stage in high-heeled shoes hockey, seemed to be stepping on the heartbeat of each of them. With her cold expression and her cold temperament, she was like a murderous god descending from the ice and snow. The ice beauty is full of aura. Great, Admiral, it's not in danger, is it? Are you kidding? That's high in Admiral. Lord Snow has dealt with many pirates. Locke is not easy to catch. He thought he was Locke #F. That's right, even if there is one more woman, it won't have any effect. Everything has been decided long ago. When Mr. Snow exerts all his strength, the result is already doomed. This point, absolutely, will never change. Marine, of course, trusted Snow unconditionally. Even though the sudden appearance of Aestus caught them off guard, the prestige accumulated by Snow for a long time still made them believe in their future unconditionally. Pity. Things have never been transferred by human will. Maha. Bull. Te. Mo. Sanskrit whispered, but it resounded like a big bell with aluminum mouth, and the sudden burst of sound waves seemed to be the Buddha knocking and singing. The surging power that can be perceived by the naked eye. But there was no wave of power, not even the most common shockwave. The terrifying energy level seemed to be compressed to a single point, tightly held in Acedes' hands. Next moment, time and space stand still, everything is quiet. Everything, like a bug in amber, froze in this moment. The wind stops. Yunjing, everything loses its color. Advertisement from the three-dimensional color, to the two-dimensional black and white, as if the pause button was pressed, it does not move, CBFF. Ultimate's ice drops the temperature to absolute zero, freezes the energy of material movement, and in a certain dimension, forms a posture of stopping and standing still. Your Highness, It can only stop him for less than 2 seconds. Acedes' face was slightly pale, and there was a hint of weakness in his cold voice. Although with the battle against North Blue, Acedes' strength has been constantly changing and even improved significantly in the baptism of battles. But High Snow in front of him was obviously not the one they had dealt with before, the guy holding the phoenix fruit. After crossing the boundary of the general level, his strength was completely different. The time controlled by Acedes does not rise but falls. Jonan couldn't help showing a ray of shame on his face. The ability to freeze molecular movement and stop time is too buggy. Even if Acedes is close to the general level, there is only a small difference from the real general level, and it is possible to cross over at any time. However, facing the veteran Admiral's High Snow, he still could only stop for 2 seconds. Although for a battle of this level, the winner can be determined in a blink of an eye, let alone 2 seconds, even 1 second can directly reverse the situation and turn defeat into victory. Enough. Locke's haughty voice instantly eased the unnecessary consumption of Acedes. These hours, totally enough. Locke punched out, as if sounding the horn of the general attack. Base. Call out. Hiding in the dark, Joel and Chitong, who have been lured by Locke all this time, appeared together in an instant. Endless Death Needle. The attack was thrown out like a giant bee's stinger, and the sharp horn directly opened up the space. Snow's pupils shrank and he was about to back away. There was a flash of cloud and mist. The whole person retreated, and the clouds beside him instantly flew over him at a high speed, avoiding Joel's life-threatening blow, and flew past his face. Pity. Yoel's attack is obviously not as simple as this. The Teigu is made of the god-level dangerous species, the only tail needle of the Phantom Queen bee. After being attacked, it has the characteristic of being like a shadow. If it is not attacked, it will only turn into a phantom. Until it is all over the sky, there is no way to hide, and only after being hit by the target, the bloody bee needles will dissipate. It is an attack that cannot be dodged at all. Advertisement. Countless acupuncture needles exuding a cold light sent chills in the hearts of those who watched them. Although it seemed that countless phantoms overlapped, each needle pierced with a piercing chill. Once hit, it would instantly transform from phantom to be true or to be false, was just the simplest trick for him. Snow was forced to have no way out, more and more bee needles forced him to flee to Lay in Titan, but the frozen time blocked all changes of Lay in Titan, and he didn't obey his orders. Frozen in place, can only be used as a bunker-like target. Call out. Under the guidance of the endless thunder, a shocking roar erupted. Seemingly to block the endless bee needles, but ushered in the real decisive blow left by him. Kang Lang. The long knife was unsheathed. The body of the slender knife shone with coquettish blood, just like a magnificent demon knife. One kill. Murasame. A figure with red pupils and long hair hanging loose appeared on the field, like a dead reaper. The famous demon sword, Murora. If it is said that being hit by the endless bee needles is just being stabbed at the vital point, at most, Snow will be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight again by virtue of the endless characteristics. Once hit by Murasame, the cursed power inside, like a necrosis attached to the bone, can directly usher in an equal death through blood. It only needs to make a small opening and ingest a wisp of blood as a medium. The power of the cursed demon is enough to kill him immediately. That's right. Locke calculated time after time to force him into this situation. Joel, it's just a superficial attack, red pupil? The one kill Murasame, in her hand is Locke's real whole card. That's right. Locke has only one purpose from the beginning. Kill. Only with death, only then can he express his determination. Step on the bones of High Snow to forge his reputation in World War I, and wash away the traces of his previous defeat. Announce his existence to the world with an absolute gesture. It was something he had already decided the first time he saw Snow again. Chapter 126. Shocked, Marines are collectively silent. The cold blade cut across the space. Woo, the air was also cut with a shrill whimper, as if fearing the power of the demon sword. The figure with red pupils is as motionless as a mountain. It looked like a Shinigami holding a scythe, and Snow's incomparable expression was reflected in his cold eyes. Want to dodge, but under the offensive that Locke has already laid out, he has no room to avoid it at all. Freeze in time. Between the lightning and the flint, Snow, who had the absolute upper hand, turned the situation around in an instant, was reversed and hovered on the verge of death, even if he tried his best to. Under the 10-cut must-kill situation calculated in Luo Shudian. He couldn't find any gaps either. Inevitable, there's no hiding. Kang. The long and narrow demon knife splashed a bloody mouth on his body. Although the injury was not serious, there was only a negligible line of blood, which bloomed on his body through armament hockey, which was crushed by the bee needle. Compared with what he has encountered before, big and small, countless scars, and even serious injuries in dying situations, there is no comparison at all. It is simply a trivial matter. But that's enough. The moment Snow's blood was stained on the Yaodao blade, the death of his body was already doomed. Under the power of the cursed demon, this is an absolutely undoubted fact. Knife down. Death. Wait until the power of Acedes, Mahapatmo, completely dissipates. The power of the demon faded behind her, after the frozen molecular motion is restored. A smear of blood also slipped from Murasame's blade, and Snow, who was cut with a small wound, opened his pupils suddenly before he could react. As if in an instant, it has endured unimaginable power. Whole person. He was shocked for an instant. A patter of cold sweat ran across his forehead, as if a black hole was born in his body, and the vitality in his body was uncontrollably drilled into the black hole. Even if he tried his best to control his blood, he still couldn't change the ending. He has clearly controlled his body to the limit. He can even control hair and dander, but he can't stop the flow of life in his body, even just a little bit. Stare. It feels like life is being forced to end. This is impossible. Like a vicissitude's old man who is about to die, his voice sounds like he is coughing up phlegm. Hoarse. Advertisement ridicule. Like a crow hovering in the night sky. A decadent aura emerged from his body, and the life force that was constantly being lost gradually came to an end. Admiral. Master Snow, Black Cloud Admiral, what's wrong with you? Surprised and angry voices shouted and exploded in the Marine camp. Anyone who has eyesight, especially observation hockey's well-developed level, everyone can feel the strange loss of vitality in Snow's body, as if he is going to death uncontrollably, and even a twilight lifelessness appears on his originally strong body. Like a real old man on the verge of death, someone reached out to save him with fruit power. Wash the fruits and turn them upside down. Fragrant fruit aromatherapy. Fruit of holy brilliance, guardian power. All kinds of splendor and brilliance burst out on Snow, but the result is still the same as before. After being slashed by the demon sword village rain, the power of the cursed demon instantly entangled him. The power of the god-level dangerous species is unfathomably powerful. When it comes to their essential power, it is far more incomparable than the Teigu forged with the help of a certain physical substance. Especially after adapting to the rules of this world, even everyone, it is also difficult for the Teigu envoys who are in charge of Teigu to perceive the end of their power. Moment. 2 moments. Under the curse of the poisonous devil, Snow, who was already aging, finally couldn't hold on any longer. The life force is exhausted. Pushed lightly by the last force, the whole body was instantly wiped out in his disbelieving gaze, turning into phantom smoke and dissipating in the air. The famous Marine Admiral died just like this? The same idea emerged in everyone's mind. An indescribable strangeness shocked the hearts of all of them. Great, Admiral, was it really killed? But, how is this possible? That is Black Cloud Admiral. That's right. How could Lord Snow die so easily? It's absolutely impossible. A group of Marines wept bitterly, especially the direct subordinates who had followed Snow, who were stunned, tearing and sniveling. Even the battle that is close at hand is forgotten. Even the Rock's pirates were taken aback by Locke's ferocious performance. Asking for flowers. Joke, that's a general. Advertisement, the top powerhouse standing on the top of the sea. Even if they are strong and weak, as long as they pass that level, they are already recognized as the top. Even Admiral, 4 emperors of the same level. In the case of strong or weak strength, it is extremely difficult to tell the winner. Akainu and Aokiji fight for 10 days and 10 nights. It can be said that they are in the same camp and have some reservations about each other. But, Garp and Roger and the Golden Lion. Golden Lion and Sengoku. Red Earl and Kong Kong, with Garp. Once these general-level powerhouses fight to the death, it will not be a protracted battle. And most of them end with the exhaustion of one party or the terrible natural disaster. Before the power is exhausted, a strong general at the emperor level is even more difficult to deal with than brown sugar. Let alone killing him, even defeating them completely is a very difficult time. Even quick wins are hard to come by. Quick kill or something, I have never even heard of it. Whitebeard and the others, who are also on the cutting-edge battlefield, are still fighting to a climax in the middle of the heat. Result, Locke here. The guy who beat the high with the low, actually directly defeated the General High in Snow. Even with Kaido breaking out in advance and forcing Snow's ultimate move, it is quite a shocking thing. If the ratio of the results of the distribution If Kaido's death counts as the third floor, Locke, who broke out in Jedi, accounts for at least 70%, or even more. Snow, Lord Snow. How is it possible? Eyes wide open. The morale of Marine's side fell into a slump instantly, as if it had been cut in half. Many majestic Marines were directly slumped by the scene in front of them, their eyes widened and their faces were depressed. But Aphasia, shocked speechless by Locke's terrifying power. His spirit was chopped off in an instant, and he was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. Even Admiral. They were all killed. Chapter 127. Locke. Jesus can't keep him, I said. No, Snow Admiral is not dead yet. The thundercloud titan in the sky is not dissipated. A shout rang out in the dispirited Marine. Under the deliberate guidance of the higher-ups, the voice instantly spread to the Valley of the Gods, and Marine's corrupted morale was saved and raised back a bit. Yep. There was Marine. The extinguished light in his eyes lit up, as if a drowning man grasped at a straw. Snow Admiral is sure to be fine. The thundercloud titan is still in the sky. That is the power gathered by Admiral Yanyan Fruit. Although Lei Titan had a weak face, and even the purple thunder that surged from his body poured out, making the dark clouds on him darker, but the howling wind with his hands and feet was not fake at all. We all know. This kind of derivative-like thing, no matter how strange it is, still depends on the fruit ability to exist. Once the 653 ability user dies, even the Yanyan fruit will appear on the nearby fruits, refresh and reset, reappear, and restore their original state. The Lei Titan that relies on the Yanyan fruit to exist, no matter how strange it is impossible to still wave in the sky. No matter how weak he is, his existence is an iron fact. Thundercloud Admiral isn't dead. I knew that Master Snow would never die so easily. That's right. That's the mighty Lord Snow, under the keen observation of a group of people. Finally, they found a clue. Under Thundercloud Titan's huge body, a very illusory figure floated under Titan's body surrounded by clouds. Although it was made of soft clouds, it seemed to be blown away. But the familiar voice, as well as the unique breath of life, can make people judge it. That it's in Marine Admiral. Black Cloud Snow, although he was severely injured by Locke and was dying, but with his experience and the extremely in-depth development of Yanyan Fruit, he found a lifeline and his body was destroyed, so he used clouds to form another body. Although fragile to the extreme, but under the protection of Lei Titan, it seems to have become very stable. As long as Marine's other combat powers rush over, he will be able to turn the corner. Marine's robes will not be like the members of the Rock's pirates, who have played against each other in various ways. In a bunch of various devil fruits, you can always find a way to help him recover from the clouds to a flesh and blood body. As long as he is alive, there is hope. Advertisement. From life to death, from struggle to defeat. Live, survived, just live. I knew that Lord Snow couldn't end it so easily. But that guy named Locke, his strength is really terrifying. He was able to defeat the long-famous Lord Snow. He is really a frightening monster. Even Black Cloud Admiral is no match for him. He really deserves to be the strongest of the extremely evil generation. Surprised voices sounded one after another from the Valley of the Gods. Although the kill turned into a defeat, the end of the battle in such a short period of time still shocked a group of people, especially Locke's strength, which obviously has not reached that level of limit, just relying on the strength of the fruit ability. It's really a powerful space-type devil fruit. I just don't know what his name is. No, not only is the fruit powerful, but his development of the fruit's ability is even more exaggerated beyond imagination. Looking at the harem standing next to Locke, who pretends to be a group of maids. Various thoughts alternately emerged in the minds of Marine and World Government high-level combat forces. Not only the strength is terrifying, but also the appearance is so eye-catching. Where does this make sense? But, compared with the result of High Admiral being killed, the defeat of being beaten to death by Arthur is obviously acceptable to them. They are extremely afraid of Locke in their hearts. Take a breath. 18. Seriously injured. This result. I never agreed to it. Locke's haughty voice suddenly sounded on the battlefield. In an instant, it actually overwhelmed the rolling wind and waves of thunderclouds in the sky. Face. Under the corner of the split mouth is a confident smile. The eyebrows were slightly adjusted, and the complexion was slightly flushed, showing a bit of evil domineering, making people unable to help but look sideways. As always, the arrogant expression, but now no one dares to despise him. What? The look of astonishment exploded on Marine's side in an instant. What do you want to do? Advertisement. Although young, he, who has already served as a staff officer, couldn't help frowning. His youthful and pretty face unconsciously frowned, and he could faintly see the style of Jiju in his hands in the future. But at this moment, everything collapsed. Facing Locke, who was not taking the usual path, no one could guess what he was going to do. Snow, who was wrapped in the Thundercloud Titan, was logically safe. After all, Marine, the reinforcements will arrive in no time. Want to break the defense of the Black Cloud Titan in a hurry? Absolutely. Impossible. After all, everyone could clearly see Locke's surprise attack just now. It was his special ability of fruit power, and it could only be used by seeing blood. A Titan made entirely of clouds, there is no such thing as blood. It is simply impossible to use the same trick a second time. It is absolutely impossible to break the defense of Lei Titan and smash the shadow of Snow inside in an instant. Just think about it and make peace. Impossible. I've said that you are dead, and you will definitely not be able to live? Jesus couldn't keep him. I said so. Locke's categorical voice sounded in the air and spread across the battlefield in an instant. In the unexpected eyes of everyone, Takamahara 3 Gods. After entering the Valley of the Gods, Naji Exodon, who has been fighting with Electric Light and Flint Susano, finally revealed her true strength. Biological humanoid Teigu, under the time that no one expected. A little lowly suddenly jumped out from midair, squatting right next to Lei Yunju 1.6 people, less than an instant away from Snow's body briefly condensed with clouds. Make up your mind to get the Locke you want in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. A set has been designed long ago, completely killing Admiral. Even the king-level powerhouse is absolutely impossible to prepare for escape. Heavy barriers. Heavy ambushes. He seemed extremely insolent, but in fact he was extremely cautious. How could he be careless so easily? The 3 royal gods who have been hiding all this time are Locke's ultimate move. The strength infinitely close to the admiral level erupted at this moment, but what he was facing was the extremely weak Snow, who was like a candle in the wind. The ending of everything was already doomed. Black Cloud Snow. Die, Chapter 128. Whitebeard, Locke. I am not his opponent. Snow paled like a phantom figure. The little lowly just poked lightly. Just like soap bubbles, it was instantly shattered without any resistance. Wave. A flash of light and shadow oscillates. After the phantom gathered by the white clouds twisted for a while, it completely disappeared into the air. Along with thunderclouds roaring Sky Titan, lost trace. Completely erasing the last ray of proof that snow had existed in the sea. Disappear. Die. Unstoppable. It seemed to mirror Locke's powerful voice just now. Jesus couldn't stop him. I said so. Quiet, deathly silence. An indescribable silence suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Original. There were wars everywhere. Smoke filled the air. The Valley of the Gods, which is full of wailing and killing, unexpectedly became strangely quiet at this moment. Twists and turns, ups and downs, dizzying combat transitions. But what is even more frightening, even palpitating, is the result of the battle. There were waves again and again. Even if 21 was Snow's extremely resolute tail docking to survive, it still did not change his fate of death. First. The first general to die has appeared. All the cutting-edge powerhouses present were all terrified, and they couldn't help being astonished. That's right, even them, will die in battle too. High-end Snow is a lesson for them. He was the first to die, but he will definitely not be the last. Relying on their own extraordinary strength, they intervened in the battle at will, and even paddled quietly with ulterior motives. They couldn't help but shudder, and their small thoughts were inexplicably suppressed a lot. But compared to these, negligible, it's all trivial. Locke, advertisement. He is the well-deserved center of the stage at this moment. All the people in the Valley of the Gods, regardless of factions, righteousness and evil, all remembered this name. With the fermentation and spread of the Valley of Gods incident. Locke. These 2 words will definitely become a brand new legend. The first person in the era of evil, the strongest voice of the era. Well deserved. Along with the veteran powerhouses of the previous generation also. Gu la 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 la. As expected of Locke, even the old man should admire what he has done. He is ashamed of himself. Whitebeard's unique grin exploded across the battlefield. The sound wave with the power of shock fruit is simply a fish-frying skill, forcing a group of marine rear admirals with ordinary strength, who can only desperately wave their weapons to resist the aftermath. Snow. Dead. It's the Locke kid who won? Golden Lion's eyes widened. The power of the lion fruit in his hand suddenly stagnated because he was too shocked. A giant tower dragged in midair. After losing the ability of lion fruit to float in weightlessness, he fell down in an instant, and almost fell on the head of Golden Lion himself. Let's demonstrate what it means to lift a rock and shoot yourself in the foot. Ouch. A scream sounded. Caught off guard, Golden Lion Shiki was dodged by his own power. How could he be the one to win Locke? It's just a brat. Why can you get rid of that guy high in snow? A look of resentment burst out in his eyes. Compared to the Golden Lion, who was just slightly offended, a bit unexpected, and unable to accept it, the look on Silver Axe's face could be called resentment. Just a brat. The growth rate is the same as that of a monster, which makes people jealous and uncomfortable. Now, even Snow can kill him. Doesn't that mean that he has the power to defeat and kill him? Even himself, he may not be able to defeat Snow. Always the most insane force, especially in rocks, deliberately loosened the gate of desire, leading the crew on board to go crazy, manic, bursting out of the bottom of the heart, without control. This negative emotion was magnified 10 times, 100 times. Resentment. Brewing quietly in his eyes, however, it is well hidden under the thick silver helmet, so that outsiders will not know. Wow ha 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 lala, advertisement, brat, what a funny kid. No wonder you have such a boldness that surprised even Lousy, the greed that devours the world. Laughing wildly, Rox suddenly leaned forward. The stagnant aura leaned forward in front of him like a substance. Fundus. It is full of admiration, even more fearful. The greed that eats the world. If he can't control it, even Rox himself will be swallowed by this greed sooner or later. No. It is doomed to be uncontrollable. How could a man of this kind of courage, who possesses the greed to swallow up the world, submit to others forever? Fun. Fun. Really fun. Crazy killing intent. A flash in Rox's eyes. At any other time, he would definitely get rid of Locke with his own hands, and would never tolerate anyone who directly challenged his status, his dignity, even if it was just his aura, he would never interfere with it. But now? The plan is still in the Canyon of Gods? Wahahahaha. Keep strong, work hard to become strong, don't let lousy down on you, brat. Rocks with his heart broken. Guided step by step, manipulating the giant ship of the 907 Rocks pirates, sailing to this extent, is to compress all results, all forces, all on this war. Lost. Needless to say, he will of course be torn to pieces by the angry world government. This is a fact that does not need to be questioned at all, let alone think about it. 1. Of course everything would be different. The Rocks pirates, who have captured the Valley of the Gods before, will surely become an unstoppable absolute force on this sea, plus what he has already prepared. Whether it is cracking the soil to seal the king, or opposing the world government. Whether to attack Red Line directly, to make himself the real king of the world, is all in one thought. I bet everything on me, don't let me down. Rocks had a distorted smile on his face, and an indescribable hockey appeared on his thick black face, as if the demon king who destroyed the world came, bringing destruction and at the same time, it was also an unstoppable power. Rocks. What exactly do you want to do? Yan struggled out of his attack with difficulty, his face was a little bruised and his face was swollen, and even his body, which was burning with raging flames, was infected with massive injuries. Chapter 129. Kaido. Locke, an impossible opponent. Ahem. Holding the flame in his chest, Yan coughed continuously, making people unable to help worrying about his physical injuries. That is, he is physically strong. There is also the background horror of world government. Only in this way can he hold on to the fight in his old age, with so many injuries from Rocks, and drag Rocks to his death so that he can't get away. Even, he can also sullenly block the figure and ask him questions and reprimands. You don't know how to live or die, Rocks. Do you know what you're doing? The rage was like thunder, and the howling flames were about to rush to Rocks' face. What do I want to do? What am I doing? Rocks shook his right fist, and the majestic heavy punch directly defeated the flame that was approaching in front of him. Regardless of the fierce battle, he still raised his head and laughed strangely. Wow, ha 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 la la la. Didn't I announce everything to you a long time ago? He is the king of the world, Rocks D. Vegeta. A man who wants to reach the top of the sea and become the king of the world. Rocks' arrogant face is full of absolute confidence and unquestionable firmness. Boom. The punch that shattered the space was easily thrown by him. After the simple prelude, his real attack made the whole sea tremble. Once the terrifying power poured down, it seemed that it would destroy the entire Valley of Gods. Destroy. That rascal, that guy is getting stronger again. Yan had a serious face, even though his body was covered with scars, but seeing the corrupt situation in the Valley of Gods, he still held on to his strength and fought with him forcefully. 1, 2, 3. The Valley of the Gods, which was originally the Celestial Dragon's heavenly paradise, has now become the end of their end. Even if Rocks specifically ordered it, try to capture alive, reduce the task order of casualties. B. The war is cruel and cruel. Advertisement Celestial Dragons dying in unknown AoE could never be without. But, more. It still became the spoils of war in the hands of the pirates, and around these descendants of the Creator, who wore glass covers and thought they were superior, the two sides launched a fierce battle. However, destruction is always easier than construction, and plundering is always easier than protection. Especially those guys who are mentally handicapped and physically weak. Occupying a numerical advantage, the Rocks pirates, who fight like crazy wild beasts out of control, clearly have the upper hand in the short period of time when all the world government support has not arrived. One by one Celestial Dragons are captured by pirates. In terms of marine and world government, their complexions are becoming more and more ugly, but under the black tide of pirates, they are like flatboats in a raging sea. Even if they are powerful, they cannot compete with the general trend at all. The harvest is not bad. Locke raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly at the corners of his mouth, with a happy expression on his face. After finishing Black Cloud Snow, Locke discovered that there were two celestial dragons, one male and one female, protected in the marine where the birds were scattered, and there was another devil fruit that was sent for nothing. The man's name is Charles Rossia Saint. The girl's name is Shire Alice Gong. At first glance, he was a guy who had no impression, but was directly regarded as a dragon by Locke, and was strung in the chain behind him. Luke doesn't feel any pity for these maggot-like guys. Want to know? As Marine Admiral Snow, cruising in the Valley of the Gods battlefield is certainly not idle. Judging from Marine's urination, it is very likely that they are the celestial dragons who are searching, protecting, and hiding in various places in a hurry, and have not had time to retreat. After all, this is the celestial dragons, who usually lose their hair and can drive Marine Admiral to dispatch, search and capture criminals like mad dogs, and lock criminals into impel down. From this point of view, Locke said that Marine is the lackey of celestial dragons, so there is nothing wrong with it. Tisk. It's a pity it's a little early. If we get rid of him later, maybe we can gain more. Locke smacked his lips. A look of greed and insufficiency. Snow's posture is obviously leading Marine to search for the celestial dragons hidden in the ruins before they can evacuate in time. Compared with Locke's aimless search, Snow has the target, and even has the insight in the case of communication. It is almost like turning on the perspective hanger, and the speed is completely different. If he waited until he was about to finish, and cut off his beard in one go, the harvest would definitely be so great that he couldn't help but be surprised. Tisk. Forcibly restrained emotions. This luxurious feast has just begun. The real host and guest are not yet in place, and the sumptuous dishes above are constantly being served, making people mouth-watering. Now, this is not the time to waste time. Advertisement. Kaido. How are you? Locke glanced over to the burly, panting guy. It's not bad. Next, let's go separately to search the battlefield. The Canyon of Gods is so big, it's better to go together to find the results separately. Said to be the Valley of the Gods, but its actual size is far more than a simple canyon. It is a heavenly paradise created by manpower, magnificent architectural palaces, and continuous buildings. The combined area even exceeds the territory of a small country. The rocks pirates who landed are like a group of mice getting into a rice warehouse. The pocket is too small. Can't fit. There are too few people. The search is endless. This is the correct answer, but, compared to this obvious excuse, the reason in Kaido's heart is obviously impossible to be this. FTE. It's getting stronger again. Clutching his exhausted arm, Kaido looked at Locke beside him, with mixed feelings in his heart. He was always fearless, arrogant, but he actually felt afraid and even bowed his head in submission to Locke. He is simply invincible. Wang Dejao, however, in the next moment, he was cut off by him. Being with Locke is sure to gain the most. With his powerful strength, even Marine Admiral doesn't have to worry about it, he can arbitrarily search the battlefield. But, the pride in his heart will never allow Kaido to bow his head like this. He is the one who wants to become the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Session. I won't just throw in the towel, the game is still going on. I will definitely find treasures with higher value, and beat you upright. Kaido said nothing. Without hesitating, he turned around and left, stepping on the ruins step by step, leaving a strong back. Rough voice. Following the sound of the wind, he gradually left and turned into a black spot. The sound waves are surging. Like a rock. Chapter 130. World Government. Meet Locke, retreat unconditionally. Ha ha ha, that guy Kaido is gone. We should hurry up and get up. Locke patted himself on the side. He opened his mouth to the phantoms of Leo Nai's children beside him. If you don't increase your gains, maybe you will really lose to that guy. Locke smiled wickedly, with a hint of self-deprecating teasing. He is really not joking. After all, that guy Kaido found the zone fruit of his heart in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Since then, he has soared into the sky, completely activated the background accumulated before, embarked on the road of riding the dust, and reached the top ranks of the world, became a power king that no one can ignore. Zone Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Blue Dragon Form. Being able to transform into a dragon, possessing the power to control fire, wind, thunder, and clouds, and becoming the posture of the blue dragon in mythology, can set off super-scale attacks that change the world at will, and has the top ability to fly. Looking at all the fruits, it is also a top existence, which can be called the most fishy in Zone. Coupled with his exaggerated physique, the effect of the fruit was raised to a certain extent. Waiting for a few devil fruits, in terms of value, it is really not necessarily comparable to the harvest of Kaido's fruit. Just don't know. Will the plot of the original novel just run away at 120 degrees after he appears? But lose? Even if Kaido can successfully get this fruit, I will never lose to him. From the moment he decided to officially go to the stage, Locke would never allow himself to fail his contemporaries, even once. Absolutely, there is absolutely no doubt about it. Victory, only for me. On Locke's haughty face, there was undeniable firmness. Tread. Walking on the ruins of the ruins, there are war-torn ruins everywhere, which were frantically poured in by pirates, and the destruction was very clean. Gunpowder smoke and flames burned the original glorious palace to a white ground. Your Highness. There is a good one here. Naji Zaiden's voice sounded from the side, which caught the attention of several people. In the battle with Snow, several Teigu envoys have already revealed their identities, and it is meaningless to continue to hide them. Of course, Locke will not hide them anymore. Fortunately, he released them directly, allowing everyone to spread out and expand the search area. Advertisement end. When everyone is released, they can also be ready to fight at any time to deal with possible sneak attacks. After all, after beheading High Admiral himself and ringing the first bell for the death of an Emperor-level powerhouse, he will definitely become a thorn in the side of Marine and world government executives. With their character, it is hard to say that they will not deliberately target them. The Takamahara Three Gods, who is looking for things in the form of a Lolita, has the ability of Tsukuyomi's life, and the technique of finding things is obviously very strong, second only to the perceptual-related emperors. The fastest to find the clue of the movement, and yelled for people to come over. Good stuff. Looking at the palace in front of him, which was eroded by the flames of war, but most of it was still intact, Locke's eyes lit up. Compared with the ruins burned to a white ground after being looted by pirates, the probability and quantity of treasures hidden in this complete palace will have a qualitative increase, which is equivalent to finding things in the trash can and breaking into them directly. Search at home. Which one is easier to find treasures? Of course, needless to say, right? But, compared with the rich treasure, the crisis hidden inside is of course not the same. Looted and searched by pirates. In the palace that can still guarantee stability, either the location is too far away to be discovered by the locust-like pirates, or the guards are strong and forcefully repelled several impacts, and the hard bones are not easy to gnaw and are deliberately let go. After all, there are so many treasures in this place, there is no need to risk your life to fight recklessly. As far as Locke is concerned, is he afraid of these? The result is of course unquestionable, superior. A simple word expresses Locke's firm belief. A group of people rushed inside aggressively. Who? Yes. It's Locke. Locke from the Rocks Pirates. That monster is coming. CBEJ. What? The very evil monster that killed Black Cloud Admiral. How is it possible? How is he here? A group of people glared and scolded. At first, I thought it was another wave of reckless pirates rushing over, wanting to show their strength, kill them all, and use the corpses as a threat to warn the next batch of pirate defenders. After looking at the figure of the person coming, the soul of the dead who was frightened in an instant exploded, and his soul flew away. The widened eyeballs seemed to be about to explode. Fear. All kinds of negative emotions appeared on the face and heart, and the whole body was trembling. Don't say anything. They took a strong shot to show their majesty, deal with the trespassing, and the corpse hung at the door as a warning. Advertisement. Even speaking in private, I couldn't help trembling. I can't wait to swallow all my previous delusions. Facing the peerless murderer in front of him, everyone was numb. In the garrison, the strongest is just a member of the CP organization in the world government whose strength has reached the quasi-admiral level. Locke had personally killed High Admiral. He didn't dare to use his head to compete with Locke's fist. Even the strongest, he was beating drums in his heart. Others, let alone. What should I do? Want to go? What are you doing? Are you crazy? That guy even killed High Admiral himself. That's right. That's right. Look at his ferocious face. He doesn't know how much blood is stained on his hands. I don't dare to go up. If I want to go up to you, it's totally sending me to my death. But, if you become a deserter, you will definitely be killed. It is impossible for the chief executive to let us go. Under the pursuit of the organization, we will only die worse. Grunt, grunt, just when they were vacillating and struggling in their hearts. Next to it is a phone bug for emergency calls. It rang in a hurry. Everyone, if you encounter the beast Locke, if it is not necessary, you can put your own safety first, give up the corresponding guard zone, and go to the next stronghold to reunite. Repeat. Everyone, when you meet the beast Locke, you can retreat unconditionally, not considered a deserter. An exasperated voice sounded from the phone bug. It is a war order that is qualified to be issued by the top of the world government. Jingle bell, the voice of the phone bug actively hung up. A group of people were left with stunned faces. As members of the CP organization and directly under the world government 5 elders, they are more aware of the power of the world government and its consistent tyrannical style. Locke, how can you force the top management to such an extent? Simply appalling. Chapter 131. Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. Kill the Locke who pierced the Valley of the Gods. Locke stepped forward. The strong bloody smell that hits the face seems to be a moving Shira field. On the way to explore the Valley of the Gods, of course, the war he has encountered is far more than one. Although there are people who are fearful of Locke's reputation for killing Snow, there are more people who are always blinded by impulsive people, either by hatred or profit. He wanted to avenge Snow, wanted to step on Locke's position and monopolize his fallen prestige. Pity. The results were surprisingly similar. They all became the stepping stones for his majesty. After several Teigu envoys have all manifested, Locke's strength is absolutely beyond doubt. There is more than one Teigushi at the quasi-admiral level. Not to mention that there is Acedes, a great master who can break through to the general level at any time, and has the ability to freeze molecular movements, and the bug ability of an alternative timeout. Combined with the characteristics of Chitong's one-hit kill, it can be said that below the admiral level, the how many people die, and above the admiral level, you have to weigh whether you are strong enough. Search the ruins all the way. It can be said to have killed through the Valley of Gods all the way. The thick to substantial blood energy on his body was all contributed by those guys who ran over to give away the head. In a short time, even Locke can't remember how many people died under him. Directly killing the opponent to the point of fear, in a very short period of time, the name of the beast spread like wildfire in the Valley of Gods. Even the top executives of the world government, they were all alarmed by his domineering posture, and had to issue war orders and adjust their responses. No way. He kills so efficiently, that's right. It is efficiency. Aestus, Moko Potmo, freezes time, and then Chitong's one-hit kill Murasame. Slashes. Those below the admiral level can be said to die as many as they come. Even in the face of group attacks, there is no panic at all. With a flick of Joel's endless death needle, it turns into endless phantoms covering the sky. No matter how many opponents come, the sky full of needle shadows can always be easily covered. The needle with non-healing properties, once hit, for ordinary rear admiral, vice admiral, just the effect of continuous bleeding can make them drink a pot, not to mention the subsequent violent attack. In the face of this kind of offensive, the crowd tactics are simply a joke. Advertisement with a series of dizzying alternations of abilities. Locke seems to be just a person, but accompanied by other Teigushi girls, he can be called a humanoid self-propelled war machine. Even the killing speed of the admiral level is far inferior to him. In a very short period of time, relying on his ferocious posture, he once again broke into the vision of the high-level executives of the Valley of Gods. Even the world government has had to regress. No way. Although they are aloof, they never regard CP agencies, marines, secret organizations, subordinate associations, these messy guard forces as human beings, but they are still tools that consume resources to cultivate. If it is damaged meaninglessly, even if the world government is rich and powerful, it will not be able to bear the pain. Not to mention, it is still in the midst of continuous wars. The few living forces should be sacrificed to be more valuable. Run. Wait until Arthur completely steps into this well-preserved palace. The guards, who had been frightened for a long time, together with the small leader of the CP agency who had a hidden supervisory nature, instantly jumped 3 feet high on the spot like a mouse that saw a cat. The message from the phone bug was like a life-saving straw, breaking the last line of defense in their hearts. Without the slightest hesitation, these people scrambled and scrambled towards the outside and ran in multiple directions. Not to mention the main entrance, he didn't even dare to go through the side entrance. He broke out of the window in a panic, avoiding the front gate, and crashed through the glass window at the back. Regardless of the shards of glass shards on their bodies, a group of people ran crazily, rolling and crawling. Your Highness, it looks like someone escaped early. Naji Zaitan frowned, and the arm of the mechanical device exerted a slight force, and a collapsed stone pillar weighing several tons across the road was easily lifted up by him and thrown aside. The eyes under the white hair flickered slightly, with a bit of piercing gaze. Humph. If you don't run away, you must let them know how powerful I am. Lenny waved his sharp claws, with a bit of playfulness on his face. A look of, I'm super fierce, run. Don't worry about it, it's just a bunch of little mice. Locke waved his hand. Since those guys are sensible, they ran away before he found out. The speed is not bad. Obviously there are no useless pieces like celestial dragons in it. After losing the reward temptation of devil fruit. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Of course, Locke will not kill them all, after all, this is completely unnecessary. Just a bunch of accomplices who don't know anything. Even if they were all killed, it would be meaningless. The world government, which occupies the righteousness, and even the marine, which claims to be righteous, can easily find a large number of lackeys as long as they post a recruitment order. Only when there is such a cutting-edge existence as the General Emperor, can it have the value of deliberately targeting and reducing combat power. Instead of wasting time chasing them, it's better to work hard. In this feast of gluttony, fish out some more harvests. The sea treasures you get, Bailey, can not only transfuse blood to Noxus for development, but also use it to buy and replace devil fruit, no matter what, whether it is used to improve the evolution of the existing Teigu, or to recruit a new Teigu to expand the breadth of ability, it is an excellent choice. 0. Search well. Be careful. Locke rubbed his palms, with a look of anticipation on his face. Among the ruins, this kind of place that hasn't been looted is really rare, and the protection can't be too bad. Yes, Your Highness. Several people agreed in unison, even Acedes with the coldest face. Clatter after eliminating the danger. The sound of various things turning over instantly rose in the palace. It's just a palace, but the actual scale is unusually large. Not only are there several floors high, but also a large number of rooms are scattered throughout the magnificent interior, like a small castle. It looks like it should be the residence of a certain celestial dragons with a high status. Jewels are used for decoration. The building material is gold. Every corner reveals the word luxury, central office. There is also a huge grandstand built, which seems to be a place to watch the excitement. Huh? Is that devil fruit? Under the stands, next to the tables and chairs that appeared to be seat C, on the small square table with the coffee table, a piece of fruit was randomly placed, which was not important, but the texture on the fruit was familiar to Locke. Although I don't know what kind of fruit it is, but the fruit with this texture is definitely devil fruit. Chapter 132. Sale. Locke who eats the world. Tisk. What a luxury. Even the rich Locke couldn't help smacking his lips. Like this, it is placed here. Obviously, it is kept at hand, just as a fun prop, and may be rewarded on a whim at any time, just to watch other slaves burst into better performances after they have the fruit. No one has touched it all the time. It must be the CP agency and the group of guards who dare not touch the celestial dragons. They are afraid of being liquidated and blamed afterwards. When evacuating, there is a rush of time, and it is impossible to have time to get it. Don't think it's impossible, in the original book. Empress Hancock wasn't the sweet fruit that she relied on to become stronger when she was reduced to a slave, because the celestial dragons wanted to see the effect of devil fruit, and forced her to eat it in a sideshow. So say it, all the unreasonable things of 507, as long as they happen to celestial dragons, they will instantly become reasonable. After all, those are celestial dragons, disgusting celestial dragons. Ugly privileges, dirty nature, compared to the self-proclaimed righteous marine, these ugly guys who trample on human nature for pleasure are even more disgusting, and they wish they could all be wiped out. Marine is nothing more than their minion. Snort. A flash of murderous intent flashed in Locke's eyes, and he put the fruit in his pocket unceremoniously. Except for the fruit. There are also many kinds of treasures around, among other things, the pillars made of pure gold are worth a lot of Bailey. Acedes' extravagant military training methods cost Bailey an astronomical amount. Before, he could rely on war plunder to maintain expansion, but plunder is limited after all. Before finding other new sources of income, he can do it here. It is also quite good to make a good fortune and fill a big hole. But time and space are limited. Even if it is Locke, it is impossible to search without limit. Don't look at him being extremely arrogant now, standing alone in the God's Valley battlefield. He is so powerful that he can't even meet an enemy, and even more than half of the opponents just run away, and rarely dare to confront him head-on. It seems that he is already invincible in the world and possesses unparalleled experience. But, Locke clearly understands that this is just an illusion. It just takes up a front and rear gap. Advertisement. Marine, world government, and the cutting-edge combat power are all held back, and there is no time to care about him. This has caused him, a super standard player who is free from cutting-edge battlefields, to be called a bug. But, this kind of good life is obviously impossible to maintain forever. Regardless of whether it is the top combat team in the Valley of the Gods, any one person will decide the outcome, spare time, and gather manpower. Or outside the Valley of the Gods, the reinforcements of the sea, land and air forces summoned by the world government arrived in time, and the exaggerated number of troops and combat power could directly bridge the gap between the two and suppress him with nothing. World government. This has traversed the history of the 100 years of blankness, destroyed countless heroes and careerists, and suppressed monsters in the world that have been around for 800 years. His strength is absolutely unimaginably terrifying, there's absolutely no doubt about this. Locke hadn't forgotten. Don't look at the fierce fighting of the Rock's pirates now, they look so invincible. But in fact, it is clearly recorded in the original book that only a few guys from Whitebeard's team can survive. Others? All dead. Those who died did not even leave their names on the sea, but turned into a sad silhouette of a battle. That is, 99% of the pirates were present, and none of them were left to die. It's a doomed ending. At least, Locke hasn't grown up yet, and he will definitely be able to set foot in the Rock's battle situation long ago, relying on his own strength to change the result of Rock's defeat in that battle, and thus change the outcome of the battle. It seems to be a grand gluttonous feast, but in fact, the ending time has already been marked. Limited time buffet. Same opportunity, it's hard to have a second time. Locke sighed quietly. No matter what the goal of the Rocks is, under the tough rule of the world government, they want to tear such a big hole. It is definitely an extremely difficult thing. Advertisement. It is almost impossible for the same thing to happen a second time in a short period of time. This should basically be a doomed thing. The background of the world government is completely beyond doubt, absolutely beyond imagination, and this is simply a fact that can be thought of casually. If you miss the feast of the Valley of Gods to accumulate difficult primitive accumulation, it is almost impossible to have similar events again. Calculate according to the timeline. Apart from the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the only thing that can shake the colossus of the world government will be the terminally ill, One Piece, Roger, who voluntarily surrendered himself to the world during the live broadcast of the beheading platform. It is only possible to announce that the Great Voyage, set off by Onepilce, is also the era of the Great Pirate. Short time. There is no qualification at all to be selective. The harvest in the Valley of the Gods this time will largely determine the development and goal planning of Locke, and even Noxus, for a long time to come. After all, at the end of the battle, with the demise of Rocks, the rule of the Rocks pirate group will also collapse instantly. After losing the core Rocks, this is already a doomed love. By then, without the big ship of the Rocks pirates, a protective umbrella, to shield them from the wind and rain in front, it means that only Locke can face all this directly, and it also means that Noxus has moved from behind the scenes to the front stage. Formal, in his own capacity, set foot on this sea full of miracles and dreams. To face the lingering wind and waves, oppression. Although the crisis is greater, the opportunities that accompany it will also become more enormous. Staying under the protection of others, no matter how strong they are, they're just 0.9 sad chicks. Only by truly fighting against the wind and waves can it transform into a turbulent galloping in the sky. Locke, who was so greedy that he wanted to take the world as his own, could have been willing to stay under the command of others. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. What he is going to do now, it is to work hard, to accumulate as many resources as possible, and to search from the Rocks pirates, the huge ship that is about to sink, to find enough resources for him to take off better. Locke didn't dare to waste, nor was he willing to waste, so he just searched and played a place hastily, and rushed to the new target quickly and non-stop. A little hard work now will at least make it 100 times easier in the future. Treasures are everywhere, and you can easily get them by reaching out. This kind of peerless opportunity is rare. Chapter 133. Logia Smoke Fruit, Tea, 2 places. 3. After searching one by one, even Locke couldn't tell how many places he had traveled. To say that the Valley of the Gods is really a huge exaggeration. It is clearly said to be just a canyon, but there are a large number of buildings gathered inside. It is indeed a heavenly paradise, where celestial dragons enjoy themselves. Theater, hypermarket, exhibition center, food street, playground, equipment city. There are also a large number of places that have not hung nameplates or have been burned and destroyed in the flames of war, and it is difficult to distinguish their uses, and this man-made canyon is fully arranged. There are all kinds of places, which make people dizzying. They can enjoy themselves, and the architectural styles are different. The only similarity is the grandeur inside. Locke searched all the way down. Although he was not lucky enough to find treasures and the like, he found 2 devil fruits again. A total of 3 devil fruits. The place where it is placed is not too bad. They are all placed on the tables and chairs a little casually, and it is not obvious that the owner attaches great importance to it. Even a box or a drawer is not willing to put it, as if it is just an insignificant thing. There's always something wrong with it. Locke couldn't help frowning. Devil fruit, is it so ordinary for these guys? As celestial dragons, ordinary devil fruit is really useless. Safety is extremely guaranteed, and there are many ways to improve strength. A weakness that fears seawater. From this aspect, they can understand that they don't care about ordinary devil fruit. But, even if Bailey doesn't care about their value, devil fruit shouldn't be such a common thing, right? Why do they have so many? Locke's brow furrowed even tighter. There is something wrong with the instinctive feeling in my heart, an indescribable sense of disharmony. The value of devil fruit is really nothing to celestial dragons, but the rarity of the fruit is not discounted, and judging from the importance they attach to devil fruit, it doesn't seem like they will order their subordinates to search for it at all, as if just ordinary things within reach. Strangeness. Too strange. Suspicion repeated in my heart, but now, obviously, is not the time and place to study these things carefully. Time, place. Advertisement. None of them support Locke's exhaustive search and careful thinking. There is absolutely no doubt about it. It can only be temporarily suppressed and buried in the hard army. Clatter. There was a series of clattering sounds of jewels, and another pile of treasure was collected by Locke. Earned a lot. Everyone is full. Hoo, those guys are really rich. Lenny waved the sharp claws on his hand unhappily, and the baby's voice was childish, with a different kind of cuteness. The milk is fierce and the milk is fierce. Growing up in a slum, she was stunned in the face of these extravagant guys. The degree of extravagance was unimaginable. She refreshed her vision in 3 views, and Lenny, who was in a daze, seemed to be opened the door of the new world. It really is a group of dirty maggots. Aestus' face was frosty. The originally noble and glamorous face, with the thin cold air pervading, became even more uninvited. Even if he used to be in the admiral army, Acedes, who knew the filth among the nobles and had seen their corrupt and extravagant lives in private, couldn't help being shocked when he saw the extravagant posture of the celestial dragons. Extravagant. Too extravagant, and these extravagances are obviously done by searching for the people below. Bores. Those 2 cold words were filled with endless chill. Just a group of them, from the ruins, palaces, etc. The treasures collected from the ruins, palaces, etc. Bailey. Even if the valuable devil fruit is removed, other harvests will be converted into Bailey, is already enough for the ever-expanding army in the Noxus Empire, and it is more than enough to provide military expenses for a year. To know. She had fought and plundered dozens of kingdoms in North Blue before, and after excluding consumption, there were only so many gains. There is movement. With her silver hair under her beret, Naji Zaitan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised her head. Boom. The strength of the mechanical gauntlet in his hand increased and began to roar. Not far away. Paying attention to the situation just in case the little loli sent an early warning. Gaudianuan 3 royal gods. The phases of the moon flashed, blooming with a strange light. The detection power of Tsukuyomi Ming among the 3 gods feels the danger is approaching, and it can make the Teigu on the edge of the quasi-admiral feel the threat. It must be the power above the emperor level. Advertisement, danger. Aestus looked cold. Frost came out of her face quietly, and the power of the essence of ice quietly emerged in her hands. Is there another fight? Leo Nai licked the paws on his hands, with a little excitement on his face, compared to being abusive all the time. Fighting with powerful guys is more in line with her preferences. Lion. Always an arrogant creature. Joel, who prefers assassins, reapers, and positioning, and the 2 girls with red pupils, although they didn't say anything, both of them mid-actions ready to go. Hold your breath, stare at the front of your body, wait for the time to come, and hit the killing blow. Big guy. Locke frowned slightly. The chi and blood in the body boil like a long dragon, turning into thin blood chi and winding around the body, intertwined with the jet-black armament hockey, forming a black-red turbid airwave 060 with a strong sense of oppression. Within view. A small body, but the momentum is very powerful. He is less than the waist height of an ordinary person, but exudes an aura as high as a 10-story building. Wisps of smoke lingered endlessly around him. The vein white smoke, covered by armament hockey, is far stronger than hard armor. Logia smoke fruit. Boom. Blast out with a punch. The smoke quickly followed behind, turning into a vast giant soaring into the sky. At an extremely fast speed, it directly hits a sonic explosion. If he himself is a short dwarf, then armed with the armor turned into smoke, he will undoubtedly be magnified countless times, and he will directly become a body comparable to a titan, chasing his powerful aura. People, shape, self, walk, high, reach, base. The black smoke condensed on his body, and he pulled it out and turned it into a long knife as black as iron. Boom. The red smoke condensed in the other hand, and it continued to elongate into a slender straight knife, like a divine sword. Although the knife in one hand and the sword in the other hand are made of condensed smoke, under the cover of armament hockey, their power is not weak at all, and they are even quite powerful. It looks not inferior to the so-called famous knife, the Big Fast Knife, which can be compared with the supreme Big Fast Knife. Chapter 134. Despicable and shameless. Killing intent from the same camp? That rascal. Strength. So strong. Locke's pupils shrank slightly, with a somewhat apprehensive look on his face. Although they are both Logia's smoke fruits, it is very likely that they are the same devil fruit, but the strength of this fruit in the hands of Smoker is obviously different from that in the hands of this unknown strong man in front of him. Even, completely crushed. Just like the weak candle flame and the fire of the sun hanging high in the sky, they are essentially burning light and heat reactions. B. Can these 2 forces be equal to each other? 1. It can't even burn the skin, and it can be extinguished by just splashing a drop of water. 1. Even if steel and iron bones break into it, they won't even be able to reach the core. They will be burned and smelted into molten iron in the high temperature of thousands of degrees on the periphery. Bathing in the sea can even evaporate countless seawater in an instant. Staged a scene, the mythical disaster of the sun and the sea. And the guy in front of him undoubtedly has this tendency in his view of Smoke Fruit's ability. Not from Marine, it is one of the high-end combat power of the world government. Valley of the Gods, Army Admiral, Morko moans. He has been stationed in the Valley of the Gods, and his age is over 70 years old, but his beard is unexpectedly black and gray. He has developed extremely in-depth physical skills and fruit power, and he is a proper general-level combat power. Unlike Smoke Fruit, it has weak attack power in the hands of Smoker. The smoke in his hand, relying on its influence on the air, and his top-notch subtle manipulation ability, interferes with the material components in the air, and forcefully fuses the smoke with certain substances in the air to form the weapon he wants to use. The inert gas and the smoke are fused together to turn into a pitch-black long knife. It does not react with other substances and has a very high degree of wear resistance. It is a powerful weapon that is difficult to break. The high-concentration oxygen and the smoke fused together and turned into a red straight knife and long sword. As long as you swung it vigorously, the oxygen inside could be ignited instantly under high-speed friction, turning into a raging fire and rushing out. The scorching flames are so seductive that people are caught off guard, and the flesh and blood can be ignited and burned alive. There is also high-concentration hydrogen compressed, and the outside is covered by thin smoke. Once it is subjected to a huge vibration, it can destroy the balance inside, and it will instantly turn into a powerful explosive blasting attack under the ignition of sparks. Advertisement under the combination of various gases and smoke, moans created various effects, and the methods emerged endlessly. Relying on the abundance of gases in the air, like a wild monster, the methods are surprisingly diverse. Soft Pure Fury. A sudden tube of hydrogen gas, comparable to the power of high-concentration TNT explosives, exploded abruptly on his body. Even Locke, whose body was like a monster among monsters, was blown up enough. Bloodline Madara, it's kind of ripped apart. However, with his exaggerated recovery speed, he can recover soon. Silver Axe. With the anger of being raided and wounded. Locke did not vent his anger on Moans in front of him. After all, since he is an enemy, it is reasonable for the other party to intercept and kill him. He is not arrogant yet, and only allows himself to deal with Marine, world government, and kill Snow, but they are not allowed to fight back, stretching out their hands to kill him. He has not double-standarded to such a brainless level. His anger is Silver Axe, at least, on the surface, as Silver Axe of the same camp. Originally, the one who had been fighting with Moans was Silver Axe, who was wearing thick armor and couldn't even see his face, only attacking constantly with his tyrannical giant axe. With both strength and defense, he is relatively the most restrained when dealing with an ability user like Moans with various methods but not a terrifying upper limit. And now, Moans, his opponent, actually rushed towards him? That rascal. Locke frowned, a cold gleam in his eyes. In midair outside the field, the mighty smoke lingers in midair, forming a labyrinth-like environment. Green, purple, black, gray, 4 different colors of smoke change in the maze, as if they all contain their own different powers. Inside the maze is Silver Axe, who was tricked by Moans and trapped inside. As for intentional or unintentional, only he himself knows. Boom. Boom. Rumble. One axe after another, he slashed heavily on the smoke, splashing a mighty shockwave, and the scouring smoke trembled for a while. The offensive seemed extremely powerful, and he gritted his teeth, as if he had used all his strength. But in fact, whether it's thunder and rain with little rain, or really trying his best, only Silver Axe himself knows. Advertisement, but no matter what. At least looking at the current posture, it will be very difficult for Silver Axe to break out of the smoke maze in a short time. The opponent Moans, who was entangled by him, chased Locke hard and beat him hard, so he could only do it by himself. In other battlefields, all the fierce battles are in full swing, and no one can escape at all. Locke and Silver Axe. The completely different results of the battle between the two are obviously a strange flower on the battlefield. Don't give it a chance to think about it. Grasping the time of, finally, breaking free, Moans followed Locke very tightly. The short figure hid in the smoke and couldn't tell where his real body was. While guarding against Chitong and Joel's fatal blow, the offensive in his hands was also extremely fierce, and he was a little bit desperate, breaking out at any cost. At least 10 times more vicious than when dealing with Silver Axe. Depend on, that guy is really playing fake games. Locke cursed unhappily, but there was no other room for the attack that rushed to him. True or not? Acting or making a real mistake, the Moans in front of him are all things that must be dealt with. This is a fact that does not need to be thought about at all. In short, it has already been beaten face to face, and it is definitely impossible to turn around and let it go. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Mono is good. Locke relied on his fierce reputation before, allowing the defensive force to retreat without a fight, and the sequelae of easily plundering the Valley of Gods appeared. At the same time as the different peaks protrude. He was also regarded as a thorn in the flesh by the high level, and was regarded as a target to be destroyed. Aestus, Locke, who was fighting with his fists, shouted in a low voice. Yes, Your Highness. There was no need to say anything more. Aestus, who was sympathetic and extremely familiar, understood Locke's intentions. Ma, he, bull, special, moi. The power of the frozen demon appeared on the battlefield again. The demon god appears, the essence of demons. The power of Ultimate's ice turns into a cold current that erodes and sweeps across. Ultimate's freezing freezes the molecular movement, forming an alternative time stop force that freezes everything in the cold current. Chapter 135. The Tragedy of the World Government. Yan is about to die in battle. Click. Crack. Crack. Obviously there was no sound of ice crystals freezing, but this similar sound involuntarily emerged in everyone's minds, as if there was an invisible frost condensing and spreading on the battlefield. Mo Ansie's pupils shrank, and even the words he opened his mouth froze in his throat. Although he had been prepared for a long time, but when he really waited for the power of Aestus to appear on the battlefield, the sudden cold current and the irresistible coldness in the cold air made people unable to resist at all. Freeze instantly, not just voice, expression, body. The blood surging in the body, the pungent gunpowder smoke on the battlefield. Even the thoughts were stretched to a very fine level at this moment, as if the time had also been lengthened. Fine. My body is wrapped in smoke, heavy smoke and fog. It is not easy to find my real body. Moans was sure. Time was stagnant, and while everything was still, the unexpected elongation of his thoughts gave him some free time to rejoice. Fortunately, I had been prepared for a long time, afraid of Locke's weird blow, and directly hid my real body in the thick smoke 707, although I don't say it is safe and impossible to break through, but it is not easy to hid his real body in a short time. To say that the General Emperor level is the General Emperor level. These cutting-edge powerhouses standing on the top of the sea, one counts as one, all have experienced hundreds of battles, countless bloody battles, top-notch combat experience and wisdom, as long as they have seen the same trick once, after arousing their vigilance, not to mention that it can be solved instantly, at least some corresponding countermeasures can be thought of. One trick, eat all over the world. Unless it is like Garp's, flawless and absolute physical strength, it is almost impossible. As long as he survived his strange power to freeze time and space, it would be fine. Although this kind of power is unparalleled, its short-term effect is his biggest shortcoming. Trying to delay the time to get over it is the simplest and most effective way they can think of. The beast? The star of hell? The next rocks? Rampant and arrogant, with me here. Let's see how you can rob and rob. Moens's eyes widened. The appearance of the atmosphere is very like a short-tempered little head. 2 seconds. Acedes' still cold voice sounded, Seebeck. Still firm, loudly. The same imprisonment time, the same effect on snow, exactly the same freezing effect. Advertisement, but now? The children glanced at Locke in front of them. Waiting for his orders, run. The succinct pronunciation fell, and it was just a character, and he retreated instantly. Locke, who was originally in close combat with Moens, twisted his waist force, driving his whole body to retreat, and stepped heavily on the midair. With extremely fast speed, he stepped on the invisible air into a clot. By the reaction force, he soared into the sky. Turn the gunhead and run backwards. Run away. Don't fight. It's really cheap, this stinky fart smoke monster. Surprised voices echoed in my ears, but the movements of the women's hands did not prove it at all. Locke had just opened his mouth. Even though there was confusion and suspicion in his heart, his body instinctively and honestly listened to Locke's voice. Stepping on the flame on the tail, it extinguishes the light and soars to the sky. With a flash on the spot, holding the demon knife in his hand, he disappeared into the dust. Picking up a bag of Sanyushin and putting it in her arms, the power of the 8-foot Chongguyu drove her to move and shuttle at super high speed. Different means erupted. The eye-catching beauties of the harem group around Locke all showed their special abilities, used their own stunts, and with a few ups and downs, they flew extremely far. I really have to wait 2 seconds to pass. I am afraid that there will be no one left. Although he was hesitant and suspicious in his heart, he did not delay the business at all because of his trust in Locke. Why did you run away? Lenny scratched his paw in displeasure. Your Highness? Naji Zaitan is much more reserved, but the eyes under the beret are a bit suspicious. Chitong and Joel were both very low-key, obediently immersed in the rush. If they hadn't seen them pricking up their ears to listen, they would have thought they were not interested in it. Could it be? On the contrary, the cold Acedes looked at the distant sky with some thoughts in his cold eyes. Cough cough. How can this be called escaping? This is a strategic retreat. Advertisement, that's right, this is a strategy. Locke choked his neck to explain to himself, trying to open his mouth to hold his respect for a while. Only then slightly raised his head, looked at the sky, and his tones suddenly sank. Time. It's almost there, not any other time, but the end time of this battle, or this feast. It's almost here. Sky. The originally blue sky was dyed bright red by the fire, as if the fire burned the clouds. The entire sky was illuminated by infinite fire, completely changing the inherent color. It is hard to imagine that this kind of power to change the celestial phenomena is only produced by a certain strong man. The aftermath of the shot is not even considered a power offensive. But, compared to, what makes people even more frightened and can't move their eyes away is always a black light shuttles in the sky of Huashaoyun. Pure pitch black, overbearing, full of arrogance. Unrivaled. The arrogance that no one can make him bow his head, the domineering attitude that treats everything as a means to control. King of the world. Rox D. Zebek. A man with this kind of ambition waved his terrifying fist, as if he was smashing the world under his fist. The sky was slanting to the west, and the sky was about to be smashed by him. After fighting again and again, although the flames soaring into the sky became more and more brilliant, they could not save the crisis. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. World Government Marshal of the Three Armed Forces Yan. I can't hold it anymore. This fierce battle between the two seems to have reached the final stage of intense heat, and it won't be long before the winner is decided. Even if Locke knew better, as long as the original book doesn't overturn, there will be Garp and Roger to take action to end the Rock's victory. Although I don't know how the process will be and what methods they used, but time is obviously running out. Once the battle is settled, especially Captain Rox was defeated and died, Regardless of how arrogant the Rock's pirates are now, they will all face a terrifying fatal blow at that time. A feast of plunder? It's hard to say if you can save your life. With such a short time, Locke certainly doesn't want to waste it in pointless battles. Chapter 136. Overbearing, helpless admiral. While quickly shifting the battlefield, while frantically looting the ruins. Hurry up, fill up your own strength, and never let Silver Axe trick succeed. Want to entangle me and have no time for him? If you don't want me to grab it, I have to grab it for you to see. Not one left. Empty all. It seems that there are many ways to run wildly and flee in a hurry, but the speed of Locke's search for things has not slowed down at all. Swipe swipe. A large piece of radiant and flickering light and shadow. With scattered jewels, pearls, and gems in the flames, Locke easily collected them. Occasionally, I can break into a few palaces, raise my hand, and grab the treasure directly. Time is not wasted at all. Mons, who is chasing after him, seems to not exist. Anyway, it will not affect him. Big. On the contrary, because of the ferocious pursuit of the two, the aftermath was huge and forced away a large number of people who were waiting and watching. Neither the enemy nor the enemy dared to act rashly, for fear of being involved in a big battle. Running away, like a street tiger, Locke and the others gained a bit more efficiency because of this. Aestus. A furious roar came from a distance, with the sound of billowing gunpowder. Under the roaring sound waves, the surging smoke turned into a ferocious grimace and rushed forward. Mons, who was chasing behind Locke, was so angry that one could imagine that he was about to explode. His face was flushed. Coupled with his short and thick figure, he looks like a red taro. Aggressive, it was as if countless rages spewed out as steam. You, court death. Damn you stinky brat. Under the chase of this old man, how dare you do this, so. Mons blushed with anger and had a thick neck. The gas protruding from the breath is red and scorching in color. Trembling, talking a little awkwardly, and looking out of breath, people can't help worrying about his state. In a hurry. Advertisement. The red long knife in his right hand flicked vigorously. Boom. Boom. The long knife formed by compressing high-concentration oxygen was thrown towards Locke's back angrily. After losing the outer layer of smoke and acting as an inert gas to isolate it, the high-concentration oxygen moved at ultra-high speed. The heat from friction ignites. In an instant, it turned into a soaring flame. It was as if a sea of fire had overturned, covering Locke behind him. The killing area is beyond imagination. He is anxious and red-eyed. Let go of your concerns directly, and the magma that spews out after the eruption of the political power volcano is even more exaggerated. Chian super-great eruption. The billowing flames directly overwhelmed everything, pouring down like a mountain roaring and a tsunami, covering a wide area, and directly falling down in front of him. The high-concentration oxygen ignites at the touch of a touch, as if the flood that opened the floodgates and overturned downwards. Fire and water are merciless. It's just that the flood was replaced by a sea of fire. The amount of oxygen is large enough, even if there is no burning thing, it can burn along the air. After touching the building materials below, it directly becomes a more ferocious sea of fire. That is, in the Valley of the Gods, there are luxurious buildings everywhere, most of which are made of gold and precious stones. The flame alone really cannot easily ignite them, let alone burn them. The occasional wooden buildings are also forged with thousand-year-old wood. Compression, even in the face of thousands of degrees of flame, is not so easy to hide. Locke raced through the flames. With the flames everywhere, the danger is not too high for him. After all, his monster-like body is not something blown out, but relatively speaking, searching for treasure is much more troublesome. The flames are soaring into the sky, and the smoke is lingering, which not only obscures the vision, but also affects the action, and it is more or less harmful. It's hot, it's a big job. Run, jump into the water, where's the swimming pool? Help me. The leg is crushed by the burnt beam. Help. Help. Regardless of the offensive of the enemy, under the burning fire, many people were buried in the sea of fire, especially those guards who were still in the palace, relying on the fortifications to defend themselves, or the pirates who rushed inside to search. All in an instant, they were engulfed in a sea of flames, and the palace was burned with scalding flames. There was no place for them to escape. When they opened their eyes, everything was red. Mons compressed an unknown amount of oxygen, poured it out in an instant, and the scale of the combustion was absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. So, Mara fruit, dogs don't even eat it. Damn it. Mo Ansie's face turned black, and the sea of flames erupted one after another, and the screams of the boiling sky instantly pulled his sanity back, and the power in his hands suddenly withdrew, and the power of smoke fruit began to converge, and he controlled it and continued to suppress the oxygen infusion, so that Huahai's actions became more and more ferocious. Especially when it was discovered that Locke was extremely fast, freely shuttled through the sea of flames, and with his monster-like physique, he basically didn't suffer any damage to his body, except that his clothes were blackened a little at most. Mo Ansie, who couldn't steal the chicken and lost the rice, suddenly turned dark into a pot of charcoal. Under. The Valley of the Gods was burned. The world government army was killed. The ones who suffer the most are always their own people. Under the sea of fire, the loss is immeasurable. Even if he is an army admiral, he cannot bear this kind of blame. Especially in a useless situation. Tisk tisk, did the fire stop? Locke smacked his lips. Looking at the sea of fire around him, which gradually became smaller and smaller, his expression was somewhat surprised. To be honest, this kind of thing really didn't have much effect on him. Even for the terrifyingly powerful moans, in Locke's opinion, it was nothing more than that. Now, the strategic transfer made him even more confused. Gao Tianyuan 3 Royal Gods. The effect of this Teigu strengthened by energy infusion may be somewhat related to the original version, but the real effect is very different. It can be called 1 sky, 10 earths. Amaterasu sees through the truth, Tsukuyomi kills the afterimage, and Susanoo's fighting power is unparalleled. Under the control of Naji Hidden, the power representing Tsukuyomi's life is fully activated, and Locke moves at super high speed in midair together. The terrifying speed had already broken the sound barrier. No matter how much moans chased him, he could only see Luke's exhaust. But Locke himself can search for treasures everywhere in his spare time amidst the warm words and fragrances. It's just one day at a time. Being chased is cool and warm, but the person being chased is made to look embarrassed. It's no wonder that behind, Mo Ansi, who is full of travel and dust, will be out of balance because of his angry mentality, and immediately burst into a pill. Chapter 137. Surprise! The shocking secret treasure hidden in layers. He. It must be because I found out that I am not your opponent, your highness, so I stopped. Naji Zaitan hugged her chest, with a slight mockery on her face. To this kind, in a fit of rage, she lost her temper and even pulled the innocent guy who was behind her. She was full of disdain in her heart. If it wasn't for fear of affecting Locke's actions, with her character, she would have almost let the 3 Imperial gods take action. What kind of stinky fart smoke? Nothing but setting fire to smoke. When my Teigu evolves again, I must tear him into pieces. Lenny frowned uncomfortably. Waving the sharp claws in his hand, the immortal flames sprinkled dots, with a fierce look on his face. It looks like a kitten baring its teeth in the corner. But, it was only in front of Locke that she restrained the ruthlessness of 940, and showed such a cute and fierce appearance. If it were someone else, she would definitely be facing a respectable person. And the devourer smashed madly. Immortal, Flame Lion King, your highness, there seems to be something strange? Aestus, who kept his mouth shut all the time, concentrating on his work and not speaking, opened his mouth rarely. The cold appearance is very charming. Finger. Pointing to a space not far away, it should be nothing unusual, it is always magnificent, the standard extravagant decoration style in the Valley of Gods, smeared with exaggerated lines and dotted with precious gems. If it is placed in the outside world, it may be able to attract the attention of others by virtue of extravagance. But in the Valley of the Gods? Feel sorry, this stuff is all over the place. In the Valley of the Gods, they have been completely used to it after fighting for a few days. If you switch to a more simple style, you may not be able to adapt to it. But different from before. Under the cover of Moan's Sea of Fire, even if large pieces of material are not ignited by the flames, they will be ignited by the high temperature in the Sea of Fire, causing the internal temperature to soar along with it. More or less, there must be some changes. Even real gold that is not afraid of fire will show some signs of melting, but it will not fuse with other metals and form a lump by itself. But, here, advertisement unexpectedly, it became a striking anomaly in a sea of flames in the pure land. Even though the Sea of Flames was gradually shrinking and the temperature of the flames was gradually decreasing as Moan stopped his hand, it still stood out from the crowd. It is not affected by the flame temperature at all, and the surroundings even have a space-distorted vision due to the temperature difference. There is a situation. Naji Zaitan instantly realized what Acedes meant. Pupils shrank. Instinctively vigilant. Boom, boom. The power source is fully turned on, and the mechanical armor is pulled up to the limit by her, entering the state of combat readiness. Can strike terror at any time. Take it easy, it shouldn't be an ambush. Locke's steady voice came, giving them an indescribable sense of security. That's right, definitely not like an ambush, on the contrary. It's like an extremely hidden treasure house. The location is extremely hidden. The unremarkable decoration, the unremarkable style, placed in the huge Valley of Gods, is like a drop in the ocean. If it wasn't for Mo Ansi being so angry from embarrassment. Regardless, he blew up a weapon and turned it into a sea of flames. Even if someone turned the Valley of the Gods upside down, they might not be able to find this place. Chance? Treasure? Locke's heart skipped a beat. Instinct has an inexplicable desire, as if the sixth sense is crazily excited, as if there is something he is extremely looking forward to, not only instinct, but also a chi tremor. Big risk. Big secret. Big gain. In the enemy's lair, you have to dive deeper into the secret. In the face of unknown risks, but the intuition that is just around the corner, it also shows the huge benefits that may be contained. Hidden deep in the Valley of the Gods, it was deliberately concealed. If it wasn't for Moan's madness, Locke was lucky and hid him by mistake. No one would be able to find out with his concealment method. It is definitely a huge secret hidden in the world government. There is absolutely no doubt about it. As long as you think about it casually, you can easily understand the fact. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. It is an extremely important place. Even if it is not the core of the Valley of Gods, it should be a top secret. Advertisement in order to protect safety, it is very likely that a terrifying defense force is hidden. The background of world government is not blown out. This terrifying behemoth, once shocked and furious, will definitely have the power to destroy everything in the Valley of the Gods. The seemingly invincible and invincible rocks, actually it's just a time difference. It is definitely not a big deal to rush into this vital point, the core, and the dangers that may be encountered. Horror of horrors. Locke dropped on his toes, and his footsteps sounded on the smooth floor. Squeak. Door. Was opened, the door to the deeper world. That's right. Locke chose to make great strides and move forward, taking possible risks. He stepped forward firmly. Danger. Where is not dangerous, if his intuition is right? This is an opportunity that will never come again. Not enough. And now, being greedy, he still felt that it wasn't enough, and he didn't want to stop there. But, if he continues to stay on the battlefield, there is also the risk of fighting Mo Wonka. He is chasing him more and more closely. If he is entangled with him again, Mo Ansi, who has already taken precautions, will definitely fall into the trap easily again and will not pull away. After looking for a chance to see the marks on his body covered by smoke, no matter how far he ran, he still couldn't escape his pursuit. Now there are almost 5 fruits in hand. As long as Locke is willing to throw them out, it will be another Teigu power transformation, evolution, or a new Teigu, right in front of him. A fierce gleam flashed in Locke's eyes, and his vision of the blueprint for the future made him make an instant decision. Time is limited. Instead, they continued to search in the Valley of Gods. After searching all the way in a hurry, Locke's 0.3 gain is really amazing. B. In a short period of time, it is difficult to make a qualitative breakthrough, and the probability of aimlessly relying on good luck to bump into a bunch of fruits delivered to your door is really too small. The things hidden below will definitely make him return home full of rewards. Not enough. Can't go on wasting anymore. When the cutting-edge battle of rocks comes to an end, whether he is defeated according to the original book, or he breaks the limit and bursts out new possibilities, this feast will be forcibly suspended. Chapter 138. Moans angrily kills Silver Axe, seek wealth and wealth. Rush in Locke's bones, there has never been a lack of adventure. This time, it was not only driven by greed, but also his trust and recognition of his own strength. Without any exaggeration, surrounded by several great emperors and envoys, with Locke's growing strength, even if he throws a one-hit kill, curse poison demons after death moves, and simply fight head-to-head, he will not persuade any general-level powerhouse. Can't win. At least be able to run away. Anyway, the situation couldn't be worse. With such a simple thought, Locke didn't even think about it, and directly covered his head and stepped in mysteriously. Disappeared? Locke's breath of life suddenly dissipated in observation hockey. Moran's pupils shrank instantly. Hastily glanced towards the place where he disappeared, concentrating on the past. How could it suddenly disappear? It's just an ordinary place for the celestial dragons to play, not even their residence, let alone what will be arranged in there. No. Wrong. Except for the secret base. In the Canyon of Gods, there seems to be a place 21, where... Moens's pupils shrank. There was a turmoil in his heart. Even when he watched Snow being killed by Locke, he was not so frightened. The light in the eyes flickered, as if suddenly thinking of something. If it is replaced by others, the combat power that came to help temporarily, I really don't know. But it was replaced by Admiral, an army stationed in the Valley of the Gods all year round and responsible for protecting the comfort of the Valley of the Gods. He really knows what amazing secrets are hidden in this seemingly paradise canyon. Could it be? Could it be that place? Looking at the direction in which Locke disappeared, Moens had a look of surprise and uncertainty. His right hand holding the black knife trembled unconsciously. He didn't have time to think about it. The urgency in his heart forced him to rush forward. Extremely fast, even at some cost. Advertisement boom. Because of the ultra-high-speed sprint, some bloodstains were torn off by the lingering air pressure. But he wasn't in the mood to deal with it at all. Instead, he had a gloomy face. Anxiously running towards the location in his mind, especially on the way, observation hockey noticed Locke in his group, and his heart sank even more after passing by the breath left behind. Oops. How come? How come? Annoyance hides anger, and anger is accompanied by fear. One time, Mo Ansi's face was very strange, and it was a mess. After finally catching up with him, when he arrived at the place, he could barely see the twisted traces in the sea of flames. Arrive, the joy has not yet surfaced on his face. Boom. A penetrating axe light suddenly fell from the sky, with the sharp edge of cutting everything, and the impact of the mighty force, it hit his face directly, making him have to return to defense. Clang, the pure black long knife was brandished by Moens to fight. Under the inhalation of the smoke, the inert gas turned into a weapon in his hand to meet the enemy. The characteristics of the inert gas endowed him with extremely high resistance and wear resistance, and abruptly blocked the piercing blow. Boom. Even the floor and wall below were split into 2 halves, but the long knife in his hand was not damaged. Silver, axe. The sound of Moens gnashing his teeth came from the smoke. The killing intent in his bones seemed to tear him into 10,000 pieces. The horrifying fierce light made Silver Axe, who came into contact with it suddenly, a little terrified, and couldn't help but look to one side. Well, what the hell is that guy doing? Did I kill his wife? Stamped his father? The palm holding the giant axe was slightly sweaty, but Silver Axe still bit the bullet and pushed it up. Not hard. Cannot be done. Above the sky, in the uppermost battlefield, the cold light glancing down from time to time made him feel chills in the bottom of his heart. Fishing and paddling for so long is already the limit of the limit. Then dawdling, gawking at the fish and paddling down the water. Regardless of whether he was really plotted by Moens, or deliberately allowed to take personal revenge for him, Captain Rocks in the upper air battlefield couldn't help but make a move. The flash of killing intent was his last tolerance for himself. Will die. Advertisement absolutely die. The tingling sensation on the skin clearly showed that Rock's endurance was about to reach its limit. Even Silver Axe didn't dare to challenge his majesty. Then against Locke. Of course, your own life is the most important thing. Picking up the axe, he threw out a blow with all his strength, sold Captain Rox a favor, and showed his determination. In order not to really irritate the big brother, if he is punched in the air, it will be cool. It's not you. If you work harder and get rid of that kid Locke as soon as possible, I won't be in such a dilemma. Silver Axe complained bitterly in his heart. It's a shame that he let Mons leave and gave him a chance to hunt down Locke, but he was useless, wasted so much time, and got nothing. Let Locke swagger across the market to search, not to mention not killing him, and not even causing many injuries. Chase and escape. It looks like a huge momentum, but it's just loud thunder and little rain, and it doesn't hurt Locke's hairball. What a waste. It's useless to give you a chance. 730. Silver Axe had a displeased expression on his face, and his eyes gleamed fiercely through the slits in his eyes exposed under the armor. With a fierce look on his face, Mons forcibly extracted oxygen from the air and compressed it into smoke to form a long sword entangled in flames. The fire dragon was entangled like a spiral. Boom, I can't afford to provoke, I can always hide. Is this guy crazy? Silver Axe's eyes widened. Clang. He was already in a hurry, but when Silver Axe suddenly rushed out and stopped him, and was looked at with disdain by that guy, Mons became even more anxious. Boom boom. Mons, who was in a panic, didn't hold back his hands at all, and his offensive was extremely fierce, even more ferocious than when he fought Locke before, and some even gave up defense for injuries. No wonder Silver Axe was beaten a little mentally. Boom. The fighting continued, and the flames splashed everywhere. It's Locke who kills and P******** D off. Why are you mad at me? I gave him a chance to go after the Locke brat. Let him go and he does this? Lang. 2 strands of flame power erupted from him. Court death. Compared to Mons, who was extremely ferocious, traded wounds for wounds, and had no fear of being injured, Silver Axe seemed to spare his life. The huge axe swept across the battlefield endlessly, cutting off countless ripples as if even the space was forbidden. But compared to the huge momentum, the specific combat power seems very confusing, as if all the power was wasted on the aftermath. Chapter 139. The battle that attracts the attention of the king of the world. Don't stare at me. Take revenge and go find Locke kid. Reluctantly parrying Mons' fierce offensive, Silver Axe's eyes were dim. The huge axe wielding in his hand is also rarely shown. The action is a bit weird. Especially on the top battlefield, Rox turned his head from time to time, staring at him half-heartedly, making Silver Axe's heart tremble, and the little calculation in his heart instantly cooled down and collapsed. Mind floating. Can only pretend to work hard. It forms the strangest battlefield in the Valley of Gods. Quick. Be sure to hurry up. There seemed to be flames burning in Mo Ansie's eyes, and his face was full of anxiety. Alternate smoke in hand. The incarnation is different, cut off the edge, and the Silver Axe is not necessary. Tread. Tread, tread. The crisp footsteps resounded in the corridor. Quiet place. There was no sound from all around, making the sound of stepping footsteps more clearly audible. Locke. Through the distorted space, Locke and the others, who pushed the door in, entered such a strange place after passing through a short and long winding staircase. Open the door. It's like entering another world. Gunpowder smoke, flames of war, crying. All kinds of noise and hustle and bustle seem to be isolated from the outside. It's like entering a piece of pure land away from the hustle and bustle. The tense heart can't help but relax and quietly relax. But be careful, it's not necessarily safe in here. Naji Zaidan's voice sounded, and the 3 gods were left by her at the forefront to explore the way. Compared with the Valley of the Gods, which is full of war. Here, so quiet, quiet, even a little uneasy. Aestus said nothing. But in the slightly squinted eyes, there is a cold light shining out, like icy frost. The bones of the frozen people ache. The power of the frozen demon was slowly brewing in her body. The condensed cold air can pour out instantly at any time, turning into a terrifying attack. Advertisement, don't you need to be careful in the future? Lenny licked his paws, moved his steps back quietly, and looked at the entrance warily. She did not forget. Mons, that short fat man who likes to burn fire and smoke is still chasing after him, gnawing on him. Do not care. Someone will stop him. The corners of Locke's mouth were slightly curved, with a hint of sarcasm, but he didn't know which way to face. Stop? Can anyone else stop him? Could it be the new reinforcements? Lenny had a bit of surprise in his eyes. Although he was very displeased with that short old man, but he has a variety of strengths, even Lenny can't say that he is weak. Smoke fruit is almost in his hands. Make full use of it under the package, and turn it into all sorts of strange effects. Coupled with his powerful 2-color hockey, he may not be outstanding in a single aspect, but in terms of comprehensiveness, it is really staggering, and he has no shortcomings. It is difficult to target. Proper General Emperor level combat power, with an extremely solid foundation, is an opponent that is difficult to defeat by cleverness. The war is fierce and has evolved to this level in the Valley of the Gods. There is actually such a strong person who can make a move. Lenny frowned, with some puzzlement and doubt on his face. You've seen that guy too. Isn't it the one who likes to wrap his whole body in armor and use his axe as a weapon? Naji Zaidan sees through everything. The 3 Imperial gods who stayed at the end before gave her a perspective to see, The giant axe that fell from the sky, such an obvious attack, that guy must be right. Silver axe? That shameless villain will make a move? Leone wrinkled his face. His expression became even more angry, and there seemed to be light on his paws. Base. Base. The two strands of killing intent, which are similar in appearance but clear and distinct inside, shot up from behind in an instant, intertwined with the killing intent emerging from Lenai's body, and became more and more condensed. Awesome. It comes from Joel and Akahito. Although they have been silent all the time, they care about Locke. As Teigu envoys, they are definitely no less than their companions. Shoot, he sure will. Locke's affirmative voice came slowly from the front, as if he had seen the truth through the occlusion. Whether he wants to do it or not, Captain Rox will let him do it. Rox D. Zebek, the absolute central figure of the pirates, he is still alive, and he has the absolute upper hand. Locke had seen the plot. Advertisement knowing that Rox's life is like a candle in the wind, no matter how strong he looks, he may play GG at any time. But in the eyes of others, Rox, who is suppressing Yan, is undoubtedly invincible. Fishing under the noses of the Rox? I'm really not afraid of being settled by Chuhou. Locke plundered arrogantly, and took the blame for Rox because he knew the plot. Silver Axe and the others didn't have the guts to do so. It has nothing to do with the strength of an individual, it is purely a difference in intelligence level. If it wasn't for seeing Rox's vague gaze, no matter how ruthless Locke is, he wouldn't be able to rush in directly. I really wouldn't be afraid of being pinched back and forth to make dumplings. It was purely the Rox behind him that gave him confidence. Among other things, as long as Rox is not dead, the seemingly shaky ship of the Rox pirates will always be shaky, and it is absolutely impossible to crack it so easily. In order to maintain the balance of the pirate ship, it is impossible for him to sit back and watch Silver Axe go too far. Not for Locke. It is to prevent the fragile connection of the pirate group from collapsing directly. Let's go. Beware of the dangers on the road. Locke spoke loudly. He has already clenched his fist in his hand, and the majestic blood is surging endlessly in his hand. Just fist. Xingyi. The two fists are ready to go. In front of this one, the ground is as clean as new, and the surrounding walls are exactly the same, as if the corridor with the head, Qian's good, can't be seen. It made Locke instinctively a little apprehensive. After walking not far, the surrounding walls suddenly change, and after a corner, they directly turned into a large mirror image. After passing through the narrow corridor, go straight to the place covered with a layer of mirror. Up and down, about, before and after, thing, all covered in smooth as washed mirrors. Smooth and neat. Not even a trace of splicing can be seen, as if it is an exaggeratedly large mirror, which has not been cut, and has been directly moved over. Walking on it, the mirror image of everyone is reflected. In the mirrors on all sides, they all reflect clear figures, very clear, and every detail is visible. If you look closely, even the hair strands are clearly reflected. Weird confusion. Some penetration. It's like breaking into a haunted house scene. Chapter 140. Big Crisis. Lenny died in battle? Your Highness, be careful, Lenai's piercing voice sounded from behind. In an instant, the alarm bells in the hearts of several people were sounded. Brush. After the loud warning, Lenny, who was the first to notice something was wrong, made an instant move without any hesitation. Claws across the sky. Power runs through the whole body. The attack was very fierce, and she was afraid that it would not be strong enough, so she forcibly attached the few indestructible flames to the sharp claws, and the claw marks pierced through the air, like a few fiery snakes vacating waste. The flames soaring into the sky forcibly turned it into darkness, and the place where the road ahead could only be seen clearly with the faint mirror light, was suddenly illuminated brightly and thoroughly brightened. The flames surge. The radiance is hot. The tricks of ghosts and ghosts hidden in the dark also became obvious under Leone's shouting. In the mirror, suddenly, several figures of the same size rushed out of the place that seemed to be the reflections of several people, holding pitch-black blades in their hands, sprinting towards Locke and the others. If in the original, in the dimly lit hall, there are countless overlapping reflections, and it may not be easy to spot these shadow figures with their own light-absorbing effects, but under the light of the fire, they are much more eye-catching. Clatter. Boom. The flaming sharp claws pierced through the air and hit them hard. The clothes burst instantly, just like fragile cloth, being torn by the sharp claws, making a harsh sound, but 043 strangely didn't see the blood splatter. The shadow fell to the ground, instantly turned into blue smoke, as if it was just some kind of illusion. Only then did this idea faintly arise in my heart. I glanced out of the corner of my eye. Unexpectedly, there was a black shadow, leaping fast against the mirror above, heading straight to kill Locke in the distance. Your Highness. Lenai's pupils shrank. In the blink of an eye, without having time to think about anything, the whole person jumped back in an instant, like a civet with extremely vigorous skills. It turned into a yellow light and flew across a large area as soon as it landed. You can even hear the sonic boom like piercing sound whispering in your ears. Without hesitation, no hesitation, putting his body directly in front of Locke. Advertisement Zilla. Sombra culling. A black blade slipped out of his sleeve and shot towards the target. But Lenny, who rushed to him quickly, treated himself as a meat shield, and blocked all the attacks abruptly in front of Locke. No matter how stealthy and swift his sneak attack was, he had to spare her line of defense first. Puff. The black blade pierced through the air and pierced into the chest. Although Lenny evaded the vital point in time, she still suffered a lot of injuries with one fatal blow. Clatter. Blood trickled down the wound. This kind of fierce attacking assassin will not be weak in attack power. The power that erupted in an instant even reached the quasi-admiral level, and even faintly touched the level of the general. In the world of One Piece, the standard, the strong are also human beings, and can die. It's not impossible to send out some monsters and get seriously injured directly. Court death. Locke was furious. The power that was ready to go poured out in the fist in an instant. Gang fist. Xingyi Longtong. The boiling blood was punched out by Locke, vibrating the rolling sound waves, and directly turned into a phantom of a high-spirited dragon, shaking its head and tail, attacking and killing the Shadow Man. Extremely fast. In an instant, he rushed in front of him and his strength exploded. The mighty power is gathered at one point. Boom. The entire figure was washed away by the huge force in an instant, smashed to pieces and smashed into slag. The unrelenting attack even formed a huge shockwave behind him, sweeping tens of meters, scouring in all directions like a typhoon passing through. I don't know what kind of material these mirrors are made of. Under the aftermath of such a force, they are still unscathed, and they can even clearly show the silhouette of people. If they were replaced with blue bricks and thick tiles, or even huge stone slabs, they all had to be under this strong wind pressure, and were destroyed in pieces. Even the iron body could wash out the wind marks. But Locke clearly wasn't in the mood to delve into that right now. Looked nervous. Quickly ran a few steps and rushed to Lenai's side. Lenny, are you okay? CBDI, how is the injury? That hit just now, did you hurt your vitals? Locke had a look of worry on his face. He came to this world alone, except for the housekeeper and his wife from Noxus who took care of him when he grew up. Luo Shu cares most about the envoys he conscripted by himself. They are comrades in arms, partners, and even more, relatives. No, it's all right, advertisement, it's okay, my face is pale. Locke kept a stern face, pretending to be angry, and pointed to Leonie's pale face. On the chest, the glaring wound, and the scarlet blood flowing out of it, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a normal person. Hey, it's really all right, your highness. Lenai's face was slightly pale, but his eyes were full of energy, and he could wink playfully at Locke. Your highness, have you forgotten my Teigu ability? That's the unquenchable fire Lion King, Zilla. As Leonie's words fell, the inextinguishable Lion King's fire instantly burned on her body. Just like the ability of the fruit of Phantom Beast hyphenation point Phoenix, the wound that was still bleeding just now, after the appearance of the immortal flame, instantly recovered, not to mention the wound, even the scar was invisible. The skin is smooth and supple as before. It was as if the injury just now was just an illusion that everyone saw. I just said I'm fine. Lenny thrust her waist, with a smug look on her face. Locke shook his head slightly, just caring is messed up. Hey, it's fine. Locke scratched his head, showing a rare naive smile, and only in front of a few Teigushi who were summoned by himself and regarded as relatives. He, who has always been arrogant, will have such a boyish side. The unquenchable Lion King. Even a severed limb can be easily reborn, and it is claimed that she will not die if her head falls off. After devouring a large amount of fruit power to transform and evolve, how could such a small injury affect her? Using a woman to block a knife or something. If there is such a thing again, if it is too late, leave it to me. Believe in your highness, my strength. I'm so excited. I'm not so weak, Locke. With my fists, I'm strong enough to break everything. Locke waved his hand. Even if the heart is blown, it won't take long to recover. The expression on his face was relaxed at first, but the next moment, he became serious again. Even so, this kind of thing can't happen again next time. The voice is resonant, and it is undeniable firmness. His face was full of determination. Chapter 141, Endless Mirror Shadows. But we are all His Royal Highness's Teigu envoys, and we appeared to protect His Highness' safety. Leonie frowned. Some who disagreed opened their mouths to justify. Could it be that I don't trust you, your highness, my strength? Locke held his head proudly. The haughty hockey poured out undisguisedly. How could I doubt his highness's strength? Your highness must be the strongest. Then do as I say. Locke hockey was incomparable, and he could not refuse, even if it was a plain voice. There was hockey arrogance that could not be ignored. I know. Even Lenai's mind was shocked. Follow up. Only then did he barely come back to his senses. Slightly, quietly stuck out her pinkish little tongue. You, are your highness. The voice was hidden in her heart and she didn't say it out, but from the sly look in her eyes, it was easy to see that this yellow kitten with deep opinions obviously wouldn't obey Zero so easily. Did not wait for them to continue to say something. Shush, an endless stream of black shadows began to bounce and jump from the mirror, toward Locke and his group in the center, launching a fierce attack as if they were desperate for their lives. The sneak attack was discovered. It has already aroused vigilance, and it is useless to know that it is useless to continue hiding. He simply turned from darkness to light, and started a desperate frontal fight, attacking them like moths to a flame. Careful. Those guys are kind of creepy. Naji Zaitan frowned, and Yuji's angry voice came out. The three Imperial gods guard the envoy in front of her. Call out. A white light shot out, hitting the black shadow, and an incandescent flame rose into the sky. Before it could burn, the black shadow disappeared, turning into nothingness and dissipating like a phantom shattering the sun. Without attachments, the flame of Amaterasu would of course not be able to burn, and could only be forced to annihilate. Just shot. Obviously it is Naji Hidden's Teigu, Takamahara three gods. symbolizes the power of the three god-tier civilizations. The flame of Amaterasu, which should burn until it touches an object until its essence is annihilated, was actually avoided by the method of phantom shattering. It is really a strange power. Those dark shadows. Advertisement, it all seems to be just a phantom? Naji Zaitan frowned, and a suspicious voice sounded in the room. More than, if it was a phantom, Lenny wouldn't be injured at all. Acedes's cold voice came, hit the core right away. Kang. Frost emerged in her hands, turned into a frosty blade, slashed forward at a high speed, and crossed the room like an afterimage, and the mirror could only see an elongated light and shadow. The cold blade slashed. The black shadow instantly turned into two halves. Under the erosion of the icy cold air, a faint frost could still be seen on the cut surface, and the cold air radiated outwards, and their tendency to shatter was frozen. It really isn't a phantom, Aestus' affirmative voice fell, still like an ice-cold Dongren. But, without waiting for Aestus to take a closer look. Brush. As soon as the remaining cold air dissipated, the Shadow Man disappeared instantly, like a bubble bursting, leaving no trace. Run away. Aestus frowned. There was nothing in the outstretched hand, and there was a bit of coldness in his eyes. Fine. Hide your head and show your tail, you will show up sooner or later. Locke waved his hand. He wasn't frightened by these ghostly shadows at all, on the contrary, he looked calm as usual. Those glasses, mirrors, should be some kind of special items, destroying others will cause trouble, there is no need to waste energy on such things. Just now, the aftermath of the dragon fist he struck so hard hit the mirror without any response, not even a single scratch appeared. From that moment on, Locke understood that these things that looked like mirrors were definitely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. If it's just a mirror, under the aftermath of his power, some of them had already been shattered, and all of them were fragmented and turned into glass shards. And these things can withstand the impact, and they are unscathed, which in itself represents the word solid. At least, it can withstand the quasi-admiral limit and even the impact of self-level calendar emperors. Although not to say, there was absolutely no way Locke could break them. Advertisement, but it is not necessary. Locke doesn't have the destructive Teigu in his hands now, even if Acedes, Naji Zaitan and the others can break it by brute force at any cost, but in that case, too much energy will be consumed. Asking for flowers, there is no need at all. Instead of wasting time on such meaningless places, it is better to hurry up and explore as soon as possible. Locke can still see this clearly. These ghostly black shadows seem to be extremely weird, but their actual strength is nothing more than that, they just look weird, and even Leone can easily solve a lot of them when he is on guard. Not to mention Naji and Acedes whose strength is infinitely close to the general level. Seems weird. Actual tasteless. As long as they are careful, it is almost impossible to injure themselves. This is a fact that can be easily seen with eyes, and there is nothing to doubt about it. After figuring this out, the so-called mirror space instantly became worth mentioning. How can it be weird? As long as I walk out of this space at a faster speed and enter deeper, won't I be able to solve everything easily? Locke really doesn't believe that this kind of weird mirror space can be extended without limit. This is the world of One Piece, and at most it's just some high-tech composite materials. What to be afraid of? As long as this is an important place, abnormalities will definitely be found inside. If it were an endless mirror, he would just turn back and go out, who would be afraid of whom? Just these shadows in the mirror like weak chickens. Locke wasn't shy at all. Walk, inside. I'd like to see what kind of mess he can hide inside. To be guarded by such a weird thing, the secret treasure inside can't be too bad, right? Locke looked up expectantly. Looking at the deep front of the Hall of Mirrors, there is an inevitable viciousness in his eyes. Come here. You can never leave empty-handed. Don't worry about these black shadows, just break them up, be careful, don't be attacked. Locke strode forward. Anyway, these things don't drop things, so he has no interest in targeting them thanklessly. ASAP. Going through this weird mirror space in the shortest time is the right answer. Locke has an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Chapter 142. Lore, Locke was sniped. If only, just go through this space. The secret treasure waiting below will definitely satisfy me. Half squinted. He seemed to have felt the call of the treasure. Definitely, don't let me down. Locke looked ahead expectantly. The fingers unconsciously rubbed slightly, a little unbearably ready to move. Strictly guard against being so strict, coupled with the faint call in my heart, absolutely will not let him down. There was a bit of joy on his face, even fanatical, nothing left. It was as if even the mirror images around him were ignored. Boom. With a shock of both fists, a black shadow was directly thrown into the air. All the attention was on Locke and the secret treasure, hidden by Fang Yin in front of him, and he didn't even pay attention to look back at the shadow's end. 010. Didn't even turn his head, and walked forward lightly. Acedes and the others performed basically the same, as if they were attracted by the secret treasure and had no time to pay attention to them. They were mere black shadows, and they couldn't even stop them with a punch. It's not worth mentioning, who would take such a thing to heart? Tread. The few people who let go of their concerns, the footsteps became more intensive, as if they didn't even care about the shadows, their defensive energy was withdrawn without a trace, and they were all put on the front to speed up their pace. The endless mirror space, under their continuous shuttle, finally seemed to be coming to an end. Far away, a different color can be seen, emerging in the constantly reflecting glass space. Finally broke the cookie-cutter mirror. It seems that it is about to reach the next place. Call, it's finally time to end this ghost place. Locke breathed a sigh of relief. He turned sideways and looked at Acedes beside him. Yeah, it's over, Acedes responded with a faint smile, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. A split second. Beautiful. When everyone saw that the end was about to be reached, they felt that they could get out of this congested mirror space, and their hearts felt relieved, with a somewhat cheerful smile. Right now. Call-out advertisement as always, a black shadow shuttled from the mirror. When he was almost in front of him, he jumped out of the mirror and rushed towards Locke, who occupied the center. Same thing. Nothing new. Locke didn't even raise his brow, just threw a punch out. An ordinary punch. It can't be said to be very strong, but according to the previous rules, it is definitely more than enough to kill these shadows. 10 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet, close at hand. Just when Sombra was about to hit a heavy punch, call out. A cold blade suddenly jumped out of the shadow. It seemed that Leone had directly dealt with the shadow with the knife, but in fact, the combat power was completely different. Boom, a terrifying sword force emerged from his body. With a piercing edge, he is definitely an extremely powerful swordsman, with an extremely cold killing intent surging from his body. He is a strong man who is similar to an assassin, and the cold light that shoots from the blade makes people feel chills in the bottom of his heart. Inexplicable. It feels like being cut by thousands of sword blades, as if there is a sword force directly penetrating into the bone. Cold. Biting. Killing intent. Shira. Ultimate's killing intent gathered in an instant and exploded. Let him be infinitely close to the strength of the peak Emperor level, break through layers of barriers, and climb up a step again in an instant. The terrifying sword light bursts out, turning into a powerful and unparalleled slash, and even the space will be split. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely above the General Emperor level, even the strong General Emperor level. If hit by this fatal slash, they will not die or be maimed. Locke even felt somewhat similar to Akahito Teigu's one-hit killing Murasame power from it. Danger. Capital letters exploded overhead. The star of death in the sky, the brilliance at this moment surpasses everything. Even an Emperor-level powerhouse is very likely to be killed by a single blow, not to mention that Locke, who seems to have ignored it, was seized by the black shadow to sneak attack. Hit. Strength will always be Locke's shortcoming. Compared with other top powerhouses, his training time is really too short, because... Brat. You, dead. Advertisement, it's your honor to die under my shadow, Carlo Chess. Waste of my time. The black shadow was blown by the wind, revealing the ferocious and distorted face inside, and the small eyes were full of poison and hatred, as if to drown Locke inside. As for the shadow blade in his hand, not so much a shadow. Rather, it is glass, because the room is dark. After shielding the refraction of light, it actively blends into the black, forming his unique camouflage color with shadows. Go to hell. A mere brat, looked up, gaze at Locke. I want to see his terrified and frightened look at the last moment, to soothe my helpless and aggrieved heart that was forced to do nothing before. But looking up, but met the corner of Locke's slightly parted mouth. Caught you. The undisguised malice poured out from the corner of Locke's slightly curved mouth, instantly causing the raiding Sombra's mentality to collapse. What? The pupil shrank, and the heart trembled. The reaction far beyond expectations shocked him so much that even the hand holding Carlo Chess trembled slightly, uncontrollably shaking, and the uneasiness in his heart was raised to the extreme. Fake. Fake. It must be fake, it's just a way to shock me on purpose. How could he be discovered so well? Although he cheered himself up again and again, telling himself that this was just Locke's trick, under the panic in his heart, his body dodged backwards very honestly, and directly slammed into the nearest 0.2 mirror. Late, it was extremely cold, as if there was a voice of ice shards inside, suddenly rang in his ears, instantly shattering the last sliver of luck in his heart. My heart sank. Jianao's intuition for danger made him instinctively want to use all his strength to break the situation. The sudden change of situation didn't give him this chance at all. Click, crack. Crack. The cold current densely covering the mirror surface poured out in an instant, and the frost condensed in Acedes' hands also poured out from her hands in an instant, and the real power broke out. Demons extract. The essence of demons. Endless frost bloomed on Acedes, and she seemed to be the king of ice and snow. Chapter 143. The icy cold that freezes everything, Botmo Hell. Binglan Admiral Army. The endless chill poured down, instantly turning into a frenzy of ice crystals around Acedes. It was as if the ice age had come suddenly. An indescribable frost spread around her, and even the mirror surface was instantly stained with ice crystals. The transparent color was transformed into the azure blue of ice crystals. Compared to the last drive, after countless battles in North Blue, Acedes, who left behind a great reputation, has obviously become stronger. Click. Crack. Crack. Ice crystals condense upwards, and humanoid creatures are slowly forming in the endless frost. Armor. Long sword. Face. Countless ice knights walk proudly through the frost with their straight backs, not at all like dead objects made of ice, but like a group of real knights who have experienced many battles and have unparalleled battle bones. It was just covered in an ice crystal coat. The internal force is still, a powerful cavalry that never regrets 100 deaths. Everyone has a strong spirit. Absolutely not a mass-produced creature, the power that can be achieved, the elite of the elite, 1 against 100, just waiting for it. Kill. A silent 21 roar roared among the ice knights. Waving the weapon in his hand, he surrounded the black shadow inside, trapping it tightly, preventing him from escaping at all. Crash-clang ice crystals flew randomly, ice chips scattered, and all kinds of fierce battles continued. Damn. Damn. It's been tricked. Looking at Locke and Aestus, they looked like they were enjoying the show. He didn't know that he was recruited this time. Locke played a blatant conspiracy. Even if he knew in advance, he can only go all out, rushing out of the mirror space to strike a Jedi. Stay in there all the time. Locke walked forward swaggeringly, crossing this space directly, and shuttled deeper. As a guard, he was directly equivalent to giving up, and it was useless. Raid out? It happened to hit Acedes' big move head-on. Two options. No matter what, Locke is not at a disadvantage and can easily achieve his goal. On the contrary, he seems to have a choice, but in fact the only way to go is to fight to the death. Damn brat. Advertisement? Forcing me out and blocking the mirror? Then let's see who can really have the last laugh. His face was fierce and decisive. Abandoning everything, he directly decided to fight with his back. A last stand? Locke raised his eyebrows, and waved his hands decisively to refuse. No, I think you are thinking too much. I don't have so much time to waste here with you. The corners of the mouth were slightly curved, and there was a wild guessing evil smile. Acedes. Sorry to bother you. He turned sideways and looked at the tall and cold beauty beside him. Your Highness, don't worry, there will never be any mistakes. Please be careful with your defense. Although Acedes' voice was still cold, the concern in his eyes was obvious. Locke nodded, very helpful, knock. That guy is going to use that trick again. Lenai's eyelids twitched, and without the slightest hesitation, he instantly swung the lion's tail behind him. Flames shot up from the tail. In an instant, it covered her whole body. Relying on Teigu's, King of Beasts Lion King, Lenny has never been afraid of getting hurt, and even often exchanged injuries for injuries in fights. Rarely, because of some kind of attack fear, the inextinguishable flame covered his whole body in advance. Is that one? Although Najee Zaidan's face was calm. But in his hand, he directly hugged the little loli who was let out, tightly in his arms. Squeeze the waves on your body. Gaudianuan 3 royal gods. The power of Teigu quietly bloomed on her body. The brilliance was hazy, like an enlarged phantom. It should be the power emperor who symbolizes Susano among the 3 royal gods. Be careful, duck. Chitong and Joel's expressions tightened at the same time. Seeing that the situation was not going well, they directly hid beside Locke. Both Teigu were very partial, specializing in combat and assassination, and they really didn't have much confidence in other aspects. What? Through the ice knights surrounding him, he vaguely saw Locke and their actions. He became restless for an instant. The instinctive feeling is not good, as if there is a huge crisis coming. The alarm bells in my heart keep ringing, as if a catastrophe is imminent, the instinctive fear of death. Advertisement, what the hell? What the hell? Outraged. Even because of the emotional excitement, a large number of fine and dense mirror fragments lingered around him, but unfortunately they were too messy and too small to allow him to shuttle through them. And Aestus would not waste any more time on him. One right hand clenched suddenly, surprised. A cold voice finally sounded from her, as if an ice cube had been smashed out. Boom. Surrounding him, the densely packed ice knights suddenly burst into ice blue light. The brilliance intensified. Exploded directly. The earth-shattering explosions continued one after another, as if countless TNT explosives had been buried. Horrible sound. The power that erupted underground was like an earthquake. Even the surface felt the uninterrupted sense of trembling, as if the heavens and the earth were dancing. That is to say, the celestial dragons are rich and powerful, and they are willing to use materials to build the building, so that it is strong enough to keep it from collapsing. Otherwise, the entire underground passage will be destroyed in the bombing. MB. Self-explosion damage on the surface of Ice Knight than 810. Even the shadow-like long sword in his hand turned into an ice blue color under the reflection of the ice sculpture, and it was frozen in the ice, making it look very special and miraculous. The effect of this restrictive skill in a narrow space is far beyond the open area where power can spread. The shadow was frozen. In front of you. Lenny poked the ice sculpture in front of him, and the person inside was so lifelike that he could even see every bloodshot and blood vessel in his eyeballs, which was extremely clear. More dangerous things come from their bodies. That guy, is he still alive? It suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. The terrifying cold froze everything. Countless ice cubes of different shapes, and ice sculptures rose from the ground, just like an exhibition at an ice sculpture festival. The mighty power of nature is so strange and beautiful. The Ice Knight blew himself up, and the swallowed cold current was released instantly, turning into ice that froze everything. The body is frozen. Have to say, even the Black Shadow swordsman who made a surprise attack has become an ordinary one among the ice sculptures. Hiss. One is still like this, and a stretch of Ice Knight ocean that seems to have no end in sight? Wait until the explosion stalls. The space originally covered by countless mirrors. Formidable power, even Locke couldn't help but gasped. Chapter 144. The broken, supreme great sword died. Damned to death. Acedes' cold voice came from behind. The terrifying cold air bloomed close to his body, and plunged him into an endless cold in an instant. From the inside to the outside, from the bone marrow to the soul, everything was completely frozen, and even the cells of his body were destroyed to death. The thorns in the ice crystals have long since broken. Every cell in his body was destroyed, and under the bone-piercing freezing cold, he would never be able to survive at all, unless this guy was a fruit-capable person like frozen fruit. But, judging from the means he showed just now, it should have nothing to do with freezing power. So, absolutely lifeless. Tut tisk tisk, it's really miserable to die. Lenny stretched out his claws and poked the ice sculpture in front of him. Awful. It's really miserable. Obviously possessing a strange and incomparable ability, with the help of the extremely high-strength unknown material in this mirror space, his strength in a limited location, even a single level strong will feel difficult. Although he only has quasi-admiral peak strength, he can display a proper general level combat power. And Impel down Admiral, Magellan, basically belong to the same grade. Not to mention that he is still one of the few top swordsmen. He died so hastily. Before they had time to come up with their ultimate moves, even Locke and his group didn't have many injuries, let alone any fatal serious injuries. It was too miserable, too unlucky. Acedes caught a flaw, and took it away with a set of explosions. Presumably, at the moment before he died, he was still extremely unwilling. Dead enemy. It's a good enemy, Aestus's cold voice sounded. In her worldview, she has never been soft-hearted towards the enemy. Not to mention, this guy in front of him has shot Locke once. How dare you sneak attack His Highness? It's cheap for him not to smash this guy into thousands of pieces. Aestus' eyes turned cold, flashing a murderous aura like the cold winter. Advertisement, slightly, know it. Lenny stuck out her pink tongue playfully. With a wave of the little hand, he directly looked at the target to another place in the ice sculpture. The long sword with cold light, the blade is slender. Shining azure blue light. The long knife called, Carlo Chess, by the shadow people has already changed from a dark shadow to a blue ice sword, like a sword of ice extracted from 10,000 years of ice, very beautiful, and there is a deep frost breath inside, obviously not just for decoration. In itself, he possesses extraordinary strength, and being able to shine under the ice sculpture already represents his extraordinary essence. Compared with the so-called, fast knife, big fast knife, on the market, it looks much more stylish. Maybe it will be an unparalleled sword. Lenai's eyes lit up. I couldn't help rubbing my paws in anticipation. In Whitebeard's hands, people block and kill. Kong Yunki, who blocked and killed Buddha, happened to be a supremely sharp knife. That power, that effect, is overbearing. Stupid golden retriever. Don't even think about it. That's his fruit ability, how could it be cut alone? People are all dead, it's just because they were frozen under the cold wave and sealed the last ray of life, so they didn't collapse. Once the frost breaks, the dead guy will definitely turn into a piece of ice. People are dead, how can a creation with fruit power survive? Aestus said a lot of words which is rare, but... Leonie wished she would stop talking. A bucket of cold water was poured over his head. It directly shattered her beautiful expectations and illusions. Leonie. That's very good, don't say it again next time. Close black lens bracket. Besides, don't call me Golden Retriever. Golden Retriever is a dog, I am a lion, a mighty big lion. Lenny was furious and furious, however, her claws don't seem too threatening. Correct. I'm not stupid, no, no, no. Lenny jumped 3 feet high excitedly. It looks like a cat with fried hair. Advertisement. After being next to Locke, with the warmth of his family and the absolute protection, Lenny, who rose from the slums and has always been a big sister, has gradually recovered a bit of her ostentatious nature. Locke saw it, but he was also happy to see the result, and even faintly condoned this development. Knowing the priorities of the matter, Lenny didn't continue to quarrel for a long time. After a few words of bickering, he lowered his head sadly, and even the animal ears on the blonde hair drooped. Of course not, claws stuck out. Unhappy, he waved and bounced on the ice sculpture. Whoosh! Crack! Crack! Several crackling sounds of ice cubes were heard, and the 3 to 5 meter high ice sculpture collapsed instantly, turning into countless ice crystal fragments, disintegrating together with the figure inside, turning into broken ice crystals, floating in the air, and disappearing in this place in the snow and ice. Incomplete, beautiful. Not a bit of blood spattered out, just like an elegant ice and snow song ending. The sky is full of ice and snow. Plus, however, the few people present were obviously not interested in appreciating these things. The only one, Lenny, had a look of pity, as if he was regretting that he disappeared like this. Unexpectedly, such a beautiful and famous knife is actually a part of his power. Have to say, shiny things are to attract girls' attention. Not only the giant dragon, but even the Lion King also likes this shiny treasure. He should be someone with abilities like mirror fruit. I can freely pass through the mirror and move around in the mirror image, so I deliberately created such a special place, pretending to be a ghost inside. If the strength is weak, maybe I will be really scared by him. What a weird power. Li Dezhou, beret pressed down. Holding the 3 gods, Naji Zaidan had a strange brilliance in his eyes. It seems to be some kind of ability from the 3 gods in his arms. Said it was guesswork, but based on the previous conclusions and the penetration effect of the 3 gods, I'm afraid it's getting close to reality. The weapon in his hand seems to be related to light and shadow. With the help of the power of the mirror fruit, it is compressed into a special weapon. It is a long knife, it is better to say it is a glass mirror, but it is shaped like a long sword. So just now in the shadows, it can turn into a shadow, the light is almost invisible, and even the murderous intent is hidden in the sword, and it was not discovered by us until the last moment before the explosion. After being inside the ice sculpture of Acedes and refracting the brilliance of the ice, it turns into an azure blue ice soul. To a certain extent, it possesses the power of the ice-cold current. The gentle voice flowed out, like a warm big sister. Chapter 145. The Tower of Time and Space Hanging Upside Down. It's a weapon that can reflect the corresponding power according to the location it's in. It's quite powerful. If it wasn't for the three gods to see through it, I'm not sure about it. I didn't expect this guy to be able to develop the fruit to such an extent. It's really rare. Naji Zaitan smacked her lips. There was a bit of astonishment in his eyes, as if admiring his whimsy. Cut. No matter how strong you are, you're still dead. If you dare to reach out to His Highness, you will already be doomed to his downfall. Lenny looked up arrogantly. Indeed, Naji Zaitan did not deny it, but nodded in agreement. However, thanks to Aestus' decisive shot, otherwise, even if he blocked that guy and prevented him from sneaking into the mirror to escape again, it would be a troublesome battle with this weird weapon in his hand. It can reflect the corresponding power according to the location and the attack it receives. Even if it can't be 100% reproduced. But the power refracted by this kind of mirror image is already weird enough, not to mention whether it is difficult or difficult to fight, just the opponent uses the power that he hits, and uses it to deal with him by reflecting plagiarism. Definitely a troublesome guy. Thanks to Acedes, he was decisive and didn't give him the slightest respite. Countless ice knights blew themselves up in the air, directly shattering all his calculations and hopes of 103. Cold snap. Kill everything. Snort, it's just a guy who dares to attack His Highness. It is our duty to kill him with the fastest means. Aestus had a cold look on his face. He was not at all proud of Naji Zaitan's voice, as if he had just done a trivial thing. Field. Only Locke could notice that her eyes were slightly half-closed on her cold face, and her eyes were soft for a moment, as if she was being smiled warmly, but the smile was fleeting and very, very short-lived. Hey, Locke smiled inwardly. Take all the subtle changes in the harem group into your eyes. But he didn't take the initiative to say anything. Quan Dang didn't see the small expressions on the faces of the few people behind the scenes. Alright, it took a lot of time to get rid of this guy, we should move on. I can feel. The front is the destination. Locke looked up. Advertisement on his haughty and unassuming face, expectations were already full. I know, Your Highness. Several people hurriedly followed Locke, striding forward. CBDD, smashing the shadows hidden behind the scenes in the mirror space, and their relaxed actions became a bit more real. Unlike before, there is a deliberate fishing in the gestures. This, here, then, what is that? Hiss, is this our destination? 2. Is it too exaggerated? Can such a thing be built underground? Hey, stupid cat, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Or is it that the mirror phantom just now hasn't been completely broken, and it's just a phantom in front of me? Shock. Surprise. Horrified. Inexplicable complex expressions flashed across the faces of several people. Even if it is well informed. But seeing everything in front of him suddenly, people couldn't help but change their face suddenly, and they were shocked in their hearts. It seems that this time we found an amazing guy. Even the calm Locke. They couldn't help but change their faces, and there was a bit of surprise in the noise. In front of you, a majestic tower stands tall. If that's the case, of course it's impossible to surprise the Teigu envoys around Locke. But if this tower is hanging upside down in the air, that would make all the difference. Stand tall. Layers of bricks and tiles. It was originally a shape that shrinks from low to high, just like the legendary Tower of Babel, with complex and exaggerated reliefs vaguely smeared on it, like some kind of ancient mythical sacrifice, but because it is too vague, there are still spots on the tower. The shining brilliance makes people a little unclear. Especially after the whole tower hangs upside down. Replace up and down. High and low. It's like a large inverted pyramid, but the difference between the upper and lower areas is not so exaggerated. And the towers are all off the ground, not to mention the foundation. There is no contact with the surface. Floating in midair, shimmering with a hazy glow, exuding an extraordinary aura from the inside to the outside. Advertisement 1 look. Just know that this is not a simple existence. Not to mention, it's still underground. The majestic tower directly occupies the ground, one of the few spaces. Locke and the others looked over. The entire field of vision is occupied by his majestic figure, extremely domineering and magnificent. It doesn't look like a creation that can exist in the world, but like some kind of god owns it. Even if someone pointed at him and said that this is the celestial dragon's national treasure, Uranus, Locke might have that moment in his heart, and he couldn't help nodding his head to believe it. No way. It's amazing. Even the faces of the Teigu envoys beside them, Naji Zaitan and the others showed a radiance of surprise. Leo Nai, who has an unrestrained personality and is becoming more and more casual, opened his small mouth in surprise, a little surprised, and pointed to the tall tower in front of him, his eyes full of luster. Even the coldest Acedes couldn't help but change his eyes slightly, and there was a strange look in his cold eyes. Obviously, he was also attracted by the scene in front of him. And, hidden, Acedes even felt the faint power of time from inside. It's not her kind of power of time that relies on the ultimate cold current to freeze the movement of matter from the molecular level to form an alternative time-stopping power, but a pure, temporal calendar area related to the origin of the power of time. If it weren't for the fact that there is still some remnant of frozen time left on her body after using the Mahapatmo many times recently, she might not be able to feel it even if she is close at hand in another time period. Weird feeling of space-time disorder. Above, the power on the tower is weird. It seems to be some kind of special power of time and space. Be careful and don't touch it. Aestus frowned. Open your mouth to warn, but... It's a pity that her warning reminder seems to be so late. Lenai's cute voice sounded not far away. Driven by instinct. The whole person has already explored the side of the high tower curiously, and the outstretched claws are only a moment away from the high tower. The moment Aestus' voice fell, she is stressed. The sharp claws on his hand popped out directly, making up for the last missing inch. Completely contacted with the tower. Chapter 146. The Mirage of Kyoka Suigetsu. Stupid golden retriever. Acedes' pupils shrank slightly, a cold current surged in his hands. Teigu turned into a liquid and condensed out. All the power circulated in his hands, and if there was any mistake, he would unleash a full blow. Phew. Freeze for a moment first, and get that idiot golden retriever out. That idiot. She dared to move anything, and when she got back, she would definitely give her a good beating. Freeze it in ice cubes first, then freeze it for 10 days and 10 nights. Just at Aestus gaining momentum. Accumulating cold energy, just waiting for the sudden change to strike with all one's strength. In front of you. The strange tower that Lenny touched on his own initiative did not change at all. 2. As if they didn't exist at all, the sharp claws seemed to intertwine into another space, and pulled apart slightly. It's all right, there is no sign of a crisis coming. Lenny waved his paw. The tall tower in front of her didn't give her any sense of crisis, but behind Locke and the others, a vast cold air flashed past, making someone couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine, and quietly shrank her neck, letting the people behind her. A ray of flame shot up from the tail. Cough cough. Acedes coughed slightly in embarrassment, but soon, he returned to his cold expression as if no one else was there. It's as if the incident just now didn't exist at all. The palm in the sleeve flipped over, the palm was released, and the cold energy accumulated to the extreme was suddenly retracted inward, and Teigu, who was about to turn into liquid and flow out, was quietly absorbed by her into the body without showing a trace. Why did the coolness suddenly disappear? Leone frowned. The inadvertent murmur made Acedes couldn't help but burst out the minister again. But it's okay. After she just muttered casually, she shifted her gaze to the tall tower in front of her. Obviously you should pass through, Leone frowned. At their level of strength, the control of their own strength has long been refined to a certain extent. Under normal circumstances, a meter is a meter, and the distance can never be less than a centimeter. My eyes are the ruler. It's not an arrogant statement, but a true portrayal. Advertisement, but the eye-popping thing is, just now. The moment her sharp claws popped out, she actually jumped straight into the air. According to the distance, it should have just touched the tower. But the touch from the sharp claws made Leone feel extremely vain. It's like touching on a mirage. Could it be? Lenny, who was muttering at the corner of his mouth, suddenly brightened his eyes. The beautiful golden animal pupils were as bright as a kilowatt light bulb. It's a phantom. This space-time tower is just a phantom? Your Highness. Come and see, Lenny yelled at Locke and the others with a surprised face. As if to confirm the authenticity of her voice. Open black lens bracket King of Beasts unquenchable fire lion king close black lens bracket. Swipe swipe. The sharp claws surrounded by flames flew into the air, turning into claw shadows all over the sky and tearing towards the tower. The scorching flames became the forerunners of minions, and hit the tower heavily. Even the 100 forged steel would be torn into several pieces by the power of the Lion King in an instant, but when it hit the tower like a stone building, but it was empty. Boom. The blazing flames directly smashed backward through the figure of the tower. On the stalactite rock wall at the rear, a large area of sparks sputtered out, and a large area of broken marks was directly chiseled. And the tower. But unscathed. Not even the slightest change in the halo emitted. Teigu fully open. Quasi-Admiral's peak power hit it, without even a blister, as if he was in another dimension of time and space. The attack penetrated directly. No, this was originally a phantom, could it be? Is it a special building in a mysterious place in the reflection? Locke strode forward. Advertisement. This is something that never appeared in the original book. But, the Battle of the Valley of the Gods has been kept in secrecy, and even those who experienced it personally later kept it secret, making it difficult to guess whether it even appeared in the original book. Locke was leaning toward the latter, since it was too much of a coincidence when they came in. If Moans hadn't been so enraged that he was dizzy and blew his weapon into an endless sea of flames, no matter how sharp his senses were, Locke wouldn't have been able to find this entrance in an ordinary place. Ask for flowers. If there were no rocks staring at it, Silver Axe would not dare to fish too much, and could only grit his teeth and rush down to fight, entangled Moans who was watching him eagerly, and Locke would not dare to rush into this kind of place that looks like the opponent's lair. After entering, there is still a mirror space plus mirror fruit. This powerful combination can explode into a general's combat power in a special range. Don't look at the ease with which Locke and the others solved it. It is only with Tegu's strength that he can barely achieve a quick kill, otherwise, even a strong emperor might be entangled in the mirror space and unable to move, or even be killed inadvertently. With so many coincidences, Locke and the others formed their seemingly simple but extremely difficult adventure experience. If anyone else in the original book can achieve such a coincidence, Locke really doesn't believe it. This place may have been buried deep underground, and it is very possible that no one has discovered it. But, how could it be a phantom? His face was a little indescribably ugly. This is not called taking chestnuts from the fire. B. If you search freely in the Valley of the Gods, according to the previous speed, you will almost catch up with the harvest of a devil fruit. Could it be? After wasting so much time, what I found was just a phantom. Locke frowned. The battle of the Valley of the Gods is not far from ending, and it may end here at any time, ushering in an absolute sweep of the world government. Even Whitebeard, Golden Lion and the others can only flee in a hurry, and keep secret about it. Locke scowled. Going down the underground passage, coupled with the battle in the mirror space, even if it is a quick kill, the time consumed is not too small. Locke would never dare to continue to search in the Valley of the Gods at this time. Under the situation of raging fire and oil, it may completely collapse at any time, and there is no chance to calm down and carefully check the search information. His face was a little dark. How could it be a pure phantom? It is very likely that this tall tower is a projection of an amazing place or a mirage. In such a short period of time, he did not support his careful exploration at all. The rock's battle seemed to be over. It's totally caring for money. Chapter 147. Endless devil fruit, hateful. Is it true that my perception is wrong? Locke secretly hated. Forcibly suppressing the resentment in his heart, this is because he followed his inner calling. Since there is no deliberate trap for ambushes, it means that it is not a deliberate design by the world government. Then, it shouldn't be just a phantom, but an illusion that can't be seen or touched. Just when Locke was frowning, his face was cloudy and uncertain, and he was suppressing his emotions. The feeling of calling in my heart reappeared, within view. A ray of light suddenly appeared. Although the speed is extremely fast, it is only fleeting. But it's close enough, too, that Locke catches it with bated breath. Where? Locke's pupils shrank. The sadness on his face was instantly wiped away, and he became full of energy again. He rushed forward with Leo, 580, Nail and his daughter beside him, and his reaction was extremely fast, without hesitation for a moment. Tread. Walking fast, like a group of fast horses galloping. Can't blink. Arrived at the place Locke was looking for. After a corner. Stepping across the imaginary shadow of the majestic space-time tower in front of you, you are among the vast sacrificial reliefs. A huge tree stands majestically in the cave. Looking at the root system, there is only one plant, but it is extremely luxuriant. The thick and long branches hang down from the treetops on the ground, as if inserted into the ground, as if another tree has grown out, and countless branches hang down, forming a world of trees. Those who didn't know thought they had broken into the kingdom of elves. A single tree becomes a forest. The crown of the tree is like a canopy. Judging from these conspicuous features alone, it looks like some kind of special banyan tree. But, the scene on the canopy of the main tree left everyone speechless. The Tower of Time, which hung upside down before, gave people a shock of magnificent architecture and beyond common sense. So, the scene in front of him challenged the limits of everyone's three views, especially Locke, who couldn't keep his face calm for a moment. His expression collapsed, and the excitement was beyond words. That is, advertisement, my god, I can't read it wrong, right? Could it be? Could it really be that one? Hiss. Then how much should this be? Too exaggerated. 1, 2, no, that's a fart. Looking at the full number, you know it must be a terrifying number. Sent it, posted it, Marine, world government, it's a piece of shit in front of this. Pupils shrunk. The pupils trembled. Whoever among the Teigu envoys, who knew the importance of this thing to Locke, all stared wide-eyed, although it was not the same as other pirates who couldn't walk when they saw the treasure, their eyes were red and their breathing was heavy. But, looking at the exaggerated scene in front of them, they still couldn't help being shocked for a while. The expression on his face changed, far more exaggerated than when he saw the space-time tower hanging upside down. It's not that they can't hold their breath, but the scene in front of me is too challenging and scary. Outrageous. Very outrageous. On the canopy with luxuriant branches and leaves like a canopy, there are countless different fruits. If only the old trees like banyan trees grow fruits, even if these fruits are all kinds of strange, there are few of them. They look weird, not like Leone and the others wouldn't be surprised that it can grow on a tree. After all, the world is full of wonders, and any kind of strange flower can be born. They Teigushi come from another world, and I haven't seen anyone show it off. But, the patterns on these fruits are so outrageous. The texture is cumbersome. Weird lines. Among all kinds of strange things, there are some dark and regular rules, which is the secret treasure of the sea. Devil fruit is the right one. And above the canopy, it is densely packed, and the degree of quantity cannot be seen clearly at a glance. There are hundreds of them at least. In addition, those, hidden money, hidden among the branches, which can't be seen at a glance. Even if the sum breaks through the 1,000 mark, it is not surprising at all. It is really too many. Hundreds of pieces. If it is directly replaced with energy and used to recruit Teigu, even if all the 48 Teigu are manifested, it may be more than enough, and they can even be transformed and evolved to an extremely deep level, and all advanced to the original god level. Dangerous species appear, possessing all the power of god-level dangerous species, and even surpassing them is unknown. That power. Even Locke couldn't help but shiver slightly at the thought of the vastness of the scene. Advertisement invincible. What is invincible? This is called invincibility. At that level, let alone the Marine, the Army, even if the world government is all over the place, Locke can confidently fight with his eyes closed. What are the ingredients of the 48 god-level dangerous species that are completely obedient? Pushing the world across is enough. Not to mention, under the infusion of Devil Fruit's energy, they may transform into a power beyond the original. Crush. Absolute crush. Not to mention all the summoning manifestations, even if he only has half, no, even 1/5 of the full power. Locke has the confidence to crush this monster that has suppressed the world for 800 years. No matter how many hole cards he hides, he can be directly labeled as a stinky brother. With excitement, trembling hands stretch forward cautiously. Closest to him, it's like a devil fruit within reach. Because the distance is too close, Locke can even see the tiny white fuzz on the fruit when he opens his eyes. It is a fruit that looks like a peach, and the banyan tree grows peaches? Locke didn't have time to complain about this weirdness, and his attention and mood are all within his reach. And devil fruit on top. Fingertip touch. You can see it, but you can't touch it, as if you were in another time and space. A surge of joy. 5.4 The space-time tower discovered is illusory, it is a building. After finally confirming that it was not a phantom, the devil fruit that I could actually touch turned into soap bubbles? Instantly froze on the face. The palm does not pass through directly, and the touch is not an illusory house shadow. Wave, it's okay not to touch it, 100 lashes, 100 lashes. In front of you, there is a rainbow halo, which bursts like soap bubbles and disappears on the branches, returning to the light area. Before, the sound of bursting bubbles suddenly rang in my ears. Although the sound was very subtle, it became extremely harsh and clear to Locke, who was concentrating on it. Locke's face was contorted, and the angry tic-tac-toe directly burst into the sky. If the feeling in his heart can materialize into a human being, even if it is only a physical body, Locke will fight to throw him out. It shatters into slag when touched. Locke hadn't had time to light up his face yet. Who can bear this? Looking at the peach-shaped devil fruit that shattered like a bubble in his hand, Locke couldn't help but contort his face. Chapter 148. Reality and Illusion, Upside-Down Recruiting. ***. Locke's molars itch in anger. The boiling blood, evaporating and surging hot air, made his scalp numb with anger. Just when he couldn't contain the anger in his heart. "Your Highness." Here, Lenai's surprised voice came to his ears. Said to be surprised. Locke, who was familiar with her, heard a touch of joy from it. Instinctively, Locke, who was so angry that his heart was about to twist, calmed down a little, turned his head, and looked towards Leonie. That is, Locke's pupils shrunk. The golden lion's fur was soft on her body, and flames were flying from her tail. With the help of the bounce of the tail, Lenny hooked upwards, and the whole person crossed most of the space, and at some point he jumped onto the treetop. The inextinguishable flame engulfed her and climbed in the dense canopy, which was very eye-catching. Even the clumps of branches couldn't hide his figure. The firelight shining from the treetops had already exposed her. It was obviously some kind of old banyan tree, but it was not ignited by the flames, and it didn't even show signs of scorched black. But compared to these common sense that violates biological instinct, it was the same thing Lenny was holding, which surprised Locke even more. It looks like a banana, but when there are all kinds of strange and complicated lines all over it, there is an indescribable sense of mystery. Awesome. It is the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit. Is this the book fruit? Locke frowned. From the memory comparison in my mind, I quickly found the matching texture and pattern. Have to say, he was on the Rock's pirate ship before, and the effect of rote memorizing the devil fruit illustrated book and imprinting it in his mind is still very useful. At least now, he won't be able to easily recognize the origin of the fruit in his hand without his eyes being darkened. Your Highness. Leonie looked happy. The corners of the eyes are slightly narrowed, and the small eyes smile like crescent moons. Advertisement. The whole person walked over, bouncing around. As if offering a treasure, he handed Locke the weird banana in his hand. However, it is true that it is a treasure offering, devil fruit, the secret treasure of the sea. Whether it is rarity or value, there is nothing to say. This is not a treasure. What is a treasure? It really is devil fruit. Feeling the affirmation of cheat in his body, he can be extracted at any time. Locke's slightly apprehensive heart immediately settled down. It's not that he worries about gains and losses, but this wave of underground bases broke through. There are too many oolong phantoms and so on. Even Locke got a little nervous and inevitably tensed. But why can this book fruit be picked off, but the devil fruit I just touched turned into a bubble in an instant and disappeared without a trace? Why is there a completely opposite difference? After confirming that the fruit of the book in hand is real, round and usable, a new problem arises. Locke couldn't help frowning slightly. At least, before he figured out what's going on inside, Locke didn't dare to pick it randomly. He touched it casually, and it seemed that it was only broken by 1,000th, but as an individual, it was an obvious devil fruit. When you set out missions on the Rock's ship, you only get a few treasures a year. Why exactly? Locke frowned. His face was low, as if he was thinking about some problem. Could it be the extraction method, or is there something special about Leonie himself? Or is there a requirement that I'm not aware of? All kinds of complicated conjectures flickered in my mind, and every thought flashed in my mind. Not just him. Even the Acedes and Naji Zaitan around them also entered into brainstorming one after another. Chitong, Joel, and none of them were spared. On the contrary, Leonie, who succeeded by mistake, pretended to be serious and frowned, stood bold and grandiose on the ground, staring at the ancient tree in front of him with an old big sister posture and a serious face. Could it be? Correct, it must be so. Advertisement. A surprised voice sounded from Naji hidden. Holding her in the arms of the three royal gods, her eyes shone with dazzling brilliance. Her eyes were burning, as if she could see through everything. It's not a phantom, it's not a method, it's not a restriction. It's time. That's right, it's time. Naji Zaidan's face was extremely excited, as if she had been thinking about a problem for a long time, and she finally solved it in one bite, with an incomparably carefree excitement on her face. Time? Acedes frowned slightly, his face thoughtful, as if he had thought of something. That's right, it's time. Some are very clear, no different from the fruit of the book in your hand, as if you were only one step away from reality, leaving only the last slight sense of disobedience. As long as you erase, you will be able to completely. The reason why you can't pick it up is because the time hasn't come yet. Turned into reality, just when Naji Zaidan's voice fell. Locke suddenly found that the canopy is densely packed with hundreds of devil fruits, which seem to have little difference, but in essence, there are obvious differences, true and false and real. 0. However, compared to pure projections and illusions, there should be some kind of reality hidden in them. The fruits are scattered all over the place. Is it possible that there is something that can freely select these reborn devil fruits? The reason why it is still illusory is that these fruits have been used by people, or have been artificially hidden, occupied by people, etc. The fruit that was touched by Locke and exploded like soap bubbles appeared on the treetop again after a burst of light and shadow, but compared to before, his shape seemed to be much more solidified. Since the space-time tower outside is a mirage projection of a special building, then the devil fruit on these treetops is very likely to be the same, similar existence. Like summoning, straightforwardly, like peas poured out of a bamboo tube, he said everything he knew. Naji Zaidan didn't play tricks. Some look blurry, like dream bubbles, even the shape is not very clear. Didn't you say, Your Highness, that the characteristic of devil fruit is that after the death of the ability user, he will reappear on a fruit around the death of the ability user, and turn this ordinary fruit into devil fruit? As long as you eat it after this fruit 007, you can have the same power. This tree can only recruit unowned fruits, or he can summon fruits that have not been eaten, but it takes time, and only the accumulated fruits that satisfy the time will completely grow from the hollow and appear on the crown of the tree. Otherwise everything else is just a phantom. On the canopy, after being pointed out by Naji Zaidan. Chapter 149. Devil Fruit? The Back Garden of the World Government? Lion Fruit, Shock Fruit, Locke murmured under his breath. To say that the most conspicuous fruit on the crown of the tree is also the fruit he is most familiar with, the top few fruits are none other than the few. Familiar texture. Intertwined mystery. It is the lion fruit of Golden Lion and the shock fruit of Whitebeard. The two fruits are indeed the top of Paramecia. They are all located at the top of the tree crown, disdainful of all others. But, however, Locke could feel that the illusory aura inside these two fruits, the moonlight like a dream bubble, could not be touched at all, and even the shape of the fruits was not fixed, and was always changing subtly. But, this is exactly in line with Naji Hidden's guess. The fruits on the tree are just phantoms. Only when enough time or energy is accumulated can the unused fruits be summoned from the dark and appear on the crown of the tree. Golden Lion, Whitebeard, both alive and well. Even in the original book, they are all old men who survived the main storyline. The ability user has not died. Of course, it is impossible for Devil Fruit to reset, let alone appear on the canopy and start the countdown of CD cooldown. No wonder the world has been running for so long. The number of devil fruits has not changed much, and I have never heard of a situation where a large number of fruits have decreased. If you really let the devil fruit go and reset it on the surrounding fruits casually, not to mention the situation where the reset devil fruit fell into the water or in the sea, just reset it on the wild fruit on the roadside, or it was caught by an unknown fruit. Abandoned by those who were artificially hidden and left for future generations to be accidentally lost. With such a strong random method, the probability of accidents happening again and again will never be so small. Then add time stacking overlays. The world government alone has ruled for 800 years. Under the long time span, it is enough to generate many accidents. If it is purely random distribution, it is not surprising that the number of these devil fruits is less than half. After all, what human beings like most is hiding treasures, saving them, hiding them, and having no special means to recover them. They have been buried deep in their own treasures by big pirates a long time ago. There will still be so many people with fruit abilities. Advertisement. It turns out that the world government has been looking for Nika fruit, but this fruit seems to have autonomous consciousness and has been avoiding the world government, so they have been unable to obtain it, and even deliberately renamed it rubber fruit. From the beginning to the end, that's what it means. Locke looked stunned. Using the conscript power of the canopy to condense, Nika fruit refused with his own will, unwilling to be found by them, so he said that he had been avoiding their power. If you really look at the vast sea and rely on manpower to search, even if the number of people in the world government is 100 times more than it is now, it should not be able to do it. Even the thought of searching should not come up. It is too big. Even if it is not considered the most extensive ocean, the islands like the star sands of the Ganges in the ocean alone are enough to make people feel desperate. Human search? That is absolutely impossible. Just find an uninhabited island to hide. Even if he has the power to destroy the world, it is impossible to find it from the vast sea. People who come up with this kind of idea are pure-headed, but the world government just did it. How can the people who control the power of the world and suppress heroes for hundreds of years be fools? It can only be said that they must have special means. This. Right in front of you. No wonder the group of celestial dragons are so extravagant, and devil fruit can be used as rewards, even as props to watch the show and make the show more interesting. Looking at the spectacle in front of him, Locke couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Emotion. Devil fruit is in the eyes of others. Just like real fruits, they all grow from the trees one by one, except that the maturity period is a little longer, but no matter how rare it is, to them, it is nothing more than KMB. At least, those low-level fruits in the lower layer of the canopy must be so. It's really a big deal. Locke sighed slightly. Advertisement, even if it is only the tip of the iceberg, the truth revealed by the world government is still shocking. The exaggerated power makes people tremble uncontrollably. Not only is the power exposed outside irresistible, even the power buried deep is equally vast and cannot be underestimated at all. Pity. Locke sighed slightly. In the time it took to figure it out, Locke wasn't doing nothing. Look up. Observe. The crown of the tree seems to be extremely dense, layer upon layer, hundreds of thousands of devil fruits. In fact, more than half of them are completely illusory, without the slightest sense of reality, which is exactly the same as the feeling that lion fruit and shock fruit gave him. There is a master, who has been swallowed and used. The remaining half, although not pure phantom, also gives people an inexplicable emptiness, obviously still in the CD, and it will take time or energy to be summoned from the dark. For Locke, it's no different. After all, it's impossible for him to stay here and wait forever, he can't even wait a little longer. If he doesn't solve it as soon as possible, once the chaos outside ends, the dumped Kai will become his own. Catch a turtle in an urn, then there is no way to run. Being pinched from front to back in this kind of place, no matter how powerful Teigu under his command is, he can't hold back the tide like endless attacks of the world government, and even Captain Rocks has to kneel down, this level. Unless he can really dig out hundreds of fruits from it, eat it into a big fat man in one go, and bring a bunch of Teigushi who have been strengthened to the limit, maybe he can really reverse the wave, but it is obviously impossible. The long CD cooling time is definitely not a one-time effort. It is something that can be easily known after thinking about it. I knew it, it's not so easy to pick up the wrong turn. Locke curled his lips in displeasure. It's annoying to look at a devil fruit with a tree over your head and just watch. This is not to put small dried fish in a glass box in front of the cat to tempt people, and not one or two, but piles of small hillsides, whose cadres can withstand such a temptation. How can there be such a test of cadres? Leave. Chapter 150. Silver Axe is about to die? Never mind. Better than nothing, everyone. Hurry up and take down the devil fruit that can be picked directly from the crown of the tree as soon as possible. When looking for everything, be careful, don't let anyone go. Locke shakes his hand in displeasure, on the canopy. The world government will obviously be cleared regularly, and the fruits that were really summoned to condense must have been taken away by them. From the Shadow Man in the mirror space, we know that they attach great importance to this place. The degree of guarding is comparable to impel down. It is certainly impossible to let the fruit ripen on the crown of the tree and discard it. Especially at the top of the canopy, those extremely powerful high-ranking fruits are most likely to be harvested at a certain point, which can also explain why the world government has so many powerful fruits in its hands, especially Marine 3 Admiral. Basically every session, there are top fruit ability users. There are only middle and lower fruits, and the number is very large, and there may be fish that slip through the net. But for Locke, it's all the same. Anyway, it is regarded as the essence of energy, and shock fruit is still the fruit of books, which is basically no difference to Locke. Anyway, he never thought of knocking devil fruit, adding to himself a fear of the sea and the restraint characteristics of destroyed sea stone. Isn't that just asking for trouble? 697 is powerful, and there are 48 state-defending weapons in the Teigu, and there is always one that meets your needs. Start. Locke rubbed his hands together. Take the lead and rush to the top of the ancient tree. Put it down, Your Highness. Leonie was full of energy. She was the first one to successfully capture it, and her face was full of confidence. Follow your orders, Naji Zaitan commanded the three gods, and turned into white light to show through the woods, with a strange glow in his eyes, as if he was searching carefully for something, on the densely packed branches of ancient trees. Yes. Aestus responded coldly. The look in his eyes was extremely serious, and he stepped forward with his toes, and he rushed forward without the slightest carelessness. I won't lose easily either. Chitong and Joel looked at each other, and they saw the strong fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Armament hockey blessing was running on their bodies, plus the 6th style skill, rushed directly to the crown of the tree. Advertisement: you fight for me, and you don't lose a cent. An activity of searching for fruits in the treetops seems to have become a small competition for everyone to compete in private. Locke sees it all, but he didn't say anything. It's normal for small groups to have conflicts and competition. As long as it is beneficial to everyone's conscience competition, he doesn't bother to take care of it, and he is even a little happy to see the result. The environment of a pool of stagnant water is not the gentle town he wants. Valley of the Gods battlefield. Asterisk hole. What the hell are you trying to do? Silver Axe's dull roar came out from under the armor. On the silver-white armor, various gases were engulfed in smoke, leaving lingering marks. Red, yellow, green, purple. Not to mention the colorful armor beaten by moans, even the silver axe under the armor was hammered by him. The smoke was wrapped in gas to attack, not only extracted from the air, hydrogen, helium, oxygen, nitrogen. These messy pure gases, and he himself, spent a lot of painstaking efforts to extract the smoke, poisonous gas, marsh gas from various places. All of them were thrown at Silver Axe as if they didn't need money. A posture of wanting to fight him forever. Are you crazy? Silver Axe, who was almost bewildered by a series of attacks, was in a bad mood. The whole place is paddling. Even Whitebeard, who has always been upright and serious, is not too desperate to fight. Ordinary pirates fight to the death, but the high-end generals, no matter the enemy or us, are all able to get by. It seems that the momentum is huge. In fact, there was loud thunder and little rain, and it lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and I look back. Hey, you're not hurt. Haha, me too. That's all, none of the strong men. CBCE, who can grow to such a degree in the chaotic sea is a fool, and the fools have long been turned into white bones under the throne. They are not only smart, but they all spare their lives. Everyone clearly knows that the battle that decides the outcome of this battle will always be the battle of the top rocks. As long as the rocks win big, then the pirates' victory would be unstoppable. On the contrary, don't look at how arrogant the pirates are now, they will all turn into a piece of loose sand and collapse. Instead of beating life and death, causing the war to end, the reaction is too late. Advertisement: it's better to paddle more and save your own strength in the battle. As long as you entangle and restrict the opponent, don't collapse the situation and maintain the stability on the surface. In this way, no matter what the outcome is, they at the peak of strength can at least fight hard. Get up and get out of the way. It won't run out of power, so it can only be caught with nothing. But, this guy moans is like a mad dog. It's obviously everyone's tacit understanding, and there is a tacit understanding of paddling in secret, as long as the fight is passable on the scene. In the end, this guy, like a mad dog, desperately wanted to kill himself. All kinds of gas exploded endlessly, and the savings were not the same as being smashed out, and he was still carrying the attack, exchanging injuries for injuries, as if he wanted to kill him if he didn't want his life. If it weren't for Rock's aggressive aura, which has been spreading in the sky, turning into a vague threat and lingering around them, drawing a bottom line for them, Silver Axe couldn't help but exit the field and avoid it. Can't afford to provoke or hide. I really can't hide. 5 It Chapter 160. Shocked, Locke who silenced the audience. It was a shocking change, but they looked at each other in blank dismay, and no one made a move. Or, even if they want to make a move, it's too late, totally impossible to get ahead of Locke. His speed, it is too fast. No one expected that Locke would be so decisive that he sprinted alone. It's not just about hitting power from a distance, but directly rushing over with the whole body, ignoring the suppression of seastone fragments, betting everything. The decision in a split second surpasses everyone else. Even Rocks froze for a moment, immediately ecstasy. Wow, ha 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 ha. Locke brat, here you go. Devil fruit. Devil fruit as much as you want, the quantity will definitely satisfy you. As long as it is my treasure, my Rock's treasure, you can choose all of them. This is me. A gift from the king of the world. Survival from nowhere. Absolutely out of nowhere. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, even Ochaku, Silver Axe, John. Those guys are all sitting on the sidelines right now. Trapped in the trap, he is undoubtedly in a crisis of death. A moment of life and death, there was unexpectedly helping hand. Although the overall strength is weaker, however, Locke came here in person, far more energy than 667 can carry in a single blow, and this kid also has the record of killing Black Cloud Admiral Snow with his own hands. It is certain that there is water and tricks, but his strength should not be underestimated. It is a weak deadlock that can break at the first touch. As long as someone intervenes, help him stop it for a moment and escape from this place full of seastone factors. He is real. The sleepy dragon ascends to heaven. Sure enough, you were moved by the devil fruit reward I mentioned. Looking at Locke's rushing figure, Rocks thought he had seen through everything. If it is someone else, it is really difficult to make a move now. Locke, with his thirst for devil fruit, totally possible. Greed enough to eat the world. Wow, ha 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 ha. Use your greed to help me break these marines' despicable tricks. Rock's evil eyes gleamed fiercely. He is triumphant. He even opened the line of defense directly towards Locke, greeted him completely undefended, like opening his arms with abandonment of defense. But, it was ushered in. Advertisement, good chance. A look of joy flashed across Locke's face. Strong fist. Gentle fist. Xingyi, dragons sing and tigers roar. Qi and blood are surging endlessly. Steam boiled over Locke like a bloody coat. The power of terror. Sophisticated gymnastics, and his most powerful monster-like physique. Several buffs are stacked together in an instant, implementing Locke's strongest boxing impact at this stage. Under extremely fast acceleration, Julie became even more terrifying. In high-speed impact, birds can pierce through the tempered glass of the aircraft, not to mention the already powerful Locke. Just fist. Ultimate's explosion turned into a roaring tiger. Gentle fist. The rotating kneading becomes the agitation of dragon chant. The roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger. The violent hurricane was abruptly utilized by Locke as a force, and he punched far more than any other time. Powerful. Strong. The right time, place and people. Locke is confident, this is his best punch. If he does it again, he is not even half sure whether he can use this kind of power. That's right. That's it. Smash it down hard. It will definitely smash those nasty seastone fragments on the ground. Even if Garp is forced to retreat. Roger. Any of them. Just a moment. Just a moment. I can get away. Rock's ecstatic. While coping with Garp and Roger's entanglement, he split his mind and felt the horror of boxing. The mighty power made his half-suspended heart finally let go. This power. It will definitely help him. Don't worry about being too weak. Why is the phantom of dragons singing and tigers roaring a bit off? CBAJ. Wrong. It is really biased. Target. The target is actually him? Court death, advertisement. Rock's pupils constricted, as if realizing something, his face flushed red. But, in a very short time, while dealing with Garp and Roger pestering him, it was obviously too late to react. In view, the roar of dragons and tigers continued to amplify. And behind the majestic dragon and white tiger, there's Locke's fist condensed to the extreme. Between lightning and flint, rocks can't even move distance. Boom. Slamming down with great force, when he was most caught off guard, he hit a punch that he hadn't expected. Hitting people is not slapping people in the face. But Locke slaps people in the face. The power of ultimate exploded at one point. The mighty shockwave leaped out, rolling up an unknown amount of gravel, raging like a sandstorm. Although not as overbearing as a Kainu's dark hound. A punch directly hit half of Whitebeard's face, which was seriously injured. But, Locke's full blow was obviously not blocked, and he was greeted with, full of joy. Rumble. The tide is rolling and the waves are endless. After the dust and smoke dissipated, the scene revealed directly made the audience speechless. Under Locke's attack, it was also thanks to his gentle fist attainments, that he was not inferior in the slightest, that he barely grasped the terrifying power that penetrated his whole body at this moment, and directly sent the concentrated power into the rock's stone eye. He couldn't help but howl furiously. Horrific sound waves erupted at one point. Locke knew that his strength was still weak, so he directly aimed at the most vulnerable eyes on his face. Invincible in the world. First he crushed the commander-in-chief of the three armies, and then under the pressure of Seastone, he slammed Garp and Roger. His ambition was so terrifying that even the world government was afraid. He tried to become the king of the world, rocks. Even the rocks, at their most vulnerable, take such a hard hit. And it also merged with the inextinguishable flame on Leonie's tail. The inextinguishable flame burned, completely destroyed his hope of recovery, cut off his vitality. The flame will not go out. No matter how strong rocks is physically, it is impossible to recover. Rather than fear, dragons and tigers roared towards a point. Absolutely horrified shock, occupying the absolute upper hand in my heart. It's disabled. The already frightening appearance became even more horrifying after he twisted and ferociously, blood and tears flowed, and flames burned, like a demon walking from hell, a fear that people dare not look directly at. The fire of karma was still burning in the eye sockets. Although it was not strong, it completely cut off the possibility of his recovery. There was blood and tears in the right eye. Rocks, king of beasts, unquenchable flame lion. But for those generals who are on the sidelines watching the battle situation. Chapter 161. One blow to Lu Chen, the Valley of the Gods destroyed by Locke. How is it possible? Just a brat. That's Captain Rocks. Rocks, how could he? Blind, Captain Rocks, why did he go blind because of this? Fake, absolutely fake, Locke. How could he have such power? How dare he? That's the king of the world. Rocks to conquer the world. Hiss. Pirates. Horrified and terrified voices continued to explode on the field, because they were too shocked, they couldn't even stand by and watch tacitly. How can this be? Although they all gave up at the same time, each of them has their own little juju in their hearts, and they want to leave the Black Pearl after the death of Rocks. But, seeing the scene of Rocks being slapped in the eye by Locke, he couldn't help but stare. Fully interpret what is jaw-dropping. That's it, Rocks. Even if they were expecting him to exit with death, it was because of their awe of his terrifying strength. His terrifying strength has long left a deep shadow on them. Even if they are waiting to leave, they only dare to stand by and watch. He didn't even make a shot, so it's hard to say that he wasn't overwhelmed by his past aura. And Locke dared to throw a fist at Rocks without saying anything, and forcefully blow one of his eyes? That rascal, is it really a monster? John almost groaned in amazement, expressing the thoughts of everyone present. World. Remember this moment. The roar of dragons and tigers seems to freeze here. Courting death. A mere B***** D dares to reach out to me, die to me. Halved field of view. The sharp pain in the eye socket. The sound of flames burning flesh. Everything reminds Rocks of what just happened. Shame and anger. Endless anger turned into heavy punches in his hands, and the fruit energy was suppressed by the pyrobruin factor, but a strong physique was also a good attack, and the ultra-high-speed punches rubbed against the air, directly turning into flames and ascending to the sky. Advertisement, Acedes. Be prepared, click. The cold current poured down and turned into ice crystals to stop him. And Naji Zaitan pursed her lips with a determined face. Teigu and the three gods burst out with all their strength, turning into another layer of shields, and blocking Luke. Joel and Chitong also attacked to show weakness. Use all your strength to weaken the soaring fire fist. Still, that didn't change the outcome of Rock's angry attack. Bang Locke was shot straight away. The whole person flew upside down and flew backwards. Fortunately, Naji Zaitan was by his side and helped him stop the castration. Cough. After finally getting his balance, Locke couldn't help coughing. As expected of the strongest, Rocks, Locke turned pale. Resisting Rock's attack, although several Teigu were weakened with all their strength, but the angry attack of the King of the World was not blocked, that is to say, he has been suppressed by the pyrobruin factor a lot now, and Garp and Roger was entangled with his shots at the side, preventing him from attacking with all his strength. Otherwise, Locke may suffer far more than internal injuries once the Rocks in his heyday are released, and it is possible to directly play GG. What a terrible guy. Is this the real power of the top powerhouse in the sea? There's a bit of bitterness in the corner of Locke's mouth. Still underestimate these monster-like guys. This action was really too reckless. If there is another chance, if there was one more time, his choice would definitely be to shoot, and there was no other choice to shoot. That's right. He simply has no other choice. Locke covered somewhere in his arms without a trace, the bulging pouch was full of things. It's all devil fruit, not just devil fruit, and the blow he took before he left. Rocks. Must die. A gleam flashed in Locke's eyes. Only when he died could the events of the Valley of the Gods come to an end, and what Locke wanted was far from ending the curtain, but the complete destruction of the entire canyon. If the damage caused is not huge enough, by the world government, if you find yourself doing things underground. Advertisement. Even Locke couldn't help the slight change in his face. The evil deeds he committed were not only looting the devil fruit on the treetop, but also asking for flowers. Mere brat, a mere newcomer. You guys, do you really think that with this little power, I can really get rid of Rocks, the king of the world? I am invincible, the invincible king of the world. Rocks D. Zebek. I am the real miracle man, the one who breaks the impossible miracle. Rocks roared back to the sky. Driven by his desperation and his unwillingness to die, his terrifying aura instantly increased tenfold. Like a flash of light, endless power shot out from his body, as if he had returned to his peak posture. Arrogant, invincible, it seems to be turning the tide of battle. No way. Locke's pupils shrank slightly, and the situation he had planned would never allow any changes, otherwise what would be left to him would be absolute destruction. Since he made a move, then he would be ruthless straight away. Killing intent flickered, and he made up his mind directly. Whitebeard. Family. For family, Rock's ambition. You know better than me. If he succeeds, there will never be a place of peace in the sea. In the endless flames of war, is it really possible for family warmth to exist? Parents die in front of their children, brothers kill each other. Grabbing Whitebeard's weakness, Luke slapped him. His strength is indeed a bit weaker, but as Whitebeard, who is the strongest in the crowd and the closest to the Rocks, he is definitely qualified to make a move and has a position to make a move. Family protection, it's his absolute weakness. Shock. The power to cause earthquakes and even shatter the world. Shock fruit fully opened. Whitebeard, who was hesitant, finally made a move. As if a certain switch had been turned on, following Whitebeard's shot, the eagerness in the eyes of the others instantly turned into an eagerness to try. All kinds of power mixed with the huge force that shattered the space, boldly descended towards the Rocks. Unimaginable horror. Indescribably powerful, beyond any previous shot. Even if only Whitebeard is going all out, the others are paddling like nothing, and the strength gathered together is enough to make people shudder. The Naginata that was magnified countless times fell down. World. It was smashed. Chapter 162. Locke that makes the Marine executives fear. Not an adjective, but it was really, truly broken. Underfoot. The land they were stepping on, after experiencing top-notch battles, Whitebeard's all-out attack obviously became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The power of the shock fruit exploded, and under Locke's guidance, Whitebeard directly exerted 200% of its power, and the terrifying fruit power exploded on Kong Yunki. World. The world in front of you. It was directly engraved with dense spider webs, like a mirror that has been hit with a hammer. Power through. Ripped towards the Rocks. The pouring power directly shattered the core of the earth veins under his feet, and the Valley of God, which was poured with countless treasures and poured countless painstaking efforts, could not bear the tossing power on him, and was terminated. Crack. Split. 967. Rumble, sand and gravel pouring down, boulders landslide, huge cracks spread along the foot, like an ugly wound that was artificially torn open on the ground, and the darkness below is endless, like an abyss that opens its mouth wide and chooses to eat. Horrified. Thriller. Yellow turbid sewage emerges from inside, like a small fountain version, but it makes several people feel chills. Seawater seeps through seams. Undoubtedly, it shows that the land under his feet has been eroded by seawater to the surface of the crust. In other words, the island, about to sink, sinking into the endless ocean. Under Locke's hand. He, who was the first to open the magic box, finally caused this scene of hitting Lu Chen through repeated influences. Thoroughly tore this Valley of Gods apart. As Locke pondered what to do next, puff. The ear-piercing wailing suddenly resounded through the sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The voice is shrill, but it is not sharp. Although it has a soft feeling, it is definitely not a female voice. But, in the wailing sound that stopped abruptly, there was no gentleness at all, and the whole body broke down. It's Qing Yuan, advertisement, that guy died. Hiss. Another Marine admiral is about to die. Today is literally the end of the day for Marine. Captain Rocks. Didn't expect him. Good thing we didn't. Naval Headquarters 3 highest combat power. General Emperor existence, Logia Fengfeng fruitholder. Qing Yuan is dead. Dead without a doubt, and the one who died was a little sloppy. By Rocks. When Rocks was dying, the Jedi broke out and directly tore his body in half, and the dead couldn't die anymore. Although after that, Rocks, who came back to life, also completely went down and returned to Pluton. But Qing Yuan, who was torn apart by him before he died, obviously has no possibility of resurrection. It is so dead that its heart has become 8 petals. Even if the healing fruit appears, it is impossible. No Zuo no die. who told him to watch the captain seriously injured and dying, and then ran over desperately to take his head. Not only the Rock's pirates dismissed it, but even the Marine and world governments secretly hated it. If you want to avenge the commander-in-chief, there is no rush at this moment. Even if you can't help it, you have to be careful. There are seastone factors everywhere, and you dare to rely on your avatar to elementalize the past to fight against rocks. That's not lighting the toilet, looking for shit. The only remaining high-level flesh hurts. Marine Admiral, after all, is also a general-level combat power, and he was given away in the blink of an eye. The ferocity of the Rock's Jedi. Let everyone instantly recall the fear of being dominated by him in the previous era, the king of the world, who shrouded the sea under his ambition, and even Marine bowed his head and retreated from him. And this kind of existence was actually blown out of one eye by Locke? Compared with Qing Yuan, it is difficult to see the humiliating record. Locke is just so scary. That rascal. Open black lens bracket, exactly the next rocks? The same thoughts suddenly rose in the hearts of the Marine executives, making them shudder. And Locke, whom they feared so much. Fine, it's a good thing I'm far enough away. Locke suddenly felt a toothache and felt a little grateful. Otherwise, advertisement those who personally experience shredding devils may have to change from Qing Yuan to themselves. Although Locke doesn't think that with his monster-like physique, he will be reduced to Qing Yuan's pathetic death. Wow, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. The old man's life is coming to an end like this. The king who coveted the sea, but died on the canyon. Is this the resistance of conquest? The opposite of this vast ocean? Rock's breath weakened to the extreme. With his eyes half closed, the blood stained his eyelids, and even the strength to open them disappeared. At this moment, the arrogant and weird smile turned into an almost inaudible murmur. The skin of the mouth squirmed slightly. It is his last echo to the world. Holding on to the last bit of energy, he looked at Locke. Do you have the courage to swallow greed to the point of swallowing the world? Bring it on. Let me see. The great achievements that I have failed to achieve, can you put them into practice? After being doomed to die, Rox, who let go of everything, unexpectedly regained the tyrannical posture of the former overlord. He was obviously cheated by Locke, but he couldn't see the glaring hatred in his eyes. On the contrary, it is relieved. Shang closed his eyes in relief. Dreams are not only passed on between friends, but also among enemies. From the moment Locke dared to punch himself, Rox knew deeply that the next moment, the one who will overthrow the world government, it must be Locke. The beast, the boiling chi and blood calmed down, and he was excited again. Under the seemingly idle body, a shocking blow was accumulated. It is a more complicated existence than Yan. The whole body is tense. It marks not only his personal demise, but also the end of the era. Standing at the turning point, everyone can't help but feel a sense of loss. Compared with everyone's mixed feelings, Locke is more complicated. The last thought flitted through my mind, pupils shrink. Although dead, he is still proud of his fighting power. Rox is still alive and well. Greedy monsters, right? The legendary world that is so greedy that it eats up the world. Giant python. Is it dead? Shock and complexity alternately appeared on everyone's faces. Rox, who was holding on forcibly, finally lost his strength and closed his eyes completely. Rox's death. The hockey sign, which was as hot as the sun, dissipated immediately, turning into a star point 2.7 smaller than a firefly, and blending into the endless sea. Rox, with the ambition to conquer the world, has finally left his time. But, died? Chapter 163. The dangerous situation. The real danger has come. The Rox are dead. That's right, but Locke, deep down, knew that his death was only the beginning of the battle. It's far from a complete end, and they, as the remnants of the old era, now that the Rox are dead, the crisis that really belongs to them has just begun. Even now, the crisis is also far beyond just numerous. If not handled well, die, right in front of you. The death of Rox can indeed allow those who are bound by the Black Pearl to usher in true freedom, but corresponding to freedom, after losing the protection of this top powerhouse, they will stir up wind and rain on the sea, and even many times. Those who attack the countries that joined the World Summit will definitely receive the most severe blow from the world government. TB. Here, it is the Valley of the Gods. In front of him are countless marines, guards, and generals. If you don't leave in time, once the world government's reinforcements arrive to close the siege, then it will be completely caught in the urn. Locke doesn't dare to bet his own life on whether 21, the top executives of the world government, will let him go as easily as they did to Whitebeard. He killed Marine Admiral and Black Cloud Snow with his own hands. And underground, the break that caused the earth to shake. Even if the world government has no killing intent, Locke couldn't do it either, and put his life on the whims of other people. Be the first to strike first, get hurt later. The real test is only beginning now. Arthur sighed slightly. The corners of his mouth twitched, letting out a low sigh. Your Highness. Aestus, who is most sensitive to change perception, looked towards Locke with cold eyes, with the concern that only he can show. Ready to shoot. Locke didn't speak, just winked at everyone. The Teigu envoys who cooperated seamlessly understood what Locke meant by tacit understanding. Make a. Big news, one-hit kill, Murasame, Kang. There was no sign of it. Even the sword light didn't burst out, and a blood-colored horse burst out from the shadows in an instant. Wait until someone discovers the attack. Chitong, who was holding a demon knife, had already attacked and killed him. Advertisement. When Moence's pupils shrank. The attack in Chitong's hand is really nothing to lie, even if his state is not at its peak, as long as he hides it with Mist Shinobi in time and does not get cut, it is not a threat to him at all. But, no more threats, he couldn't hold back this blow. Snow, who had been killed before, and his status was still faintly above him. With a terrified expression on his face, a chill went down his spine. With the black knife in his hand, Chitong was shaken away, and he quickly retreated to a safe position, but now his heart is still beating non-stop. A bunch of panic. The power that has the probability of causing an instant kill, can that high-ranking person not be afraid? Hidden. Moens breathed a sigh of relief, and then he was furious. Locke. It's you, what the hell are you trying to do? A little. Just a little bit. It's strange that Moansi, who is on the line of life and death, is not furious at this kind of terrible attack. Now, rocks die, but they have the advantage, of course. Let everyone have a lively atmosphere. The corner of Locke's mouth cracked, it was obviously a smile, but people could see the seriousness on his white teeth. As if, the worldly serpent opened its terrifying abyssal mouth to them. You. Moens was in a hurry. Don't worry, now, it's just the beginning. Locke's voice had just fallen. Boom, the flames soaring into the sky are of course starting to fight. Open black lens bracket crazy beasts inextinguishable flame lion close black lens bracket the transformed Teigu exploded on Leonie's body, and the inextinguishable flame stretched out of her golden hair, but it didn't hurt her at all, instead it turned into a powerful life form to fill his body. Like an elf walking out of the flame, anyone who hurts His Highness must die. In order to prevent His Highness from being hurt by the bad guys, as long as she gets rid of all the bad guys, it will be fine. Shish. Countless needles shuttle vertically and horizontally. Without saying anything, Joel directly activated his Teigu, vowing to fulfill Locke's order. Advertisement endless death needle. The phantoms continued to proliferate, covering most of the battlefield in a blink of an eye, and their domineering posture directly pulled the only remaining generals of the opponent into the battle situation in front of them at once. Phantom Queen. The unquenchable Lion King. The two terrifying forces originating from the god-level dangerous species completely exploded at this moment. Happy and fearless, broke the stalemate with one hand. It's immortal. Lenai's eyes turned golden, as if a flame was burning in the golden light. One move is more vicious than one attack. Not only is he ruthless to the enemy, but he is also ruthless to himself. Relying on Tegu's terrifying repairability, he directly trades injuries for injuries, and even if his arm is broken, he will also attack and drag the opponent into the flames of war. Anyway, Teigu endowed her with terrifying repairing power. Even a broken limb can be easily repaired, as long as she protects her own head from being blown up by the opponent. Open black lens bracket Gaudianyuan 3 royal gods. Close black lens bracket Naji Zaitan, who controls the 3 royal gods, joins the battlefield not to be outdone. Even. Binglan Admiral Army. Acedes' cold voice sounded on the battlefield. Endless cold waves bloomed in her hands, and the iciness of Ultimate 703 turned into a world of ice and snow, and burly ice knights walked out of it slowly, waving the swords in their hands. Acedes did not detonate the cold current, but turned into fearless ice knights one after another, charging towards the generals of the marine and world government. You. What do you want to do? Waking up like a dream. 2. Are you crazy? The small brain was directly frightened by Locke. Silver Axe's eyes widened. Why are you still standing there? The captain was killed by Marine's trick. Facing several powerful generals, Silver Axe was shocked by Locke's domineering and exaggerated posture. Locke's gesture of attacking the entire world government at the same time really surprised him. Locke drank in a low voice. Do it yourself. Do you want to stay here forever? Wait for the reinforcements from the world government to come over, block them inside and out, and catch them all in one go. Under Hockey's rolling, it sounded like thunder. The other people who recovered from Rock's death looked at Locke's violent operation, and their expressions were not much better. They were stunned and even a little suspicious of life. You still rashly go to war at this time. What do you want to do? 1. With one's own strength, provoke so many? Surprised and angry. Too arrogant. Chapter 164. The world's strongest fruit. C. Marine? Rock's last sliver of hope, isn't it you who killed it with your own hands? Golden Lion Shaki looked at Locke strangely, but what was greeted was someone's indifferent reply. In the eye contact, Shaki retreated helplessly. Who let rocks die? He stood by and watched part of it. And Locke was right. Crisis. The real crisis has not subsided yet. As long as they stay in the Valley of the Gods, it is impossible to obtain real safety. Stable or something, it's just a castle on the beach. It looks like it's not free, but it's actually the kind that can be pushed down at once. They calculate and use each other. While Rox is driven by them, he is also waiting for him in the Valley of the Gods. He was killed by the world government, but after regaining his freedom, how to escape from the hands of the world government has become a new problem. Leave, must leave. A stern look flashed in Golden Lion's eyes. Aha! With both hands raised, the power of lion fruit poured out on the body, directly raising it to the maximum power. Rumble. One of the best preserved buildings around was directly torn apart by the Golden Lion. This position is not enough. Whitebeard frowned. Kong Yunki in his hand blatantly struck out, and the power of the shock fruit followed the Naginata and slashed heavily to the ground. The surface of the Valley of the Gods, which was already on the verge of collapse, was torn off a large piece by him in an instant. Golden Lion took a look. instantly understood what he meant. Without hesitation, he directly expanded the coverage of lion fruit. Make a prompt decision. The minaret that was intended to be driven by him was blatantly thrown towards the world government side, resulting in tons of output. Fruit power is overlaid on the ground that Whitebeard has torn. Two people. Tacit understanding. Shock fruit and lion fruit, two top fruit powers of Paramecia, directly snatched food from the Valley of the Gods that was about to Lu Chen, tearing away a corner of Pang Majestic. Go! The trio of Ochaku, Silver Axe, and John jumped directly towards the top without any hesitation. Advertisement: if you don't go, you can't go. Of course, the Golden Lion would not refuse the few generals who came in vain. Even the pirates with decent strength, they did not refuse to go to the island. Single-handedly, they couldn't stop Marine's ferocious pursuit and encirclement, and the cannon fodder they needed to escape from Ascension to Heaven was absolutely indistinguishable. 2 admirals died. Marine's anger can be imagined. To be able to stand at the tip of the sea, even if you don't have amazing wisdom, you still have the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. In other words, the few people gathered here to confront each other, none of them are fools. Even the seemingly foolish Silver Axe has figured everything out in an instant. The real fools have already become nameless bones under the sea. Call out. The power of the 3 gods is activated. Teigu's power of super speed movement allowed Locke to arrive in an instant, far faster than Silver Axe and the others who were swayed by the wind. You boy. Golden Lion frowned. He didn't really want to bring this troublemaker, but Whitebeard who was staring at him made him have to let go of his little tricks. Good luck to you. There was a dark light in Shiki's eyes. Call. It can be regarded as alive. An elite cadre of the Rock's pirates sat down on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. Locke has a vague impression that Babarbu is a fruit-capable person, probably at the quasi-admiral level, and he is considered an elite monster with good strength. Even him. Previously, in the Valley of the Gods, there were continuous chaos and sudden changes in the situation, which really made people tremble with fear. Moreover, it was deep in the enemy's stronghold, and they did not dare to relax at all. Now it's finally gone. Survive? It's not that fast yet. Those guys don't want us to leave like this. The sinister voice of the snake came to my ears. Babarbu, who was stunned, just wanted to get angry when he saw Locke standing next to the snake, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head, and his flag died down instantly. Joke. A guy who even blinded Captain Rocks, how dare he, a frightened person, make a move? Ah, Locke chuckled, completely oblivious to the little episode. Get ready to fight. It's not the red line anymore. There was once before. On the red clay road, they used lion fruit to escape easily. The world government was absolutely impossible to be unprepared. Later, advertisement: there are also the furious armed forces of the sea, land and air. Hit it down. Just hit it down before he's fully airborne, and they won't be able to escape. Die to me. Terrifying thunder soared into the sky, impacting on the floating island that had just ascended to the sky. Thunder surge, hundreds of millions of thunder shocks. The deep purple thunder light will condense into a substantial liquid, just like the terrifying plasma in a thunderstorm. Thunderfruit? Although the moves are different, the essence of power is exactly the same. It was only then that Locke discovered that among the world government's generals, there was actually one who held thunderfruit. It's outrageous. The terrifying thunder blasted everything, even the floating island was crumbling. No wonder the arrogant character of Golden Lion agreed to Whitebeard's cooperation. Chaos. A chaotic battle. In the surging thunder light, the powerful magnetic field disturbed the floating minister. The original means of leaving in the air, what was directly delayed by him, turned into a fierce duel. Use all means. In a life and death situation, the Rock's pirates all played with all their strength, and they didn't dare to paddle at such a time. That's not called saving strength, it's just a fool looking for death. Giant Soldier's God Cut 18, Liao Jiao, Alboff Spear Waiguo. Lion Majesty. Govern Place Earth Coiling, Gang Fist Rising Dragon. Shattering Clouds and Killing, Kong Yunket Ya Chongtian. A terrifying attack bloomed in his hands, and when his life was threatened, he all showed his strength. A full-fledged general-level chaos broke out. Locke finally saw the horrific destructive power of this group. With Whitebeard glowing angrily, absolute power falls here. The precarious Valley of the Gods was torn apart by all kinds of chaotic battles. It wasn't just Lu Chen slowly on the edge, but under the fierce battle, it just broke out before it completely disintegrated and collapsed into countless pieces. Taking advantage of the collapse of the sky, when the world government was overwhelmed, Locke directly let Acedes detonate the cold snap. The moment blocked by the ice crystal blast, the floating island soared into the sky in an instant. Chapter 165. The Valley of Gods completely disappeared. 100 meters, km, million meters. After being completely away from the ground and space, even if the world government executives hate it, they can only look at the ocean and sigh. Not to mention the rarity of flying ability at sea. Even if they were lucky, who would dare to chase after that general-level powerhouse with extremely fast flying speed? Swarming the Emperor-level powerhouses in front, that is not to chase and kill, but to die. Court death. That's not how it came about either. A group of people looked at each other, especially Marine, who lost the most, directly lost 2 admirals. It can be said that the high-end combat power was directly cut in half. But, they will soon have no chance to dwell on these. Because, the land under your feet, completely collapsed. Not only was it shaken by Whitebeard, it was cut off from the depths of the ley lines. The entire Valley of the Gods was divided into 2, and there were countless gravel Lu Chen directly on the edge of the coast. It was even in the fierce chaos just now. Involved in the aftermath of the battle, he was beaten to pieces, the ground under his feet was shattered, the lichen collapsed directly, and countless cracks appeared, countless seawater poured in, and the yellow sewage covered everything. Like a shipwreck with a hole in the sea, the land under our feet will be completely sunk. Careful. Prepare to evacuate. 780 inform everyone, prepare to evacuate. Notification. It's too late to notify, everyone, go straight, it's too late to search the deposit, take all the rescued celestial dragons away, there must be no loss. All kinds of yelling continued. In the end, the order was unified under the power. The Valley of the Gods under the feet collapsed too quickly, as if someone was deliberately destroying it, and a group of people were like ants on a hot pot, crazily shuttled across it. May collapse at any time. Even evacuating safely by yourself is an expectation, let alone going inside to search for things. Pure dreaming. Being taken by the island and buried in the bottom of the sea, even if they are powerful generals, being backlashed by the sea is enough to put them on the line of life and death. Not everyone has the pervert physique of Bigmom, who can float ashore even after falling into the sea. Tuo Rushan stood there and let the sea bite him, and he would not be able to break his defense. Run. Only run. Advertisement. The degree of embarrassment is worse than that of the fleeing pirates, and they are all in a hurry. Lugging around a bunch of celestial dragons is such a drag. Rumble. Countless gravel, CBFG, into the sea, Canyon Lu Chen. This heavenly paradise created artificially with countless resources has finally sunk in the vast sea. An irreparable natural disaster. Even the Emperor-level powerhouse is powerless to change. Even if the Golden Lion is pulled back, in this state of being torn apart, it is difficult to catch and float all of them. It can be said to be a doomed ending. Seeing the vast destruction in front of them, the soldiers of the three armies who fled in panic and managed to board the ship at the last moment all looked shocked and silent, not knowing how to face the terrifying destruction. Lu Chen. Complete road sinking. The Valley of the Gods, which had just disappeared on the sea chart, now completely disappeared on the sea. Akainu and Aokiji's fights at their peak were so fierce that they just changed the terrain, but this time they completely shattered and collapsed the earth, and the destruction was not on the same channel at all. Moreover, the size of the heavenly paradise, the Valley of the Gods, is definitely not small compared to the place where they fought, at least 10 times the difference. This is the paradise that celestial dragons respect. Damn it. The lightning surged continuously, and Admiral, the Thunderfruit holder, turned into a dark cloud directly. 3. The little old man Mo Ansi, who was drifting in the smoke, looked at Lu Chen's Valley of the Gods, and his spine felt chills, his brows were tightly frowned, and his face was very preoccupied. Nameless Sea. Far from the Valley of the Gods of Disillusionment. It has completely left the original weird sea area. Even the world government, sea, land and air forces did not search and inspect the surrounded areas. In the sky, a dark shadow appeared. Keep zooming in. Enlarge. Zoom in again. Rumble. It fell directly from the sky, and it was obviously a black shadow that was so huge that it was about to cover the sky. After falling on the sea surface, it was strange that there were not many waves, like a flower pot dropped from a height, but it fell lightly on the ground. Not only did the flower pot not smash, even the soil inside did not spill out. How many? At most the delicate flowers inside swayed a few times in the wind. Advertisement. Call. Here, it should be considered safe. Golden Lion let out a foul breath slowly. His usual unruly face couldn't stop turning slightly pale. He broke through such a long distance in one breath, and didn't even dare to stop to rest when the pursuers might appear at any time. Pushing lion fruit to such an extent, even he couldn't stand it. The consumption of physical strength is really too big. But, it's all here, you shouldn't have to worry about those guys showing up anymore. Looking at the blue sea on the shore, Golden Lion finally relaxed. Safety. 7. B. The price is exaggerated, that's right. As expected, it is called the strongest thunderfruit in Logia. Its attack power is really bug, whether it is a single player or a group attack, it is overbearing. 7, 7, 8, 8, there are 10 or 20 of them in hand, which is definitely wealth beyond imagination. John pressed the cross knife on his waist with a look of regret. His goal is to kidnap, directly kidnap for ransom. Even if Rox dies and cannot get the corresponding task reward, but given the importance world government attaches to celestial dragons, they are definitely willing to spend a lot of money for them. Endless thunder broke out, and it is unknown how many people were killed. Those are celestial dragons. It can be said that it is quite in line with his pirate status. Get rid of the big trouble of celestial dragons and reduce marine, world government's obsession with them is number one. Especially in the end, when they saw that they were about to leave, a group of people acted like crazy. Pity? Celestial dragons is what he released on purpose. Locke's dismissive sneer followed. If you don't let us go, do you think those lackeys of the world government will let us go easily? The Rox pirate group, which was so powerful that it covered the sky and the sun, and even made the world government faintly retreat, could be said to have died cleanly in the battle of the Valley of the Gods. That's right. Pity those celestial dragons. Chapter 166. Time is a butcher's knife. But it's more important than that, increase the burden. Throwing a big burden on those guys, let the Valley of the Gods be destroyed at the last moment. Apart from rescuing the celestial dragons, don't give them time to do other things. Even if you want to save the celestial dragons, you have to use all your strength to catch up. Only in this moment of crisis can it be completed. Otherwise, Those guys who have nothing to bear. If there are people who don't give up at the last moment, go to rescue the various bases in the Valley of Gods, collect and clear out all the treasures and treasures. Then it would be difficult to cover up what he was doing underground. He didn't want to be targeted by the world government, and he didn't want Noxus to face this behemoth head-on. At last buried, together with the islands that sank into the sea, they were buried under the deep sea. Locke's eyes moved slightly. Unconsciously, he put his hands on his chest somewhere. If it's simply plundering the fruit, it's really nothing in the state of the celestial dragon's wealth, but after looting the devil fruit that was condensed on the canopy, Locke was unhappy when he left. The shaking of the earth is just an appearance. What is even more shocking is... No, absolutely don't let those lackeys and maggots know. Locke instantly interrupted the thoughts in his mind, with apprehension and fear in his eyes. But only clearing the ruins. Guided by one hand, the Valley of the Gods collapsed and sank into the sea. It seemed that there was no proof of death, so there was no need to be afraid of anything. But, there's still one guy missing. The puzzle, and the last piece. Locke looked at the vast sky outside the wasteland, his eyes flickering constantly, with a complicated expression on his face. The Teigu envoys next to them. It seemed that he had also sensed the sharp but firm killing intent in his heart. Teigu is ready to move. Start accumulating energy without a trace, and use this gesture to show your determination and the attitude of obeying without reason. Hello, Locke, what have you been standing here for? They're all discussing how to hold a banquet, so let's go and have a look together. The huge body cast shadows downwards, directly covering most of Locke's body. It's Kaido. He walked over with a somewhat damaged mace. The coat was opened casually, revealing most of his chest boldly, and most of his hands were bandaged. But judging by his casual appearance, there shouldn't be any serious problems. His monster-like physique will heal itself in a short time. That's right, he also came out safely. Advertisement. Sneaked out by Bigmom Linlin. This time, I lost. Kaido lowered his head in a rare way. Besides. Thank you very much for the confrontation with Snow. I was the one who dragged you back. Kaido had a look of shame on his face. Obviously they're teaming up to fight against the enemy, but they retreated halfway through the name and let Locke drive to solve it. Although the result was unharmed, and Locke won an unprecedented reputation, it was definitely the biggest insult and shame for the proud Kaido. I should fight like a man, but because I misjudged the opponent's strength, I made a big move ahead of time and left the field. If it weren't for his dark skin and the shame in his heart, he would have turned into a monkey's asterisk. What do you still remember about a little thing? Locke waved his hand indifferently. He really doesn't care about such a small thing. Kaido didn't sell him on purpose, and besides, if it wasn't for the wave of brute force he erupted, it would have shattered Snow's first form, entering the thundercloud state ahead of time, forcing him to lose his backhand. Whether or not Locke's last lore will be effective is another matter. The credit for Chi Sanke is really worthless. Without the three-pointer that Kaido went all out to hit, the difficulty he wanted to practice with the seven-pointer would have to go up a few steps directly. Seeing Kaido still struggling, Locke snapped straight over. As usual, he punched him in the chest, showing that he really didn't care. And, if you don't leave, those guys should have finished discussing soon, right? Didn't you say you want to go and have a look together? This time, maybe it's the last banquet we'll get together. After Rox died, the Rox pirates must exist in name only. The captains are all dead. No one can stop these guys from disembarking and rushing to the future in their ambitions. Can survive from the Valley of the Gods. One counts as another. All of them are ambitious heroes who cannot live under others for a long time. Not only them, but even Locke himself has planned the future after disembarkation. Asking for flowers. End. It is an unquestionable result, and there is no need to think about it at all. This is not the idea of one or two people. Advertisement. It's everyone's tacit request. Even Kaido, also waiting for him to form an invincible animal army. Although Locke has been teasing his dream of going out to sea, which is to build a zoo with his own hands and become the director of the zoo, the courage in his heart is definitely the courage of the Emperor. 4 emperors. Kaido. No doubt. Banquet. I'm going to have the biggest banquet ever. Yo-hoo, good wine, food, banquet. Today must not be drunk. Not enough. Take out all the treasures inside, and eat to your heart's content. Ho ho ho. I can finally relax completely. Shouts one after another sounded from the crowd sitting together. In the valley far from the gods. After coming to this strange sea area and completely getting rid of the pursuers, the people who were on tenterhooks finally relaxed completely. After an unparalleled bloody battle, definitely needs a banquet. Treat your surviving self to a feast like never before, even for Whitebeard. The Naginata leaned on the ground. The coat was opened, revealing a solid chest, with anticipation for the banquet on his face. No one is an Iron Man. Clang, crash. It was rare for Silver Axe to take off his helmet. Most of the armor was unbuttoned, revealing the beard inside. With his rough face and his height, he looked a bit like a dwarf who forged iron. Well, desserts. I want tons of desserts. Homies, go and bring me back all the delicious desserts. In the familiar strange laughter, a youthful and beautiful voice came over. Curvy. The murder weapon is proud. Now, the young Linlin is an out-and-out beauty. Recognized by the world. Whether it's pirates or marines, it's the kind that everyone admits. Still the kind of heroic 5. Chapter 167. The last banquet, the curtain ends and the sale begins. Tread, Locke looked at the figure approaching, with a strange expression on his face, a little speechless. The skin is very white, and it can be broken by blowing bullets. As she walked, the murder weapon trembled, and the amount of time was absolutely beyond imagination. Fascinated thousands of men do not say. At least it is also the type that is sought after by countless people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rely on one's own strength to form alliances with countless powerful forces, and to give birth to offspring with them, forming a network of relationships, an exaggerated group of, comparable to half of the underground world. But, Locke looked at Linlin, who was close at hand, but really couldn't arouse the slightest interest. Don't say anything else. Just her later ones, more exaggerated than the football team, chasing after a strengthened company's offspring, are enough to make Locke's scalp tingle, and he can't hold on anymore. Not to mention, looking at her current face, Locke can always think of Bigmom who will be like a mountain of meat in the future. The 953 years. What the hell is a butcher's knife? Not only pigs are killed. He even fattened up the pigs to kill them. The sun slanted slightly. Gradually approaching night. The gorgeous sunset glow began to appear in the sky. The crimson color is like the sun shyly hiding in the clouds, and the fire-like afterglow seems to burn out all the old ones, and welcome the new arrival in a completely new state. In the last rays of the sun, everyone on the floating island finally lit a bonfire. The blazing flames dispelled the darkness, and the floating island torn from the Valley of the Gods was full of ruined walls, and if it was torn apart, it would be precious wood. Don't worry about running out of fuel at all. By the campfire, a large number of barbecues, fine wines, and rare things outside the world are prepared, and they are everywhere here. The last banquet that was tacitly agreed by all. They all took out the best supplies and visited everywhere. No one would feel that it was extravagant and wasteful. Barbecue, gourmet food, all kinds of rare food, you have it all. There is no need to worry about not having enough food. In the buildings on this floating island, I don't know how many high-end ingredients are stored. Even if they eat it freely, they can enjoy it for a year or two before consuming half of it. Celestial dragons. That's the luxury. If you really don't have any, just go to the nearby towns and get a wave. They are all top-notch powerhouses, and this kind of thing is just a piece of cake for them. Linlin was directing her homies. Get a car, pick up a car of desserts, and transport them in an endless stream. Locke is bright. Watching her inhale like crazy, I finally know how Linlin became Bigmom. Advertisement, it's all a calorie bomb, it's no wonder she's not fat. Great wine. Great taste. It's delicious. Come, let's fight wine together. Today's Dionysus must be me. Fart. I'm the one who drinks the most. Come on, do it, ha ha ha. Have another drink. Wow, why did you fall down? It's too low, not enough, get up and continue. How can I leave the scene first? Give me 3 bottles of him first. The smell of alcohol spread at the banquet. Follow the campfire. Everyone sang and danced, making a lot of noise. After letting go of ambition and vigilance for a short time, let the alcohol anesthetize your nerves for a moment, and start the relaxation and indulgence mode. Under the closeness of alcohol, it seems to be an open heart. Friend. One by one, they kept fighting for wine. During the staggering of toasts, the smell of wine continued to spread, and the whole banquet was filled with a sweet smell. Caramel macchiato, chocolat, chocolate lava cake, strawberry evaporated red wine puffs, delicious, yummy, and awesome. Linlin, who was devouring desserts one after another, half leaned aside. The alcohol in the desserts and the glasses of wine next to her made her monster-like body start to get confused, and her eyes doubled. Locke, come on, do it, next time I must beat you. Kaido walked over staggeringly. He was very drunk at first glance, and he was about to drink with Locke with a big gourd. The word, wine, marked on the gourd is very eye-catching. Ha ha ha, I'm waiting for you. Under Teigushi's embrace, Locke responded unambiguously by picking up the wine bottle. Tun, the heroic gesture like drinking water instantly won everyone's approval. Ha ha ha. Come on, go on. The melodious laughter hovered over the floating island, lingering for a long time, venting the tense emotions. Even Locke looked slightly tipsy. There was a bit of blush on the unruly face, and the domineering posture made ordinary people dare not approach at all. That is, Whitebeard and Kaido, who kept drinking and letting time flow. Not drunk, endlessly, advertisement time is like running water, slowly passing away in glasses of wine. Laughter keeps flowing with the memories. Haunting in the mind, never forgetting, even if they have different positions, they may even be life and death enemies when they meet in the future, but at least at this moment, they are still companions who are about to break up and leave. The sky is dimly bright. Drunken alcoholics, still immersed in the sea of alcohol, constantly competed with each other, indulged their minds, and were so dizzy that they almost couldn't tell the difference between night and day. It seems that the more heroes, the more interested in this kind of thing. Is it on? Looking at the bright white in the night, Locke sighed slightly in his heart. Smoked red face. The originally blurred eyes instantly regained their clarity. TTE. Not drunk at all, after all, I still can't let them relax like this. Locke shook his head. Agitating the blood in his body, he quietly evaporated the alcohol, leaving a pool of watermarks on the ground beside him. Are you leaving? Leone appeared beside him, with furry lion ears moving on his head. He frowned. It seems to be somewhat disgusted by the extremely strong smell of alcohol. Drunken eyes. Randomly choose a ship to board, open the power cabin and leave directly. In the banquet hall. A thoughtful look flashed across her face, as if she had discovered something. I didn't expect that the first one to leave was the Locke boy. Locke said nothing. Without hesitation, there seems to be something about him. The moment Locke left, it's time to leave. Whitebeard, who had been gulping down the fine wine in his hand, suddenly froze. Not even extra moves. Are you gone? Although it is not big, it is well equipped, and it can be regarded as the best of the best, and it is no problem to sail in New World. Looking at the bright 1.5 white light in the sky, Locke nodded. No one told. While everyone was indulging in the wine, they walked to the edge of the floating island in the dark, where there were many ships that had been prepared long ago. Chapter 168. The one who must be killed, never mind. It's none of my business. Drink. The last banquet, you must have a good drink. Whitebeard shook his head. He directly threw out the complexity in his eyes. Reach out. He directly stopped Silver Axe, who wanted to get up. Drink. I've said it's time to compete for alcohol, but there's no reason to leave first. Come on, drink. Gulala, the wine bottle lying in front of him, directly blocked the way. Under the vaguely threatening eyes, Silver Axe could only snatch it unhappily, and drank it bitterly. Tun, this time, count yourself lucky. On his drunken face, there was a flash of resentment against him. Not long after Locke left, a new figure quietly ushered in on the coast where there were a bunch of ships. Tall and burly. There is a huge gourd hanging on his waist, with big words of wine written on it. Although his body smells like wine, it still doesn't hurt the sense of oppression under his body. His huge body, like the shadow of a tree, covers most of the space, definitely not ordinary. The body shape that a human being can have on the pitch-black mace reveals a sense of terror. Kaido. That's right, 21 is Kaido. After Locke left, Kaido, who was still half drunk, stepped on the new boat with his back foot. They are all valuable collections of celestial dragons. As long as the direction is set, even if it is unmanned, it can drive steadily on the sea. It is enough to go to sea alone. Locke, if we meet again next time, I will definitely not lose to you. Sit on the deck. Kaido, leaning on the mast, quietly took out a fruit from his bosom. He put it in his hands with great care, mysterious texture. Complex curves. There is also a faint aura of coercion emanating from the fruit. It is indeed a zone fruit, and it is also a powerful one. Looking at the fruit in his hand, Kaido, who had always been aloof and indifferent, showed a rare shock and uncontrollable ecstasy. It is not that he has never seen the world, even the phantom beast fruit like the great Inu true god, he has also come into contact with. It should be said that even if Kaido has a different paranoia towards the zone fruit, he shouldn't be so excited. He's different. Advertisement, he is completely different from the altruistic fruit. The excited Kaido even trembled slightly with his hands holding the fruit. Without any hesitation, shrouded in ecstasy, he directly bit off the fruit in his hand. Totally different. Above all else, he deserves to be the strongest in his heart. Zone fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form. Drive the wind and thunder. Manipulate energy. Natural disasters and turmoil are frequently set off and disasters come. The supreme dragon that can easily expand to be bigger than an island. Beyond the floating island. As expected of the world government collection from the Valley of the Gods, the ships they found from the ruins are all high-quality goods, and the materials used are even more luxurious. Although they are not as good as the top battleships of Buster Call, the whole body is made of sea stone. Bottom, directly across the calm belt is no problem. But, it is definitely far superior to most of the ships that can be obtained on the surface. The extremely fast speed is far beyond the ordinary. Locke captured more than 10 countries in North Blue, and few can match his speed. The luxury of celestial dragons can be seen in Madara. Drive at full speed. Soon it was a long distance away from the floating island. Your Highness, are we leaving like this? Lenny licked his paw, with some hesitation in his eyes. I was still eating and drinking just now. If you leave, don't you even say hello? Although most of them are wine and meat friends, after so many years on the Black Pearl, there are still a few friends, right? The banquet is over, and I don't know when it will be. Goodbye. No, let's say goodbye. Bid farewell. Not required. Locke stared for a moment, but quickly shook his head firmly. They are all sons of the sea. If there is a chance, we will meet again. If there is no chance, everyone will disappear on the road of chasing dreams. What's the point of saying goodbye? Let nature take its course and let the times witness everything. The sea beneath your feet, it's the best farewell. Advertisement with Kaido's departure, it was as if a curtain had been drawn. One after another, figures, either furtively, with great fanfare, or in groups of 3 or 4, all tacitly came to the edge of the sea cliff of the floating island one after another. Looking at the rows of ships along the coast, no one showed any surprise expressions. A group of people who came one after another. Unanimously, they each chose an attractive ship to board, then opened the power cabin, and left towards the far side of the sea. With a single figure scattered, the originally cheerful and lively banquet center also became inexplicably deserted. The melodious laughter is much less, only the sound of drinking is left, and amidst the crackling sound of the bonfire, the only people left are reminiscing about the past, saying that they miss friendship rather than youth. Soufflé macchiato. Yes, another one. Linlin's eyes lit up, she held a perfectly shaped dessert, and directly inhaled the storm. In the increasingly weird atmosphere of the banquet, she didn't hang out with a few drunkards, but ate the dessert by herself. The style of painting 397 can be said to be quite novel. But her terrifying strength also gave her the qualification to be unconventional. Ochaku stared for a moment. After all, he withdrew his obscure look. In fights, she is definitely the king. After fighting from the slums, she can be said to be the most grandmaster melee fighter among Teigushi, but if it is changed to the general policy, she will be completely exhausted. Lenny tilted her head, and with her fluffy ears, she was rebellious and cute. Locke nodded. Was it the wrong course? Instead, they dealt with Whitebeard, who was not kind to them in front of him. The waves of the blue sea swept back quickly. Although they all looked similar, the Lion King's instinct made Lenny realize that this direction seemed to be a bit different from North Blue. Didn't it mean that after the Valley of the Gods is over, we will go back to North Blue together to develop Noxus? That's not the direction to go North Blue, outside the cabin. Could it be, Your Highness, do you have a new plan? Your Highness, aren't we going back to North Blue? This kind of super standard thing is completely beyond the applicable range of her IQ. That's right. Drink wine. Why do you feel that this route seems a bit wrong? Lenny looked dumbfounded. Chapter 169. Cut off the future of the world government. Humming and looking at Naji Zaitan, she must know more about these things. Don't think about it, Noxus must go back, of course. Locke's tone was resolute. He will not change the order day and night, and change the development strategy casually. But, before returning to Noxus, be sure to clean things up first. There's a murderous gleam in Locke's eyes, in order to cut off future troubles. Avoid being chased by the world government and implicating Noxus under its command. Moans. Must die. Chasing from behind, Moans, who knew they had gone through the underground passage, must die. Only by blocking his mouth can he ensure that he will not be discovered by the world government in the future, which will lead to a terrible disaster. The world government that even rocks can't resist, if it turns its attention to itself. Even Locke has no confidence in resisting. He can withdraw and leave, but there is no guarantee that Noxus will not suffer from the lights. And the dead, it is the only existence that can keep a secret. He must die. Thinking of what he did in the underground space, Locke couldn't help flashing a ferocious look at Chunin. But before going after him, Swish Locke flicked his wrist. Take all the looted treasures out of the space, pity. Captain Rox is dead, otherwise, the group of celestial dragons can be exchanged for a lot of devil fruit. Shook his head. There was a bit of regret on Locke's face. Advertisement. Although he basically didn't search for celestial dragons intentionally, other than pretending at the beginning, the number of celestial dragons that hit his hands was also quite a few. According to the exchange of rewards, it is not a problem to exchange 5 or 6 coins. Gee. Rox are dead, however, if Locke were to choose, I'm afraid I really wish Rox would die. After all, devil fruit can be looted again, but the chance to escape from the Black Pearl and return to freedom is really rare. The ambition to devour the world will not tolerate him being under Rox all the time. If Rox succeeds in one step, the story of slipping into an unknown trajectory is not what Locke wants to see. Now, his strength is far from supporting him to throw the table and collapse. Maintaining the established track to absorb resources from it and make a fortune silently is the most suitable way of development for him. Your Highness, even without those celestial dragons, our harvest is not small. Najeshtan reached out to comfort Locke, as if worried about his discomfort. But, she was right. This trip, they have gained a lot. 12 devil fruits, in front of Locke, it is full, like a small hill. If other pirates saw it, they would instantly turn into rabbits with envy, even if it was based on the auction price on the black market. A fruit would cost nearly 1 billion Baileys. This also has tens of billions of Baileys. If you change it into jewelry, you can pile up a mountain, and the doctor will make the ship so heavy that it will sink. Even if they landed in the Valley of the Gods and searched countless in the heavenly paradise of celestial dragons, they could be said to be full of food, but compared to the harvest of Locke's expansion, they were instantly reduced to scum. Even if it includes the Golden Lion's efficiency of pulling up a palace at every turn, no one can catch up with Locke. 12 devil fruits, plus Starfish's Bailey, treasure. The harvest is simply too exaggerated. Even Locke did not expect to be so prosperous. Even though the celestial dragons were extravagant, Locke only found 3 or 4 devil fruits from it under the looting of a group of locusts, and 2 of them were hidden in the treasure box. It is estimated that the effect is good. The other 8, all are accidental. That's right. On the crown of that strange banyan tree in the ground, there seemed to be thousands of devil fruits, but after Locke and the others worked hard to search, not many could be picked. Advertisement. Most of them are either phantoms, or they are still on CD. Stonebook fruit, shell fruit, foam fruit, ring fruit. Really got it. That is to say, the 8 devil fruits in Locke's hands, plus the ones they found in the Valley of the Gods, exactly 12. Tisk. It's a pity that the celestial dragon's meat ticket can't be used, otherwise we can make up a whole number. Locke felt sorry. Your Highness, do you want to get rid of that guy? The Admiral of Smoke Fruit. Naji Zaidan came over. She had been in the Admiral army, and she never played a lot of games. Cut weeds. Exactly. Locke nodded. Of course there is no need to hide from the Teigu envoy under his command. Turn the gun directly to deal with us. The 3 royal gods saw it with their own eyes, and Mo Ansi rushed over in a hurry. And it was uncharacteristically, desperately trying to break through with silver axe. Make sure it is after there is no way to move it. On the contrary, Locke's last hateful punch seemed to have touched the hidden program in cheat, directly causing this old man who had been entrenched all the time except for absorbing energy to make a rare movement. In this world, the closest people to Locke are them. Not only the harem, but also his most precious battle experience. Naji Zaitan muttered in a low voice with a fixed expression. Destruction. Too big. Yun, if they find out what we have done afterwards, the world government will definitely treat His Highness and Noxus as a thorn in their side, a thorn in their flesh, and even directly abandon Whitebeard who caused the fire. Directly let the envoys of several great emperors control the power of the god-level dangerous species, and take turns to explode. Once traces are found by them, it's a pity that the effect is very little. Based on the reputation of those maggots, for the sake of gold in the sky, they can destroy the country. After knowing everything, they will definitely be able to target and destroy. Even with the strange posture of the space-time tower, Naji Zaitan did not believe that he would be completely annihilated in Lu Chen, Hu Ba Zhao. The power of devouring like a black hole surged in the fist. What they did was not just to search for devil fruit. When Locke left after searching, he looked at the vastness, even if it was just a phantom, but also had the power to summon devil fruit. How could he be unmoved? That guy knows about our going to the underground passage, and with his status and performance, he obviously doesn't know nothing about it. Coupled with the testimony witnessed by Moans, Locke's act of destroying the body can be overturned in minutes. Chapter 170. 48 Ways to Destroy the World. Last second. An ancient tree that still doesn't respond to heavy punches. Next moment. It's like being torn apart by a black hole. After countless tests, it's just a phantom that seems to exist in another space. It's like a holographic projection that has been broken up. Although only for a moment. The uncle, who was full of food and drink, continued to entangle himself back, but the banyan tree in front of him changed drastically. The green vitality suddenly turned withered and yellow, from vigorous to decayed. The entire banyan tree seemed to have been emptied of all its strength, and many phantoms on the canopy that were about to be replaced with real ones were shattered in an instant, becoming extremely illusory. It's like being taken out of time, and if I want to condense a fruit later, I don't know that I will have to wait until the end of time. Countless branches withered and withered, as large leaves withered from above. They did not wait for Locke to investigate carefully. Rumble. The huge waves that shook the ground collapsed from the ground, which was a chain reaction after the core was destroyed. Exaggerated destruction is replaced by Yanshin death, otherwise, they will be sensed by those generals and emperor-level powerhouses every minute, and they all have to rush over to find out. And Whitebeard later, so easily divided the Valley of the Gods into two. There are also factors in this aspect. The complete Valley of the Gods is comparable in size to Buggy Stan Kingdom 880. It is far more exaggerated than Marineford, which is the base of Marine, and can carry the battle of a strong like rocks. The current Whitebeard really has not relied on his own strength to tear his strength apart. And Locke. It is also because of this that he is extremely afraid of the accident of the devil fruit tree, and the world government finds out that it is related to him. Although not directly destroyed, but after such a wave of hype, at least for a long time, places that are regarded as one of the sources of power by the world government will have a high probability of reducing production, or even extinction. Predictable. For a long period of time, the number of capable people in the world government will be greatly curbed. Want to harvest devil fruit like leaks like before? I'm afraid it can only be a dream. If the culprit is found by the world government, definitely Thunderfury. They can accept the chaotic sea, but they may not be able to accept that someone dares to plunder their tiger's beard, and the flying dragon rides on their face. If there is no thunderous reaction, then it is not a world government. The destruction of Ohara, as well as the extinguishing of lights in various countries, are enough to prove that the world government is definitely not a soft-hearted stubble. No matter how much it condones the development of pirates, once someone touches the bottom line, it will definitely usher in a devastating impact. This is also the reason why he has been afraid, covering up, and not wanting things to be discovered. Advertisement, but, even so, Locke still has no regrets. If he could do it again, he would definitely choose the same method, and even squeeze and extract even more fiercely. Who made us doomed to be sworn enemies? Rox was right in one thing. Destroy the world government, it must be him Locke. Because, in order to achieve the ambition in his heart, this monster that has been entrenched in the sea for 800 years is an absolute terror that cannot be avoided, and it is also a dregs of the free era that must be swept into the dust. If the world government is not destroyed, how can there be soil to realize his goals? Since he is destined to be a sworn enemy, Locke will certainly not be relentless. If there is a chance of weakening the world government, of course they have to fight to the death. Maybe because of this, they will lose a few generals at the emperor level. Enemies arsenic, my honey. Containing and weakening the world government is an action that Locke will never miss. However, although the plan is successful now, but for myself who is burdened with great danger, he must hide better. For safety, I can only ask you to take a step first. Locke's eyes flashed, and a dwarf figure appeared in his mind. Before going to solve the aftermath, Locke stares. Waved. On the hill-like pile of devil fruit, half of the quantity was rolled over by him. To be on the safe side. Of course, CBEH, it is more important to increase one's own strength first. He is not the character of Granted. If you get the 12 fruits and leave them unused, isn't that pure waste? It has reached the consumption of 6 fruits, Locke murmured. He could feel that with the 48 Teigu in his body, his thirst for energy became even higher. 6. It is only barely meeting the boundaries of realization. Advertisement, next time, has it crossed to 7? As the Teigu became bigger and bigger, the energy consumed to summon other Teigu in the body became larger and larger, and it was still exponentially increasing. The only good thing is that although the consumption has become more, when the Teigu appears, the power has also become stronger. Counting one increase and one decrease, it is not too bad, it is just a short-term expansion of the harem Teigu. Desires may only be curbed temporarily. Without hesitation, Locke flipped his wrist. Roar. 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 48 Teigu tore apart and roared at the same time. The shocking vibration seemed to tear the sky apart, like an abyss that could never be filled, madly sucking the king of power in Locke's hand. Behind each Teigu, there is a looming phantom born. Even if it is just a ray of energy falling down, it will make people feel a sense of trembling from the soul, not to be an enemy, never to be an enemy. Each of them, if they can explode with all their strength, will definitely be enough to destroy the world. If it weren't for the scene in his body, he couldn't help but find a place to hide it. After a black and white reversal, Locke regained consciousness from the scene of the 48 Teigu clanging together and destroying the world just now. There was still a bit of shock in Locke's eyes. It is also a god-level dangerous species that represents the source of their power, and a glimpse of it appeared in Locke's body. But time is short, fleeting. Before him, release it. Is it a new mutation that was produced by devouring the essence of the devil fruit tree before? Just now. He thought that there was no change after the engulfment, but it turned out that the change was reflected here. It was absolutely earth-shattering and mighty momentum, as if even the heavens and the earth could not bear this force. The power that only existed in legends suddenly appeared in his body. Several times the Teigu appeared. At most there were 48 Teigu roaring in the air, but I have never seen those god-level dangerous species that are the source of their origin after they return to their original source. There is not much time for people to think at all. In a flash, it seems like a vast sea. Not just Teigu. Chapter 171. Almighty, Observer, New Member. Under the unknown circumstances, it will change towards a deeper level. The god-level dangerous species that absorb the power of the devil fruit tree has begun to jump in an unknown direction. Even Locke. Also because of insufficient strength, it is difficult to figure out the specific changes in a short period of time. But to be expected, Teigu, whose upper limit is not low, will definitely go in a more mysterious direction after this leap. Everyone knows that the power of Teigu can make ordinary people become superpowers, with the ability to move mountains and fill seas, and such terrifying Teigu envoys. They rely on Teigu. But these god-level dangerous species, a little bit of power is the essence, and then it is forged by the craftsman with painstaking efforts. Cubed, M. Bone. At first glance, it looks like a bunch of trivial powers, and they are so powerful just by borrowing a few wisps of their aura. One can imagine the horror of the god-level dangerous species, and such terrifying power is still evolving to a higher level. The power inside this is absolutely shocking, all in all. Cheat's power is even stronger, and that's the only way. Only then will it be possible to achieve the ambition and blueprint that emerged in his heart step by step. I want to do that. Without the power of Ultimate, and the powerful Teigushi's assistant, absolutely impossible. Locke pauses for a moment. But, these are all things in the future. Although the Teigu in the body has the opportunity to transform, it is only an opportunity. A new level of metamorphosis after the combination of these forces. You can't be too ambitious, you still have to put your eyes on your feet first. 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Stressing his mind to recover, Arthur slowly opened his eyes to recover his vision, and what appeared in front of him was an eye. Eyes that seemed to see through everything. So it was he who answered the prayer in my heart. Locke raised his eyebrows, but his eyes were shining with a strange brilliance. Others dare not look at these eyes, and they will see everything in their hearts every minute, but Luke, who is the master, is of course not among them. Suddenly, advertisement dazzling brilliance burst out from the eyes. Between 5 different colors intertwined, a graceful figure slowly took shape. Well, is it the master's call? The Wangyang world, which is completely different from the original world, is really intoxicating. The intellectual voice resounded in the sea breeze. It sounds like a big sister-type character with a gentle personality. With intertwined colors fade. A goddess in a purple high-forked dress slowly walked out from the inside, and the white color approaching the thighs was even more of a pure temptation. Purple hair, purple pupil, purple, and a pretty face. The obviously coquettish purple tone gives people an indescribable gentleness and tranquility. Seal. Locke opened his mouth slightly. That's right. In the choice of Teigushi, he was just like the previous, endless Death Needle. He decisively replaced a certain prison warden, who would want to suddenly mix in a real man with a row of harem girls following him. When the Teigu envoy manifests, Locke randomly clicked on a female character. Unexpectedly it was Xie who was summoned. Naturally stupid, a girl with glasses, and a proud weapon. The 3 basic characteristics together constitute Seal's label, and Locke never admits that his focus is on the third. Light and shadow change. In the glow, the eye that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world suddenly dispersed. It turned into countless streams of light and poured into Zaire's eyes. It was as if he had sensed Locke's intentions, instead of letting Seal grow an ugly third eye on her forehead like a warden, but directly integrated power into the eyes under her glasses. Under the glasses with purple frames, it looks like the same purple pupils as before, but Locke knows that the terrifying power contained in them is the full power of the Emperor body. 5-sided omnipotent observer. In the original book, similar to the ability of foresight in battle, the actual performance is somewhat similar to Katakuri and observation hockey's foresight. The 5-sight can barely be regarded as it, but it is far from omnipotent, but I don't know how far it is. Compared with his domineering title of observing, it really doesn't match. But Locke knew that the current Teigu was no longer what it used to be, and it kept going back to its origin. One day in the future, it would definitely be worthy of the name of omnipotence and the title of Observer. Asking for flowers. Featuring. Zaire's voice was a bit timid, looking around at the scenery on the sea that was completely different from the original world, and she who controls Teigu's five-sided omnipotent observer can see far more things than others. At a glance, there are countless information, actively or passively drilled into her mind, filling the vacant knowledge. Born to know, do not learn by yourself. In just a short moment, he gained a huge amount of knowledge about this world. And the information in front of you. So, Your Highness, your next move is to get rid of that army admiral, so as to avoid future troubles? Seal crossed her arms in front of her. The already proud murder weapon became even more majestic. Is. A bit like the waves of the sea. Locke quickly recovered from the wild thoughts in his mind. That's right, if we don't get rid of Mons, we can't let go of Noxus at all. This is a mine that may explode at any time, and you must control it in your own hands and solve it yourself. Locke was not surprised at all. Shay already knew the goal of the plan before he even opened his mouth. Again. Teigu. Integrating the energy transformed from the essence of devil fruit in his hands, and then manifesting the Teigu, it has long been separated from the power shown in the original work, and is closer to their origin, representing the god-level dangers of the origin of Teigu kind. Not to mention, after absorbing the power of the devil fruit tree before, Chi-Chi also underwent an unknown transformation. If there is no such power, he will be surprised. It's just a short prediction of the future in the battle, but it is far from satisfying his requirements, but the strength of Teigu in the original book is far from satisfying his inner ambitions. Only the god-level dangerous species, or even higher-level power, can fulfill his heart's desire. After all, that's what Rox said himself, the greed that wants to eat the world. Shay, can you do anything? Locke didn't hide it, and directly showed his request to Seal beside him. For once and for all, the way to get rid of that guy Mons. Chapter 172. Horror, does what you see have to be real? How, if it's killing that guy, I might not be able to help His Highness. Zaire pursed her lips. But if you find someone, there is absolutely no problem. The sea has already told me his direction. As long as you follow Teigu's perspective, you can easily find his existence and stop the ambush. This is the greatest thing I can do for your highness. Shay pursed her lips. There was a slight tremor in his eyes, as if he was ashamed for not helping Locke. Enough. Locke nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't hoped that Shay could solve everything. He only consumed 6 devil fruits. Of course, Sher's strength would not be exaggerated. How many points? Besides, 5 view and omnipotent, 230, observer. However, the proper auxiliary Teigu is not a one-hit kill weapon, and it is normal to have a slight shortcoming in terms of pure killing, and everything is within Luo Shu's expectations. Being able to accurately capture Mon's movements for an ambush has far exceeded Locke's expectations. The Teigu in the original work does not have the function of map hanging. Very good, then let's go. Locke clapped his fists excitedly. Although Mons can't be solved directly, it is very important to find his traces in the vast sea. Locke also planned to take risks before, tracking the world government sailing ships, and directly forming a surprise attack. Now, with Zaire around, there shouldn't be such a big risk. Ambush on the fleet where Mons is, use the illusion ability to temporarily cover him, split him up and destroy him one by one, get rid of Mons as soon as possible, and leave as soon as possible before other generals arrive. Ambush with mental arithmetic and unintentional, the success rate is extremely high. Seal's joining directly made Locke's original, sloppy, killing, complete. But, my current strength. Seal's timid voice interrupted Luke's imagination. Under a burst of distortion like light and shadow, Shay in front of her eyes changed drastically in an instant, from a quiet girl with glasses to an extremely immature child, the kind whose height was not even below Locke's knees. Advertisement, are you rushing out to work before you grow up? It's because of the replacement of the Teigu envoy. Kay slapped his forehead. He almost forgot, if he is not satisfied with the original user of Teigu, if another Teigu envoy or character is in charge, the character will return to the initial state. However, perhaps because Shay is a member of Teigushi herself, she did not return to the infant form like Joel, but appeared in the form of a young girl Lolita. Although I still lost my peak state, at least I still have the ability to take care of myself, and I don't need to bring my baby anymore. So, is it the illusion ability of the 5 visions just now? It can affect so much by one's own power. Locke paused for a moment, thoughtfully. It directly misled all of them, and what they saw was only a false hallucination effect. If Shay didn't take the initiative to speak, none of them would be able to see through it now. Even if it was because of the companions, everyone didn't think so much, didn't investigate carefully, and was a little careless, but this kind of victory has already surprised people, weaving it carefully, and under unexpected circumstances, it is definitely not a problem to hide it from the General Emperor. This body is too poor and weak, and it's not yet time to use Teigu's power unscrupulously. Fighting. Maybe we can only rely on everyone. Zaire pursed her lips, looking timid, as if she was a little ashamed. If we can find the sailing direction of that guy Mons, let's find the target and ambush in advance. Leave the rest to me. Locke looked confident. Use the illusion ability to cover up the battlefield as much as possible, and don't let the opponent discover it too quickly. Can it be done, Seal? Locke looked fixedly at the girl beside him. No problem. In the purple eyes, there was a strange brilliance. Open black lens bracket 5 sight universal observer close black lens bracket for the first time. the power of the otherworld burst out his unique brilliance on the sea. Seal, who is still in the initial form, is indeed a bit too reluctant to fight the capital with Locke and the others, but if you use Teigu's power, it will not be a problem at all. As weapon spirits, they are originally a kind of force close to instinct. Drink. The brilliance is shining, the streamer is blooming, and the surging brilliance is intertwined in Zaire's eyes. Not even thick glasses can hide it. Open black lens bracket future vision, close black lens bracket. Ye just like fireworks exploded, all kinds of brilliant streamers bloomed in her eyes. In dozens of different lights and shadows, mapping fragmented scenes, the only thing in common is the boundless sea in the background board. Advertisement as if in an instant. I have seen the endless vast ocean, and it is still the kind that sees the future. Like a dream bubble, glimpses of scenes are constantly being born and shattered in Zaire's eyes. With a touch of light and shadow shattered, the thin sweat on her forehead gradually increased, and her face turned slightly pale. Just when Locke frowned slightly, worried about her state, and wanted to call a stop ahead of time. Found it, Seal's surprised voice rang in her ears. Light and shadow change. Freeze instantly. The fragmented scene is completely broken, like a broken glass mirror, completely disintegrated or glass slag. The light in his eyes disappeared immediately. The face is also pale and weak due to overuse. But the expression on Zaire's face was extremely happy, and her pair of watery eyes were like smiling stars. Dominate. The target has been locked. After successfully helping her, she even wore a bit of joy on her tail. Very good. Set off, follow the direction Shea discovered, and the ships will all be 10,000. Everyone recharge your batteries. Be ready to fight at any time. There is still a big battle ahead, you must not take it lightly. Without the slightest hesitation, Locke swung his sword and set sail. If you don't hurry up, it is not so easy to prepare enough ambush preparations before Mons arrives. Far empty. Within the nameless sea. It's not that it is unknown because no one has marked it, but it has never appeared on the chart, so it is unknown. Under the endless ocean. Originally, due to intentional, unintentional, and deliberate isolation by the world government, there were basically no sea ships, and it was rare for a huge fleet to appear one after another. Shuttle in this, dead, sea area is about to form a large scale. Chapter 173. The Prelude to Death. Rumble. Countless sand and gravel enter the sea, and the waves soar into the sky. The chain reaction of Lu Chen in the Valley of the Gods has not completely dissipated. One after another, large ships galloped out from the ruins of the Valley of the Gods. They were full of items salvaged from the nearby sea area. Not only all kinds of treasures are cherished, but also countless people who were born on the raft from Lu Chen. Woo woo woo. Sirens resounded across the sea. Billowing black smoke billowed out of the power cabin, and the waterline was so deep that even if the power cabin was turned on at full power, it seemed a bit difficult. Under overload operation, a lot of fuel could not be completely burned and released. On the deck of the ship, there are a large number of troops standing guard, and their tense faces cannot hide their fatigue. Uniform. The armor is ready. At first glance, it is not comparable to pirates who are not fake. The overall uniform is somewhat similar to marine, but the details are slightly different, showing the difference between the two. It is the army clothing that is rare in the sea and has more red line. Hey, this is too tiring, isn't it? Ship after ship, how long does it have to be transported? Is there no end? Hey, be content. At least we are still alive. Those damned pirates insisted on seeking death to attack the forbidden area of the Valley of Gods. They just hit them. As a result, the whole continent was sunk by them, and the casualties were countless. It's really cruel. 2 soldiers, one tall and one short, stood guard with their weapons in their hands. Although the corners of their mouths were yawning and they were very tired, they still had a lot of energy in chatting and fishing. With thick dark circles on their faces and lingering horror, it can be seen that they were exhausted before. Lu Chen, the Valley of the Gods, the pirates just slapped their buttocks and left, but for the world government, this is not an easy task, especially for the armed forces of the sea, land and air. Teams, one by one, salvaged the sunken led by Vice Admiral. And those who were lucky enough to escape from the disaster, rescued and boarded the ship. It is more or less a battle force, and they are loaded and packed together wave after wave. Not only the people at the bottom, even the generals, admiral, the top executives can't stay idle, let alone leave early. Escort. In order to guard against those daring pirate raids, all the powerful generals are responsible for escorting the ships. Some are treasures salvaged from the ruins of the Valley of the Gods, and some are big figures rescued from it. All are extremely precious, and there is no room for error. Ships can be temporarily released by Vice Admiral, but on each team of battleships, there are definitely admirals on the battleships to suppress the battlefield, maintain the safety of the fleet, and get support at any time. Advertisement. It can be said that in order to cope with the impact of the remnants of the Rock's pirates, they put their vigilance to ultimate. Fine, we are lucky, the ship under our feet is a battleship. The short man looked happy. The battleship, but the main ship of the fleet group, is absolutely safe with Admiral suppression on it. Why aren't you answering? Talk, John. The short man poked his elbow at the soldier beside him. The middle-aged man called Old John. His face was a little stiff at the moment, and he forced the corners of his mouth to show a smile that was uglier than crying. Master Moans, while the two of them were chatting. The short and thin old man with an old face slowly walked out of the cabin. Who else could it be if it wasn't their chief of command for this operation, Army Admiral, Wanyan Moans? Big. My lord. Old John was trembling, his face was bitter, and he was about to cry. When I touched it, I was discovered by the biggest boss. Is there anything more tragic than this in a professional life? But Moans clearly wasn't paying attention to him. Hands behind their backs, go forward alone to the deck. Compared with the old John who was relieved and relaxed for the rest of his life after the catastrophe. Unexpectedly, Moans kept his face straight, he frowned. His hairs stand on end slightly. Advertisement, there seems to be something wrong with his face. Nervous? Danger? Why do you feel this way all of a sudden? Mo Ansi frowned, his heart beat faster, and there was an inexplicable fear and uneasiness that kept reappearing in his heart, and his obscure eyes fixed on the sea and the sky. It seems that the closer you are to the red line, the clearer the feeling? Could it be because of the reaction of the 5 elders after knowing the incident in the Valley of the Gods? But if there is an accident and someone is wiretapped, let those secret unstable factors know, and the chain reaction consequences caused by him are absolutely not something he, an army admiral, can bear. Most of the other colleagues were at the same level as him. He didn't dare to spread such a big matter, so he could only hold it in his heart. The phone bug could directly contact Mariajoy. Moans frowned. But in this operation, the commander of the 3 armies Yan, who should have been of a high level, died in the hands of rocks again. The seemingly stable pinnacle of power, those big countries in the alliance, are not easy, and there are not many peaceful ones. Originally, he thought that after the war, he would withdraw 220 and return to Mariajoy as quickly as possible, and report the relevant matter to the 5 elders in person, but he suddenly encountered a task of escort, and he couldn't refuse because of emotion and reason. To attract more attention, he could only grit his teeth and respond, directly dragging the time to the present. As for Locke, he was unscathed, and he knew where the forbidden area was, so he must die without a burial. It's just a quasi-admiral, but he was able to break through the blockades in the crypt and rush out. Moens's face turned bitter. That guy is really a waste, not to mention wasting the mirror fruit, but also blind us to spend so much resources to give him the best battlefield to build alone. I thought that Locke just went in and broke out under heavy blockade. At most, he harvested the latest fruits that were bred in a wave. He didn't know Locke's root-cutting, harvesting method at all. Didn't get a chance to go to Moans found in the vault. I tried to stop it, it's all that Locke's fault. That's right. I didn't deliberately hide and procrastinate. He hadn't had time to tell anyone about this earth-shattering event. It wasn't that he wanted to conceal it deliberately, but the things behind it were too vast. Talking disdainfully, he knows that the strength that Jingjingguo can display in such a scene is definitely not weaker than that of Magellan, who was impelled down later. Even if he goes by himself, without enough preparation, it is difficult to escape easily from inside. Chapter 174. Extreme blade slashing the sky. If he hadn't miscalculated the impact of Locke, thinking that at most he knew about the existence of the projection of the devil fruit tree, it would have little impact if he reported it a moment earlier or a moment later. He is definitely not as calm as he is now, at least desperately wanting to go back to Mariajoy as soon as possible. Escort? Transport? What a hammer. In the face of this big event, everything is just a floating cloud. Moans, who has been stationed in the Valley of the Gods all year round, knows the importance of the forbidden area better than others. In the eyes of 5 elders, this is even more important than celestial dragons. It's all Locke Kid's fault. It can't all be blamed on me, can it? Moans made a bitter face, selectively ignoring the antecedent that he ignited the flames and forced Locke to pass. Think about it. The uneasy heart is even more uneasy. HT. Those big bosses sitting at the pinnacle of power will not listen to my explanation. On the sea full of seawater, the army is already weaker than the marine, not to mention that their army base camp is still stationed on the red line. It can be said that it is under the eyes of Mariajoy, and they don't even have the position of marshal, and they are directly ruled by the world government. There is a marine so independent, and buffet. Even though Mo Ansi was a general-level powerhouse, he couldn't help feeling a little uneasy in the face of those big men. If adults know. No, wrong. The crisis is definitely not from Mariajoy. It's in front of me. Who? Mo Ansi roared in a deep voice. The sound was like a shockwave sweeping across, causing waves to crash on the sea. What's the situation? What happened? The sudden change caught the attention of others. The soldier who was staring at the big dark circles under his eyes and was dizzy suddenly concentrated his attention in a jerk. With nervous faces, they clenched their weapons tightly. All kinds of long guns and artillery began to focus and aim in an instant, ready to refill their ammunition. Like a frightened bird, the originally sloppy battleship went up and down, and instantly became alert. It not only shows that they are well trained, but also proves that they are afraid of pirate raids. Advertisement. Some of the quick-witted ones looked at Mo Ansi, trying to get some news from him. But Moans obviously didn't intend to talk to them. Boom, the momentum soared into the sky. The thick aura is as oppressive as the substance. The clouds in the sky were all touched, spreading and opening irregularly. Keep your eyes on something ahead. Following the intuition in his heart, even if he didn't find anything, Mo Ansi still refused to give up. His whole body began to press down like a spring, and the power of the smoke fruit was fully released, and the smoke like a column of wolf smoke began to spread over him. Slowly condensing behind him, the mighty airflow raged in the sky to the outside world, announcing his sense of existence. Wave. There was a sound like a balloon shattering in the air. In the originally empty sea, a small island with the size of a corner appeared in a burst of light and shadow distortion. Although it was not big, it gave Mo Ansi a chill down his spine. Island size is not the point. The point is, the uneasiness he felt wasn't really because of Mariajoy. The small island that suddenly appeared in front of us is obviously an ambush. The whole army is on alert, beware of sneak attacks. Moens's low-pitched military order had just sounded. Boom! A huge flaming beam of light suddenly struck from a distance. Huge momentum. There were sparks and lightning along the way, and the moment Moens noticed the appearance of the island, a shockwave swept out. A fiery beam of light. Not only is the color like a flame, but it also has a scorching temperature. Even if it is far away, you can feel the moisture in the air, evaporated by the scorching heat, and the ends of your hair feel dry and hot. Court death. Moens is not afraid of retaliation. He stretched out his hand and yanked it behind him. The soaring mist, which should have no fixed shape, was instantly condensed and compressed by his palm, and turned into a long sword as black as iron. Its shape was somewhat similar to that of a tang knife. The blade was straight, and the tip was like a long and narrow triangle. Where does the remnant party come from? Dare to be arrogant in front of you? Moens was sure. Among the generals who fought in the Valley of the Gods before, there was absolutely no one who controlled this kind of power, and judging by the strength of the attack, it was between the quasi-admiral and the real admiral, and it was only after gaining momentum. Do it. Even if it is a hasty shot, advertisement with his strength, it is completely enough to deal with it. The gap between us, but the moat, Moansi, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally released the grievance in his heart when he got the chance. On the basis of remaining power, he didn't hold back his hand and directly hit the strongest blow. Crush it for me. Extreme blade breaking the sky. The black knife in his hand slashed wildly, turning into an uncapturable afterimage. Whoosh! A faint white light flashed across the blade. Countless slashes erupted along with Moansi's slashes, which were more inexplicably destructive than ordinary swordsman's slashes, making a sob sound in the air. See if you're still alive. This is a move that he has spent countless efforts to cultivate. It can slash with ultra-high-speed vibration frequency, and a large number of particle molecules resonate on the blade, resulting in extremely destructive damage. Even the Emperor-level powerhouses have to retreat, very powerful. The Supreme Sharp Knife, an attack that can be crushed in high-frequency collisions, is of course not something that this attack can resist. But the side effect is also very obvious, that is, the consumption of the weapon's durability is very huge, which can be called 100 times the consumption, and the molecular vibration of overclocking, even the Supreme Sharp Knife cannot ignore it. While hurting the enemy, it is also self-destructing the weapon in hand. Only the strength above the big sharp knife can withstand the consumption of this move, otherwise the weapon in hand will break before the attack is made. But even the Supreme Sharp Knife is easily damaged under such high-frequency consumption, and it is not a dragon-slaying skill that ordinary people can use at all. That is Moens, Molly, S., who found a new way to constrain the inert gas into a weapon in his hand, so that he can use it as a consumable without any scruples. It was only by this trick before that he could easily penetrate Silver Axe, the armor that even the Emperor-level powerhouse finds troublesome, hit him like a peach blossom. Looking proudly at the sea, a black long knife, which was the same as before, appeared in Moansi's hand again. Stretched back and reached out again, he obviously turned on the extreme blade, stayed again. Unsurprisingly, a slight crack appeared on the black knife in Moansi's hand. Just ask, with a flick of the wrist, who else? The fiery red beam of light was broken in response. Brush more. Hua Wang was beheaded to pieces at the same time. A faint white light flashed. Chapter 175. A gap like a moat, an invalid attack? Island on the sea. Isn't that enough? Covered by the scattered flames, Naji Zaidan's figure quickly shuttled across it. His face turned slightly pale. The attack just now. It was she who activated the evil soul mode of the 3 royal gods, under the momentum, directly smashed out double energy, and activated 2 hook jade at a time, and then burst out the Sunshine Skyflame pillar. This is already her ultimate blow. That is to say, after Teigu transforms, she can burst out multiple pieces at once, and the full strength of 3 Guyu will threaten the life of the Teigu envoy, which is already her maximum output on the line of life and death. The power is infinitely approaching the General Emperor level, but it is actually resisted by the outbreak of Moansi's convulsion. Never mind, at least it barely met His Highness's request. Naji Zaidan shook her head. No more entanglements, but quickly evacuated backwards. Her goal has been achieved, and now she just needs to evacuate quickly according to the plan. The rest will be handed over to the other companions. No matter how much you struggle, it won't affect the ending. Naji Zaidan manipulated the 3 gods to evacuate quickly, glanced back quietly, and took everything into her eyes. 300 rumble. The flames soared into the sky, and the flames exploded. After the crimson Amaterasu flame fell into the sea, it boiled the surface of the seawater in minutes. Huge movement. People can't help but eyelids twitch. What's going on? What happened? Is it a pirate? Could it be that another treacherous pirate came to ambush? Guards. Guards. All come to protect me. Moens, come back quickly and protect us. Vice Admiral over there, in the name of Carlo Yas Saint, I order you to protect my safety first. Protect me, otherwise I'll kill you all. The ear-piercing loud noise, the scorching heatwave, and the huge shockwave instantly attracted the attention of the big shots in the battleship's cabin, and a group of people scrambled out of the cabin to investigate. Wearing a special isolation suit and looking like a fish tank above his head, he is the world noble celestial dragons. Advertisement even in the face of Moansi, he must not be polite. Every now and then it is a sentence of command. Still a little panicked, he directly took out his golden pistol and threatened the generals around Seebeck. They were all pointed to their foreheads with pistols, but they didn't dare to resist in the face of the world nobles. Only anger and unwillingness emerged inexplicably in their hearts that were suppressed to the extreme. With the appearance of these smart masters, the battleship that was originally neat and orderly became chaotic in an instant. It's like a mess. It's been tricked. Moansi's pupils narrowed slightly, and seeing the incoming enemy who was about to retreat at the touch of a button, he immediately realized that something was wrong. To be able to sit in the position of admiral in the army, not to mention how high his IQ is, at least he will not be the muscular Shui Shi. Commotion. The other party deliberately caused a commotion. Moans gritted his teeth bitterly. Facing the celestial dragons, even he, the army admiral, had to be superficially respectful, not to mention these vice admirals, rear admirals, and even lower-ranking soldiers under his command. It was a completely crushing rule. No way. Under the propaganda of the world government from generation to generation, the nobles of the world, descendants of the Creator, celestial dragons have been sanctified too high. It is completely a gap between the two species. Even Marine Admiral will be dispatched because a celestial dragon's is damaged. Not to mention his army, and there are not only one or two people in front of him, but a vast existence. Even if he comes forward, he should be afraid to bow his head. Damn it. It's all the other party's trick. Moans gritted his back molars. The battleship defense, which was originally iron plate, became uncontrollable in an instant after the intervention of this group of celestial dragons who kept shouting, and it seemed to have become a mess. And opposite, open black lens bracket endless death needle close black lens bracket a large phantom like a flying arrow appeared in the sky, occupying most of the sky in the blink of an eye, and even the sunlight cast by the sun was covered into shadows. The exaggerated scale made people wonder, what happened to the vast sea? Gathering such a large area of archers to shoot a volley is simply outrageous. There was a lot of noise on the battleship, and the army, which was originally a mess, became a mess in an instant under the sudden attack from all over the sky. The battleship lost command, and even the bombardment became sparse. Protect me. You untouchables, protect me, and me, moans, send someone here, if I have any loss. I swear in the name of Lacarla's saint, I will definitely not let you have a good time. You slaves, rush forward to me. What are you doing in a daze? Stop quickly. Block. Advertisement in a group of terrified eyes. Moansi unexpectedly calmed down, and said in his heart that it was true. The shock just now was just a prelude to the commotion. Now, is it the main dish? Moansi's eyes turned cold. The smoke that shot up into the sky like wolf smoke behind him, as his mind changed, instantly converged inward. Innocent. The gap between us, far from what you can imagine. Gutter rat, open your eyes and see the gap between us. Clang clang clang, the power of terror poured out and broke out completely. He pulled the 5 beams of wolf smoke behind him into his hands, and then flicked them forward. The power in his body is tumbling, and the surging fruit power is driven to the limit by him, and there is no chance to spare any power. If something happens to the celestial dragons behind him, even if Moans is an army admiral, he will have no good fruit to eat. It was clearly a smoke that would disperse at the touch of a button, but after being sucked into the special air dust by Moans, it instantly became thicker, like a thick layer of iron clothing, abruptly blocking the impact. Gray Zero Umbrella Guard. The umbrella faces forward. Teigu who will never stop until he attacks the enemy. The corner of Moan's mouth just raised, eyes flared. These dense offensives are comparable to migratory locusts, although on the surface it is because of Shiete's power and phantom. Distorted the vision, but the essence is still the needle, the tail needle of the young shadow bee queen. The locust-like arrows hit the surface of the mist umbrella, and there was a continuous sound of gold and stone crashing. The kinetic energy that was about to stagnate actually started to accelerate again. Shish haven't had time to laugh yet. It was like a big umbrella opened in front of him. The attack is ferocious, but it can only knock out waves of ripples on the surface. After falling into the umbrella protection composed of fine dust, the particles that are washed away by the inside soon consume the kinetic energy, and the speed continues to drop. Infinite air waves sprayed along the handle of the umbrella, turning into phantoms dozens of times larger, abruptly covering half of the battleship within the coverage of the umbrella. Chapter 176. Admiral. Mere prey. The characteristics of Teigu. It's not that easy to crack, Joel frowned, although to some extent. The Teigu she controls is somewhat similar to Akahido's open black lens bracket one-hit kill Murasame close black lens bracket. But, compared with Chitong's Murasame, who must injure the opponent to see the harsh conditions of blood, undoubtedly, the needle in her hands has a wider range of applications and is more difficult to deal with. Once played, it must hit. Otherwise, it will proliferate infinitely in the phantom until occupies the entire space. This time, her target was, of course, not Moans. But the ones behind him, celestial dragons, puff. Locusts burst through the air, bloody needles. The bright red blood splashed out like a horse. On a battleship that thinks it is safe, it is extremely eye-catching and dazzling. Humph. It's a pity that it didn't hurt the fatal position, it just pierced their arms. Joel snorted, with a bit of displeasure on his face. Although Jingfeng has the characteristic of guaranteed hit, but after the phantom multiplies all over the sky, even she, who is the soul of Teigu, can no longer control the specific direction, and can only hit randomly. It can be regarded as a flaw in this Teigu's fly in the ointment. Although Joel can barely be considered a nobleman, he doesn't like these maggots, mentally retarded, and cruel celestial dragons at all, and he doesn't regard them as the same kind. He just wants to get rid of them all. Garbage that tarnishes the name of nobility, lucky them. Joel shook his hand angrily. She is a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles and has seen blood, so she doesn't care about such tiny injuries, but for the pampered Kylong people? Definitely an earth-shattering event, dying. I'm about to die. Moans. This trash. If I die, Carlo Yas Saints, I will never let you go. You will be cursed by the Creator for the rest of your life. Obviously only half of his hand was blown off, but this fat man with a goldfish bowl on his head collapsed on the ground as if he was about to die, cursing directly through the air. On the battleship, the already floating hearts became even more chaotic because of his wailing. Advertisement, but because of this guy's identity, even Mo Ansi could only grit his teeth and bear it, and he couldn't even reprimand him. If it was someone else, he would have been corroded into dry bones by his poisonous smoke. Damn it, we can't go on passive defense like this anymore. Moensi's face darkened. Looking at the sky is full of arrows like locusts that are about to gather again. He deeply felt bad. Now that only one celestial dragon was injured, the situation was already gradually turning into chaos. If those guys hiding in the dark were to continue to make surprise attacks and lose one or two if they were unable to do their best, it would really be completely out of control. And, who knows how many unknown ambushes are hidden in the dark. If you keep it for a long time, you will lose it. If these guys are injured too much, how many of them will die at my hands? Mo Ansi's pupils shrank, and a touch of fear emerged. On the escorting warship, Celestial Dragons was attacked and killed by pirates. Even if he was admiral of the army, he couldn't bear the blame of this consequence. In addition, he was vaguely implicated in the neglect of duty in the forbidden area of the Valley of Gods. After liquidating all the way, even he couldn't bear the consequences. It can't go on like this. A stern look flashed in Mo Ansi's eyes, and he continued to defend passively, letting the opponent continue to attack, and he didn't know what ambush he would face. Instead of following the routine set by the opponent, he decided to directly flip the table. Take the initiative. Must be proactive. Even though he suffered a small loss, Moan still has enough confidence in his own strength. He is Admiral. Army Admiral is Admiral too. The highest combat power in the sea, land and air, the existence of the Emperor-level powerhouse standing on the top of the sea. Anything could be missing. Only there will be no lack of confidence in your own strength. The monsters like rocks have been completely buried in the Valley of the Gods. With the Valley of Gods Lu Chen, they are completely buried under the endless sea and become part of the abyss of the sea. The other members are at most at the level of Whitebeard, and no matter how strong they are, it is impossible to cause his life to be in danger. For their own strength, every general-level powerhouse has absolute confidence. Rush. When it breaks, it breaks. Mo Ansi, who acted extremely decisively, made a decision in his heart without any hesitation. Attack directly and decisively. Moore Vice Admiral, Flower Gun Vice Admiral, Guion Vice Admiral. I leave it to you here. Make sure the battleship is safe, and protect the celestial dragons from attack. Asking for flowers. I'm going to catch all the little mice in the trench. Advertisement. Show them the power of justice. Mo Ansi had a vicious look on his face. He looked like a big villain, and it had nothing to do with the justice he spoke of. One move with the right hand. Enveloped by the smoke, a large amount of gas came towards his body. Gathered behind. Then squirt hard. Like a jet fighter, a large amount of high-pressure and high-density gas exploded behind him and sprayed backwards, turning into a powerful propulsion force, forcefully propelling him forward and sweeping through the air. Another kind of flying effect has been achieved. However, compared to real flying, the freedom is much worse, and the flight trajectory can only go straight. Compared with flying, it is more like gliding with the help of gas propulsion. It is a bit like shooting yourself as an arrow. Although the action in the air is not very flexible, the speed is absolutely nothing to say. Not in a blink of an eye, he has reached his target. Boom. The airflow oscillated and fell directly to the ground. Observation hockey is fully open, directly abandoning the vision of the naked eye, to find the target through knowledge and color. Although it is still unavoidable to be affected by the illusion, the effect is obviously not as strong as before. Locke and the girls attached to his fruit ability, all the attacks just now came from Fang Minlu. He glimpsed the reality under the illusion. The Admiral Strongman, who has always been the highest fighting force in the three armies, will be ambushed and killed as a prey one day. Your target. Been waiting for this to happen all morning. Moans, who saw through Locke's target, his face sank and became very ugly. It's me? No one can think of it, not long, Locke? That's right, it was Locke who ambushed him. In other words, no one would think about it. The sudden appearance of several figures made him look astonished. And now, this group of guys in ambush just happened to be looking at him in their spare time. 15. When the lightning flashed, it wasn't that he was careless and fell into Locke's scheme so easily, but that he didn't expect that the target of this ambush, void as himself fiends himself, he is the real prey. Chapter 177. 3 Major Illusions in Life, Can I Fight Back? It finally appeared, Army Admiral, Mr. Wanyan moans. Locke stepped out from behind several people, although his voice was very polite, but the unruly and fierce look on his face clearly showed the posture of hunting him as a prey. That's right. The previous series of methods were deliberately created by Locke to make Moans feel threatened and force him to leave the battleship alone and go out. After all, Locke's goal is just to kill the grass and roots, in order to end the great damage caused before, and to seal it up. Just be safe. There is absolutely no need to provoke a team of battleships. The warships of the world government are not just for viewing, they are as powerful as they are under the mighty array. Even the elderly Whitebeard, who owns Shockfruit, suffered a lot of injuries in the large-scale covering bombardment in the successive siege, and more or less, 633, also affected the follow-up battle performance. Although Locke is proud, he is not arrogant. He is far from being arrogant to the level of a quasi-admiral. He ignores the level of long guns and short cannons and the level of group attacks. In addition, there must be a lot of vice-admirals in the huge battle fleet. Locke, who knew if there was anyone with good strength and didn't want to make more troubles, chose of course the easiest way. Siege. Gather the power of the Emperor's envoys, ambush and kill together, trick Moansi out and seal it up, so as to prevent future troubles. Shier's Teigu Observer is really easy to use. Locke's eyes moved slightly. The future view, similar to the effect of hanging the whole map, is not bad for locking the only way to Moans and ambush in advance. Barely within Locke's expectations, but the effect of the vision, that's really far beyond what Locke expected. Simply perfect. Directly covering a large area affects vision, and directly modifying the wasp-sharp needle shot by Joel into the shape of an arrow. Although it only affects vision, it has no effect on his essence, but the effect of large area covering is used to modify the image. Amazing, not only can perfectly hide one's identity, but also make Moans take it lightly. At least, if he found out, it was Joel who shot, and he thought of Locke every minute. In view of his previous record of forcibly killing Snow, coupled with the suspicion in the crypt, Moans, who has a cautious personality, will definitely not come out easily, let alone kill him alone. With Shur's illusion ability covering her, there is no need to be afraid of being easily discovered by the world government. Obscured by phantoms. After forcibly killing Moansi, as long as he ran fast, he would not worry about being chased. Anyway, in the eyes of the rest of the people, it was an attack by an unknown force that controlled flames and arrows, and had nothing to do with him at all. Locke's heart was slightly settled, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Hi one, little devil, have you misunderstood something? It's just a kid who was chased by me and fled. He was as embarrassed as a gutter mouse. How dare you plan to ambush me? You don't really think that if you are lucky enough to kill that idiot Snow, you will be invincible? Moens's eyes were cold. Advertisement in the short body, there is a vast energy like a mountain. Fear. Horrified. With his full aura, he stirred up the clouds in the sky just by his aura. It's just a brat. Moans shouted and roared angrily. The black knife in his hand slashed wildly, and hurricane-like slashes poured out. Originally, he was a little uneasy because he was suddenly ambushed and entered the set, but after he searched the audience with knowledge, he suddenly found out. It's completely overthinking. What trick? What conspiracy? What Rock's remnant strikes back? None at all. There is no trace of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, or even Ochaku, Silver Axe. An isolated island the size of a palm. He has used observation hockey to rummage through it inch by inch. From the beginning to the end, there are only Locke and a few women around him. Call. Moans secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his hairs bristling in fear and slightly retracted. But then, it was the shame and anger welling up from the bottom of my heart. Kid. A brat with quasi-admiral strength actually killed Moans as a prey. Too much deception. It's just too deceiving. Naked contempt made him rage. Mere brat. After confirming that no one else was in ambush, and it wasn't the remnants of the Rock's pirates counter-attacking, Moans stopped panicking for a moment, and his panic evacuation behavior was momentarily stagnant, changing to intending to capture Locke alive. As long as that guy can be caught, he can have an explanation for the matter in the crypt. Whether it's filling holes or rewards, at least he won't let him go away empty-handed. Advertisement. Die to me. Killing intent emerged in Moansi's eyes, and the black knife in his hand flickered with white light, and he slashed forward with all his might. Boom. The majestic momentum brought Moansi's greedy eyes. Just like, both regarded each other as prey. It's this trick again. There is obviously a weirdness on the blade, even the strange white light that can cut through the pillar of flame of the sky. Locke has no interest in hardening his head, and can feel the manic destructive power of the sword from a long distance. Xingyi hyphenation point rising dragon. Immediately agitate the blood on the body, turning into airwaves separated from the body, and at the same time as a dragon-shaped shockwave collides. Pointing to the ground, he withdrew and retreated wildly. Hide. If you can dodge one trick, how many more tricks can you dodge? The little mouse that I was chasing and killing dared to sneak up on me here. I'll let you know how long the gap between us is. Moans drank in a low voice. He, who had been suppressed for so long, was finally released, and he couldn't help but feel a little smug. Little brat. Before in the Valley of the Gods, he had been chasing and killing them all the way. The Valley of the Gods is huge enough and the buildings are rich enough that there is a 0.4 chance for him to hide and hide. Now this palm-sized island does not have such geographical conditions. If you want to escape from this isolated island, with the jet flight method he developed, he is 90% sure to easily intercept and kill any strong person below Admiral, including this guy in front of him. Locke. He never showed the same flying ability as the Golden Lion. The only thing he was afraid of was the encirclement and suppression by the remnants of Whitebeard. Since it was not the tricks of those guys, but Locke's own actions, he had nothing to be afraid of. The way of jet flight alone is enough to make him stand in the undefeated field. Not far away, But there was still a whole fleet of warships docked, full of firepower. Even Admiral had to bow his head in fear. You, dead. Mo Ansie's eyes turned cold, and there was a murderous doctor in his eyes. Chapter 178. The poison in the flames. Locke has been tricked. Dead? Sky? Chasm? I feel like I've heard it several times. Hearing Moan's menacing threat, instead of showing fear, Locke had a strange look on his face, deliberately provoking him instead. Pretend to think about it. Let's talk. Who was the last one who said these things to me? Snow. He should see Santuchuan soon by now. Locke's mouth curled up. Thinking, instantly turned into a smile, a grinning grin. A monster that seems to open its mouth to reveal its true face. You, is there a trap I'm aware of? Mo Ansie's pupils shrank slightly, and a bad feeling instinctively came to his mind. Before he could react, Acedes, Locke's low voice fell, and a voice as cold as frost suddenly sounded. Ice-Lane Admiral Army. The frosty air condensed and ultimate bloomed completely in front of him as Acedes stretched out his hand and pushed forward. A huge phantom of the wine jar emerged behind her, like a forbidden weapon that sealed the horrible things. 21. Crack. Crack. The azure blue ice spread forward at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, most of the isolated island was covered. Straightforward and easier terrain. Acedes, who has been accumulating for a long time, the power of this mysterious move has even surpassed the level of generals. Feeling the ultimate and domineering cold in the air, Shaw Ansie's pupils shrank for a while. Even the sea water at the edge of the isolated island was frozen by the cold current. Elemental frozen fruit? The short and slender face suddenly turned pale with shock. No, impossible. The frozen fruit has obviously been assigned to Marine, so it is absolutely impossible for you to own this. Advertisement Moans shook his head in denial. Inadvertently, because it was too shocking, he leaked some unexpected information to Locke. Moans barely recovered from the shock, suddenly discovered, in front of my eyes. In the azure blue ice field, a new change suddenly appeared. Click. Crack. Crack. Boundless blocks of ice sculptures, suddenly elongate in shape, blurred edges become clear. He holds a gun in one hand and a shield in his hand. The body is covered with thick full-body armor, which is covered with extreme ice, and there are hideous ice spikes on it. Gives a very dangerous feeling. Ice knights who have experienced many battles stepped out of the frost, and the whole army lined up, carrying a neat chill, linking up with each other to form a battle formation, like a posture of one body, which is not comparable to scattered snow and snow. It's a power I've never seen before. Moans' face darkened slightly. He hadn't seen that cold woman use similar moves before. The strange ice knight, who seemed to be resurrected from the dead, attacked him like a fish in water in the frost. Extreme blade dry mist clump. A series of mist-like slashes bloomed from the black knife. It is not so much the slash of the swordsman, but rather a pouring of the power of the Moan's fruit. Ling Lai's sword. It endows the smoke that was originally lost in one blow, with a bone-piercing sharpness. Scour all over the ice knight. One by one was broken, but one by one was reborn in the ice field, absorbing the frost. It seems to be a strange thing that can never be killed. And Mo Ansie also faintly felt that the strength of the other party was getting stronger. With the passage of time, the ice layer continued to change, and the surrounding cold continued to the point where he was a little terrified. Aestus hole. Moens's face was ruthless. It's all because he was dizzy with gas at the time, and he consumed too much reserves to deal with Silver Axe, and recently he was too hasty, and the gas prepared was far from enough to fill the gap, which made his methods inevitably become a little stiff. He can only temporarily rely on the black knife and swordsmanship to fight against the enemy. Otherwise, at his peak moment, throwing out a handle of high-concentration oxygen compressed into ultimate or gas with extremely fast combustion characteristics can instantly relieve the deadlock in front of him. Damn it. Calculated. Mo Ansie's face was gloomy, as black as a pot of charcoal. When his reserves were exhausted, he suddenly came to kill him. He was definitely prepared for it. He wanted to take advantage of his weakness and take advantage of the danger to kill them all. Court death, think I'm weak and easy to bully? Advertisement, I'll let you know what the real gap is. I'm not that idiot Snow. Moens's face was gloomy, his eyes gleamed fiercely, as gloomy as a lion majesty. Zilla boom. Several tubes of high-concentration compressed gas were thrown out by him. The black knife cut through the air. Under the friction of the high-speed slash, sparks were directly produced in the air. Unknown gas concentration is extremely high. Moreover, it is extremely flammable. As soon as a spark passes by, it instantly ignites and becomes a fire. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky. The swaying flames are particularly dazzling in the cold ice. Moens opened his mouth and swallowed something. After swallowing something, he entangled with the ice knight while silently waiting for the flame to spread in the frost. The temperature is extremely high. Moreover, the flame is very firm. Even in the icy environment prepared by Acedes, it is still burning hot, and the flames are getting more and more fierce. The light blue flames gather and rise to the sky, which is similar to the flames of an engine. Under the restraint of the smoke, the gas forms a certain high pressure and high condensation state, which is suitable for combustion. The flame that was originally at hundreds of degrees was compressed and purified by him to thousands of degrees. And it was also accompanied by a certain kind of extremely light, so light that it could not be detected. Break away from breathing, hold your breath and enter the internal circulation to avoid inhaling a large amount of methane. The burning flame is just an illusion, the gas released by that guy is the key. He finally remembered why this flame looked so familiar. Isn't this the gas for cooking? That's obviously oxygen. Dizziness? In fact, it is letting the colorless and odorless poisonous gas spread secretly. Caution. The gas is poisonous. The fiery burning of the flame, while melting the ice cubes, also makes people feel a little dizzy. No wonder Moans swallowed something abruptly just now. Methane. Locke's expression changed suddenly. A highly fused compressed gas, while burning extremely fast, methane can also cause tons of toxic output. This effect can only be achieved in a closed environment with high concentrations. And the frost all over the sky, as well as the smog that filled the air above the isolated island, unknowingly achieved the sealing condition. It seems to be relying on the flame to melt the ice to dispel their geographical advantage. Hydrogen. It weakens the power without any trace, and achieves the effect of boiling frogs in warm water. Chapter 179. Yada Mirror of the Moon. Highly toxic gas, easy to be detected, the effect is difficult to predict. But the colorless and odorless poisonous gas in front of him is extremely difficult to detect. It seems to be mixed with some kind of special gas. Judging from the state of Moan's fear, even admiral level, it is difficult to be immune to the fear, and it is very domineering. If it weren't for Locke's special experience, he might really be deceived by him. The special power of swamp gas poison? Every admiral is really not easy. The heart that was still somewhat intrusive and contemptuous suddenly became serious and serious. With the help of the development of fruit power, the smoke fruit, which is weak in smokers' hands, can be directly developed to this extent. Relying on one's own power, purify the methane in the biogas, fuse hydrogen, compress it into a composite gas, and form the effect of coal gas, which is also highly toxic. Even the way of combustion and injection is comparable to a propeller model. High pressure and high compression to fully combustion directly increases the flame temperature several times. Those who came out of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood didn't have a single good thing. In this chaotic era, nothing compares to the peaceful sea played by Straw Hat Luffy. You are strong, but I'm more prepared. Locke is actually very interested in the strong man who rubs the gas, but it's a pity that their relationship is determined by their position. It must be your mortal enemy, so I can only ask you to die. Locke murmured, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. As long as anyone blocks his path, they will only end up being eradicated. No surprises. Zilla, water-like sparkles emerged from midair. The three gods who were gaining momentum finally poured out their accumulated strength under Locke's command. The Yada Mirror of Kong Linyu. The glistening brilliance condensed in midair, like a mirror magnified countless times. The cold air spread all over the ground, and at some point, 10 smooth mirrors condensed. Mirrors and mirror links. Mirrors and mirrors reflect. Countless small ice crystal mirrors are continuous below, but the one above the sky is always a Yada mirror condensed by a god. Whoosh! Reflecting the sun in the sky, it turns into small brilliance, refracts in mirrors, shuttles, strengthens, shells like hundreds of boats competing for currents, and finally converges like hundreds of rivers entering the sea. When they gathered in the Yada Mirror of the Moon, they had already turned into a ray of light that could not be seen directly with their eyes. Dazzling. Just looking at it from a distance will cause blindness in an instant. Advertisement. It's now. Moans, who was still entangled and fighting with the Ice Knight, wanted to get out of it, only to see a burst of light in his peripheral vision, and when he reacted, the bright shining light had already burst out in front of him. The speed is extremely fast. The speed of light is beyond imagination, and it is impossible to dodge at all, just like a question from a wretched uncle. Now, Mo Ansi really felt the threat of being attacked by light. Instant. The frightened ghost's frightened. He didn't dare to use his head to take this kind of attack with his body. Elementation. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took out the sleeping defense technique of the logia fruit. The body turns into elemental smoke, immune to all attacks. Non-sea stone or hockey coverage can be easily immune, equivalent to the effect of half an invincible golden body. And the sunlight reflected by the three gods is obviously impossible to attach to hockey. He narrowly avoided an attack. Before Mo Ansi could breathe a sigh of relief, the alarm bell in his heart instantly made his hair stand on end. Dangerous? A cold voice sounded on the field. The Ice Knight who was fighting and entangled with him suddenly had an ice-blue radiance on his body, rising and shrinking, making people feel inexplicably very dangerous. Next moment, boom, chi-chi blasted. An explosion comparable to 10,000 firecrackers suddenly erupted in front of him. One after another, continuously, one by one, the fearless Ice Knights blew themselves up, turning into ultimate cold waves pouring out. Elementalization. I've entered elementalization. A mere self-destruct attack can't hurt me at all. Your reaction? Too slow. Moens's disdainful sneer came through the smoke. With his full elementalization, he has long been turned into a cloud of formless smoke. No matter how powerful the Ice Knight's self-destruction is, it will only disperse him. It's like a stream of water, how could it be cut off by manpower? Click. Advertisement crack. Crack. The cold snap broke out and the frost eroded. Ice Knights blew themselves up one by one, turning into fountains of cold air all over the sky. It was not easy to seriously injure Moans, who was in elementalization, but Locke's goal from the beginning to the end was not to seriously injure him at all. Freeze. Gas. It can also turn into frost. Locke's eyes were cold, and there was a killing intent in them. What? Moens's pupils shrank. In the presence of the old god, he suddenly found that his elemental body inevitably appeared in a state of sluggishness. While turning into a smoke element, it ignores the attack. It also caused my body to spread into a sky full of smoke, and the puffed gas was exposed to cold current erosion that was far thousands of times more than that of a single body, 10,000 times, even far more than that. The edge of the smoke, already stained with faint hoarfrost, was inevitably turned into an ice crystal state. Indeed, I can't blow you up, but I can freeze you into ice cubes, completely freeze and control you. By the time. Danger. Even hockey. Elementalization is not an invincible means, not to mention sea stone can completely restrain all demon fruit power. Even existences like rocks cannot be exempted from this natural disadvantage. Isn't that just being flattened? He didn't believe that Locke, who had strong physical skills, couldn't even control the high-ranking hockey. Mo Ansi had seen it with his own eyes, the thick black light on the rising dragon. The top is as black as iron, and it is the armament hockey compressed into ultimate. Covering Wang Zhao, armament hockey's attack can easily break through that layer of boundaries and break into the elemental body. Strong fist. Xingyi's saber-toothed tiger, it's now. Go back, Su. Locke rushed forward, brewing strength for a long time, and punched out directly. Mortal danger, an oscillation of smoke rolling in the cold snap. If he let the cold current continue to erode, the end would definitely not be what he wanted to see. Blood as thick as lead and mercury surged in his body, turning into majestic force and punching out with both fists. Moans instantly retreated from elementalization, and he just wanted to flee backwards after recovering his body, at least leave this frost-eroded place first. Chapter 180. Lore, the first rule of the killer, roar. The saber-toothed tiger roared mightily. Locke's long-awaited charged blow hit the fleeing Moans right in time. Elementalize? Can block energy blasts, but not higher hockey. The strong hockey is the natural enemy of elementalization. Moans has a strong grasp of timing, but Locke's control of the game is obviously not weak. He abruptly stopped his transfer. With this kind of attack, it is far from enough to kill me. The poor and the weak force it. Face to fist. Moans, whose face was almost swollen from the beating, was still arrogant and dissatisfied. A dead duck has a hard mouth, and only the mouth is left in the whole body. After death, it is still hard. Not enough. Then what's the next move? Locke, instead of being angry, provoked an odd smile. One hit kill, Murasame. Hey. A dazzling bloodlight burst out in midair and a slashing slash with a coquettish light. What? Moans' pupils shrank, and after seeing the offensive that broke out in his vision. The whole person is instantly dead, chill down the back of my body. Far more frightening than seeing the sunlight reflected by Najehidan before. The three souls were almost out of breath. Hide. Must hide. Facing Hockey's attack from Locke's face, Moans, who refused to retreat because of his admiral status, looked at the offensive in front of him, and instantly lost the slightest fighting spirit. Fame, honor, dignity, etc., were all thrown by him. The back of the head. He flicked the black knife in his hand. Without even a face-to-face meeting, the whole person withdrew and retreated. He who was still a bit stubborn when facing Locke just now, instantly became a gopher. That was the blood that killed Snow. As long as it touches the blood, it may produce an instant death effect, and he is so desperate to bet his life on the probability. The terror of the Demon Sword Village reign, but all generals who have seen Snow's tragic situation know it well. Want a badass? No way at all, can't afford to provoke, still can't hide? The short and slender Moans, his whole body was like smoke, and he was about to leave quickly under the attack. Advertisement panic. That's right, he really panicked this time. Failure again and again. Hit again and again. This time he even felt a deadly threat. Originally, the old god was there, and he regarded Locke as a success, but now he was completely flustered. Can't ask for more. Moans, who was afraid of the next unknown impact, was actually beaten by Locke and ran away. Dignified army admiral. Not to mention the terrified beating, he was also forced to run wildly by quasi-admiral ability user. If this matter gets out, led to high no. Locke's already exaggerated reputation will definitely be elevated to a higher level in an instant, and he will be pushed to a higher level of status. Thoroughly confirmed the last words left by Rox when he died. Next. King of the world, DJM hash. This kind of eye-popping news is destined to be unable to spread across the sea. Because, one of the protagonists of the news, today. You have to die on this isolated island that no one knows about. Acedes. Locke clicked the final loop. The endless cold current ends instantly at this moment, reaching the highest peak. The icy environment on the isolated island seemed to stagnate for an instant, with a feeling of warming up in spring, but the next moment, it was as cold as the cold pool and abyss, and suddenly broke out on everyone. Mo. K. Bull. Te. Mo. Frost pouring. Freeze. From the molecular level, the movement of matter is infinitely static. Acedes has been accumulating momentum for so long, whether it is the surge of cold air or the use of the profound art, Ice-Lane Admiral Army, including the Ice Knight who detonated at the end, all are to make the cold air on the isolated island reach its peak. Let another mystery of Devil's Essence explode in the shortest possible time. Try to shorten the reaction time of Moans, it's been tricked. The pupils shrink into the eyes of needles at this moment. CBDG, layer by layer layout, there are endless waves. Just like a bug that has been stuck in a spider's web, the more it struggles, the deeper it sinks. This time, Moans really had a fear in his heart, invincible. Absolutely invincible. This guy. Under the arrogant surface, all kinds of calculations are really terrifying and meticulous. Advertisement may. It's almost like having a predictive ability. Before the battle started, it was as if he had understood all his actions, and all his reactions were under the control of the opponent, like a marionette under control, moving step by step in the predetermined direction. Into the endgame. Horrible, terrible. Moans felt the fear from within. A frightened expression appeared on the wrinkled old face. Stretched to a very short time, he didn't give him a chance to waste. Open. Repeat the old trick. In a hurry, he could only explode the remaining colored gas mixed with smoke. While the test tube was fragmented, the billowing smoke also obscured his figure. Dodging backwards with all his strength, he completely disappeared under the thick mist, just like when he faced Locke's double-killing move on the Valley of Gods before, he fled and hid himself in the same way. Fine. Catch up. All the strength and the remaining time are used to motivate these two means. Previous success on the Valley of the Gods. This trick has been proven effective. As long as he survives the 2 moments frozen in time and space and returns to freedom, he can use jet means to soar into the sky, return to the battleship at the fastest speed, and use the mighty firepower to cover. Definitely can turn everything around, fine, extremely fast. Can't even find the target to pursue. Hit it, open black lens bracket 1 cut, 1 kill hyphenation point Murasame, close black lens bracket. The figure disappeared, and the target was completely invisible. Chitong, who was born as an assassin, uses the action division method. When Mo Ansi recovered from the freeze of time and space, he was the only one left in the huge cloud of dust and smoke. Fortunately, at the last minute to catch up, after successfully hitting the target and cutting off a bloodline with his hand, Murasame didn't miss the result of the battle at all, just pulled away and pushed wildly, with ghostly speed, like an afterimage in the smoke and snow. Looking at the smog billowing beside him, Mo Ansi's nervous eyes just relaxed. Call out. That is, Mo Ansi's field of vision was directly fixed in the last magnified bloodlight, the incomparably coquettish long knife pierced his chest, and the bright red blood pierced through the air like a streak of red horses. Amidst the billowing dust and smoke, a flash of sword light suddenly magnified in his eyes. The sword light pierces the air. He was frozen in time, like a bug in amber, but he couldn't do anything, he could only watch this scene happen, and he couldn't even explode after recovering. 1 hit and 1 back. Chapter 181. Going to death with mistakes. Cursed demon. Break out. The power of curse poison that penetrated into the bone marrow erupted in his body instantly. The unstoppable passing of life filled Mo Ansi's wrinkled face with ferocious fear. Only by truly facing this strange force, only then can we know how terrifying the conceptual curse contained in the demon sword is. Mo Ansi, who was still a bit lucky, soon only left with panic, the panic of seeing his life passing by, but being powerless. The torment of torment is second only to watching oneself die, but there is nothing to do. I hate. His parched throat roared with all his strength, like a crow's mocking voice, very unpleasant, like 2 rough stones rubbing together, unspeakable unwillingness, flowed from his staring eyes. No matter what, there is no way to stop the power of curse poison. Even, because he himself was older than snow. With an old face already showing on his face, the time he endured under the poison of the curse was even shorter than the middle-aged snow. Tat. The loss of life has reached the end, boom. The short and lean body fell heavily on the ground. Army Admiral, Wanyan moans, completely lost the strength to struggle. You. How would you know where I am? Last time, I escaped, Moan's eyes widened. Liu Yuan's eyes were filled with unwilling indignation. He was clearly covered by the mist, so how could he be locked and aimed at his figure? Even knowledgeable people couldn't penetrate the smog that infects his power, how could he be seen through in an instant? It's just luck. Locke's faint voice fell, but it forced him to take his last breath. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it's because of luck, doesn't that mean he really deserves to die? In the vast white mist, the probability of instantly locking his position, not to mention almost zero, is as small as dust, and at this time, there will be a fatal blow plus FTE. How lucky is this? But if it is not luck, how else can it be explained? The smoky forest he can release only after awakening is a power that even observation hockey cannot see through, and the commander-in-chief has personally praised it. Prevarication. Advertisement, it's definitely prevarication. The desperate wailing turned into a low-pitched murmur. His life force was exhausted by the curse, and he didn't even have the strength to scream. The intermittent murmur was already the last echo in him. Even the last moment of death. Moans still stared wide-eyed, unwilling to the extreme. After ruling out all the impossible, no matter how unbelievable the remaining answers are, they are also shiningly true. Although he had already imagined this answer in his heart, on the surface he was so stubborn that he refused to admit it. His arms were limp, the last bit of vitality completely disappeared. Moans. Die. The frost on the isolated island gradually dissipated. A voyage away representing their maker. On a ship docked on an isolated island, several people boarded the deck one after another. Your Highness is really bad, even when he was dying, he didn't tell him the truth. That short, stupid idiot, I'm afraid he thought it was really his bad luck until he died. Leone licked his paw. With a hippie smile, he opened his mouth like a baby to Locke. Playful with banter. At first glance, there is no objection to Locke's actions, it's just verbal chatter. Other people. Acedes, Naji Zaitan and the others have almost the same attitude. No way, there are too many miracles in the sea, no one knows what kind of devil fruit will appear, and what kind of abilities will be developed by the capable person. There are too many unknowns and miracles. Locke smiled nonchalantly, he's not the big villain. There is no need to open a series of explanations and answers before the killing is over. Not only wasting time for nothing, but also giving the other party a chance to fight back. It's enough to take what he thinks is the right answer. If death is the end, how much does right and wrong mean? Locke closed his eyes slightly, unshakable belief. That's right. Of course, what he said casually could not be the correct answer. Luck. If you can really have this kind of luck, what's the point of working hard? It's perspective. Thanks to Xie. The last link of the plan is the Teigu, 5-sided omnipotent observer, controlled by Xie. Advertisement. Asking for flowers. Whole vision, farsightedness, perspective, future vision, hallucination. The power of the illusion that previously confused Mons and the soldiers on the battleship manipulated the visual manifestation. And just now, it is the blooming of perspective power. Indeed, it is also difficult to see through this weird smog with knowledge and color perception. It should be a special gas deliberately prepared by Mons. As for the naked eye, let alone see the tumbling gray particles, making the visibility in the smog less than 5 meters. However, Teigu's ability is just outside this gap. Xie saw through it completely. Mons fled thinking he had the chance to win, but Locke had actually been watching. It can be said to be quite miserable. His face was tortured by blood, and he died in a fog. He didn't know where he lost until the moment he died. He really thought it was bad luck, and all thoughts were lost. Alright, the last threat has been dealt with. It's not too late, we should go back. Sebastian and the others are still waiting. Locke waved his hand. His eyes moved towards Chitong slightly. Bring Joel back, I've been pestering you long enough. Yes, Your Highness. The red eyes that held Murasame back at his waist quietly retreated along the air. The traces were very faint, and the essence of an assassin was undoubtedly revealed. Is it over? Gone? Those pirates are really hateful? And she herself, under the support of Chitong, quietly left the original ambush location. Have you had enough? Joel, who has been manipulating Teigu to contain these warships, has long since disappeared without a trace. When she received the summons, her face was filled with joy. Thanks to Zaire's address, the name of Master began to spread quietly among Teigu envoys. Yuri is a few girls with Zhang TJ. After the Marine on the battleship defeats the Arrow Shadow. Your Highness is really fast in battle. You are worthy of being the Lord Master. Arrows pierced the sky and oscillated, controlling Teigu to deliver the final blow. Shish noisy voices resounded in the battleship. She ran away. Amidst the quiet roar of the audience, a slender figure slowly walked out of it. Joel blinked slightly. Is it solved? Chapter 182. Silence. Marine lost his voice. Sow. The sound of stomping on the ground sounded crisply on the deck. An extremely capable woman stepped out from the crowd, wearing a Marine unique uniform. In a world where the sea occupies an absolute position, Marine has a dominant position among the 3 armies. When Mons is not around, Guillaume, who is Vice Admiral, directly occupies the backbone. 0. Wanyan Admiral hasn't come back. It's too strange that the group of pirates who attacked disappeared. Guillaume frowned. From the beginning to the end, he never showed his true face, only seeing arrows falling from the sky all over the sky, and the mighty offensive was like hundreds of thousands of snipers shooting volley. And it was extremely despicable, aiming at the celestial dragons, forcibly suppressing them from daring to show their heads. Otherwise, without these celestial dragons as a burden, even if these arrows are 10 times, 753 times, it is impossible to suppress the battleships, and even make them a little confused. Could it be that he knew that there was no result, so he took the initiative to retreat? The battleship is at least the representative of the highest military force at present. Even if the celestial dragons are suppressed by the arrows because they are afraid of damage to the celestial dragons, they dare not attack rashly, but with these arrows, it is absolutely pure to capture a battleship full of combat power. Dreaming, or even trying to contain them, is already beyond imagination. It's definitely not that simple. The thought had just arisen in Guillaume's mind, but was vetoed by herself in an instant. Could it be? A vague idea appeared in her mind, which made the always decisive her feel bad from the bottom of her heart. Go. Send ships to the direction where Wanyan Admiral left. With apprehension, she started sailing in the direction Mons left, directly ignoring the arrogant clamor of the celestial dragons behind her. With a sassy personality, she never lacked decisiveness, even more decisive than ordinary swordsmen. What did you say? Guillaume listened to the news report with a blank expression, and under the stiff expression was a deathly shock. Firm as iron. The swordsman who can cut iron with his sword, even the hand holding the hilt of the sword began to tremble at this moment. $. Wanyan Mons Admiral is dead. Did you die during the short battle just now? How can this be? Guillaume wanted to laugh disdainfully, saying how ridiculous, false, and unrealistic the news was. Advertisement, but, in front of him was the corpse of Mons. Turned into a scorched body in the flames, the remaining mark on it proved the truth. Something that suddenly appeared in front of my eyes. Not only this battleship, but even the other battleships in the battleship group, the Marine and the Army, who came to help, saw the scene in front of them, and suddenly lost their voices in shock. It was as if the mute button had been pressed. On the entire sea, the noisy human voices disappeared instantly, and the voices stopped abruptly, turning into deathly silence. Clatter, bang bang bang, except for the sound of the waves blowing along the sea wind. In the dead environment, they can even hear the sound of their own heart beating. Boom. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Jump faster and faster, as if to exceed the speed. Really, Master moans? Admiral, is he really dead? A dry voice sounded from his throat. Hoarse and sticky, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. When he opened his mouth suddenly, his tone was distorted. Really dead. Looking at the scorched torso, there was an indescribable disillusionment in his eyes, as if the existence he looked up to had been completely destroyed. Not only him. The same sentiment spread like a plague among the troops in the battleship group. After the dead silence, it's a hustle and bustle. Like a spring suppressed to the extreme, either break. Either soar to the sky. If you don't break out in silence, you will die in silence. After someone opened his mouth to break the calm, it was obvious that the torrent was open to the dead silence. Open black lens bracket. Master moans, how could Lord Moans die so easily? He is the admiral with the most extensive means and the deepest qualifications. Even the commander-in-chief has exaggerated his strength. This is the weeping army. Advertisement, wow, bad, even one in admiral is defeated, and the pirates behind the scenes are too strong. Hurry up, call for reinforcements. With our strength, it is not enough. This is the scared mole. Pirates. The remnants of the Rock's pirates. What are those despicable stinky rats trying to do? They dare to despise us again and again. Aren't they afraid of the wrath of the world government? This is a CP organization covered in white robes and terrified in bird eyes. All kinds of complex expressions performed in the fleet. But they all point to a source. Fear, horrified, irresistible raiders, too strong. Admiral can be killed in a short period of time. How could such a strong person exist? And judging from the ruins of the battlefield, it is obvious that he has experienced a fierce battle rather than a simple sneak attack. In other words, the opponent is likely to be a top player whose strength is comparable to Rock's. How can it be? Guessing this scene, even Guillaume, who has always been calm, was shocked in his head. The other vice admirals around him were even worse. The weapons that some people were directly afraid of fell to the ground, but I didn't know anything about it, and I didn't notice it at all. I was immersed in fear and couldn't struggle out. The huge battleship group has an extremely large number of people, and the weapon load is even more exaggerated. The degree of direct overload, even the top-equipped Buster Call, can make up the size of 1 or 2 teams. Unexpectedly, he was so frightened by Locke alone that he didn't dare to move an inch. The ferocious war behemoth froze in place, swirling in the tide of the vast ocean, and no one dared to act without authorization. The power of one man shocked thousands. Unexpected result of 5.9, even if Locke knows about it, he will feel the difference. But it actually happened on the sea, and everyone thinks there's something wrong with that. The member of the CP agency, who was always so proud that even Army Admiral looked down upon him, reached out from his large white robe with slightly trembling hands, and picked up the portable phone stuck in his arms. Suppressing the panic in his heart, like a Parkinson's patient, he tremblingly dialed the familiar number. Moses. This, here is, God, the 7th Fleet returning from the Valley of God, Army Admiral. Moans, B, was attacked and killed. The crying voice that was so frightening that it trembled broke down at the end, causing countless fishes to swim in the sea. Chapter 183. All sentient beings play chess? 5 elders can't hold back. Holy place. Mariajoy. The highest peak of the Red Line is also the highest peak in the world. This piece of land that belongs exclusively to the world government, celestial dragons, nobles, and even the kings of the major alliance countries rarely has the opportunity to come. It should be full of tranquility and peace, but at this moment it has fallen into a strange tranquility. Between powers, the residence of the highest authority in the world. Not only is the cold air permeating everywhere, with an indescribable weight, it becomes a little difficult to breathe. Even the fragrant garden outside the window is filled with a chilling air. The aura condensed to the extreme seemed to crack the world and crush it into countless petals. In a dead silence, the heartbeat and breathing were pulled down to an extremely low level, and the surroundings seemed to be plunged into an abyss and became two-dimensional. The news from the CP agency, as well as the turmoil in the Valley of the Gods, you all know about it. The voice came from the blonde 5 elders sitting on the sofa. The deep voice fell. It seems to have broken the deadlock, as if it has endowed the world with color. The original two-dimensional world instantly adds color, restores color from the black and white silhouette, and successfully returns to the three-dimensional. The stagnant atmosphere also began to gradually warm up. No, who doesn't know? Mustache 5 elders flushed with anger, and had a thick neck. The commander of the 3 armies, Yan, died in battle. Valley of the Gods Lu Chen destroyed. The loss of materials is immeasurable, and the number of troops who died inside is even more uncountable. In the escort process of trying to recover the loss, even Admiral, a majestic army, was raided and strangled by those lifeless pirates. Except for the remnants of the Rock's pirates, there is absolutely no one else in the sea who has this kind of strength. Could it be? Black Hat 5 elders had just spoken. Then he realized that he seemed to have made a fool, so he turned his face and closed his mouth with a silent expression. This was originally a game. Aiming at the more and more rampant Rock's pirates in the sea, let them completely destroy and move towards the end. It can not only clear the original pirate overlord in one fell swoop, but also split the major forces under his command, forming separate pirate groups to pose a threat on the sea, creating terror while also stabilizing their rule. Before the start of the war, a large number of troops were on display, preparing for those restless joining powers. Under the suppression of the long-haired five elders, they sneaked out some small fish, and the big fish above the emperor level never set foot on the battlefield. It may become a third-party force to muddy the water. Everything is under their control, with the world as a chessboard. Even the insufferable careerist like Rox is just a pawn in their hands. Is it easy to use? Destroy it? The only thing missing is destruction, advertisement. Unexpectedly, Rox actually dared to be rebellious, and was actually found in the Valley of the Gods, and committed an unforgivable crime. His dying counterattack was extremely cruel, and the loss was huge. Even the world government felt a little bit pained. Those dirty pirates are getting more and more presumptuous. Five elders in kimono holding a long sword spoke coldly. Although no anger can be seen on his face, endless murderous intentions are often hidden under the cold calm. Put your arms around your chest. There are strands of black shadows lingering on the long knife in his arms. Even the colleagues around him couldn't help frowning slightly, and quietly moved away from him a little. Presumptuous. It's more than presumptuous. Nearly crawling on top of us old guys? Long straight hair five elders frowned unhappily. Followed closely to vent their anger. If it wasn't for this, it was part of their plan, but the loss was a little bit bigger. With his character, he couldn't help but start a big cleanup. Great cleansing for the sea. We must teach them a lesson and let them pay the price of crossing the line first. Kimono five elders closed his eyes coldly. Mouth decides fate. Although those pirates set off a storm on the sea, they secretly connive, but what about them? As if the lesson from Rox wasn't enough, right? Anyone who dares to offside rashly and offend others will all die. Death is not a pity. Killing intent. No one objected, all nodded silently. Then let the CP agency go to check the information, and then send the shadow guards to clear it. It's time to clean up the messy sea. The blonde five elders had a dark look in his eyes. Turn your hands into clouds and turn your hands into rain. The so-called sea, the so-called justice, are just means of their rule. Any dissatisfaction can be directly destroyed. All good and bad are just a thought. Indulging the pirates, clearing up the pirates, and controlling the pirates are all just their thoughts. World. It's all chessboards, it's just a chessboard. Advertisement unmanned. Can escape the board, it's just a mere pawn. Like a terrifying ghost entrenched in the sea, overlooking the ups and downs of heroes and careerists. Them. Always be on top. Never mess with dust. The commander-in-chief of the three armies, Yan, fought hard and died. Wanyan moans, was attacked by the remnants. Give them a face. Buried according to the highest standard for those who died in battle, and everything is distributed according to the highest standard. The rest of those who died in the incident, all follow the standard of compensation for death in war. The blonde five elders tapped on the table calmly. On the indifferent face, there was not the slightest emotional change, and in the vicissitudes of the eyes, there was only indifference, aloof indifference, speaking of death in battle, but without the slightest pity. The formulaic appearance seems to have just killed a bunch of things that food didn't care about. Even Yan is just like that. Then, Dima Zhao. The commander-in-chief will let Kong Kong go up in the ranking as usual. As for army admiral, let the corresponding admiral come on as a substitute. Kimono five elders frowned slightly. When talking about Yan, he hesitated somewhat, as if he was upset because he lost a useful tool, but when it was Moan's turn later. But directly attributed to the plane. It's extremely indifferent, even a name is not qualified to appear at the corner of his mouth, only a position is used instead of Yun. Just a few people nodded in turn. It's time to end this matter. Jingle bell, jingle bell. The rapid ringing of the phone bug suddenly erupted beside him, as if there was something urgent. Five elders with long straight hair who happened to be standing next to the phone bug picked it up and answered it. Next moment, his complexion changed suddenly, and his indifferent mask instantly collapsed into slag. Chapter 184. Surprise, derailed celestial star, boom. Horror hockey blooms from him. Like a real aura, it pours out and wreaks havoc in all directions. The tables and chairs made of thick solid wood did not hold on for even a moment, and were turned into sawdust flying by the impact of the force field, and the long straight hair behind them was blown up by the force field. Fly. Even if it's just the power of the body's instinct, it makes them cut like magic weapons, smashing large pieces in the blink of an eye. Crunch. Crunch. Gritting his teeth tightly, there was a toothache sound. The power in his hand was uncontrollable, and the phone bug that was still beep 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 ringing, was directly crushed into dust by the out-of-control force, turning into tiny invisible particles, disappeared into the air. No dead body. The raging force field soared into the sky, and there was even a faint silent force extending outward along his body. The terrifying posture, even if the Emperor-level powerhouse is involved, the performance will not be much better than the small boat in the storm. It is completely a walking natural disaster, a moving disaster. Enough. It is in this kind of distorted position that the Emperor-level powerhouse can't help but back away, fearing endlessly. The blonde five elders seemed unaffected. Be calm. Just with a gloomy face, he opened his mouth to 463 and drank in a low voice. The sound was like a thunderclap in the ear, causing the blood in the body to roll. Take a hit. Use brute force to force your attention away. Feel sorry, I lost my temper. Long straight hair regained consciousness. 5 elders took a deep breath. Relying on Ji Nian City Mansion, he forcibly suppressed the tumbling tide in his heart. He tried to pretend to be indifferent before, as if he had returned to the indifference he used to overlook all beings, but his twitching fingertips revealed his heart with a bit of incongruity. What is going on? What happens? The blonde-haired 5 elders whispered in a low voice, with a bit of inquiry in his eyes. Even the accident of the Valley of the Gods incident before, at most it was a big loss, which made them a little passive and uncomfortable, but sitting on the gold in the sky, and various means of searching the world, supplies have always been important to them. The most worthless thing. The worst thing is that in the next period of time, just increase the weight of the gold in the sky. The losses of the sea, land and air forces are not taken seriously by them. At most they are just a group of tool people. If it is dead and then cultivated, it will not hurt CB Cal at all. Advertisement even. Compared with Lu Chen, the Valley of the Gods, they care more about the face of the lost materials. The anger of being squeezed in front of a mere pirate, who dared to treat the celestial dragons as a weakness, kidnapping them into meat tickets and threatening them, and the anger of being offended, the choice is more important to them than the mere loss of materials. How many years have no one dared to plunder their tiger whiskers? Look at the appearance of this old friend in front of him. Seem, much more than that. Dre. The bottom line of not being offside has been touched. What the hell happened? The blonde 5 elders frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Valley of the Gods Vault. There is a problem with the secret base we hid with the help of Heavenly Paradise. Kark, together with the Prism Labyrinth, is completely shattered, including the space-time tower built for projection below, and the most critical devil fruit tree, Yi. Long straight hair 5 elders face sinking like water. After realizing how bad he was just now, his eyes were filled with annoyance. Devil fruit tree. Is it the projection we built after? Where? What could go wrong? The Valley of the Gods has been beaten to Lu Chen by those arrogant pirates. It doesn't matter if you lose a few more devil fruits, it's just being caught in the ocean current. Anyway, a batch of high-ranking fruits have just been harvested, and they are all ordinary. The Black Hat 5 elders looked up. He waved his hand indifferently, and the disappearance of a few or a dozen devil fruits was nothing more than a light sentence in his mouth. He didn't care at all, as casually as if it was just an ordinary fruit. As far as their status is concerned, they do have this kind of confidence. Unless some high-ranking and rare fruits, other devil fruits are the same in their eyes. Even celestial dragons can treat these things are rewarded as fruits, not to mention them who are at the top of the world's power. It doesn't matter at all, ran Goose, this time. What could go wrong? The voice of 5 elders with long straight hair resounded, carrying a bone-chilling chill. The tree of devil fruit, that existence, but it was completely destroyed. The power is exhausted. Not to mention the disappearance of the fruit bread, even the power accumulated above is completely zero, and everything has to start from scratch. Advertisement, at least. For a foreseeable long period of time, it will be impossible to wait for the Tower of Time to accumulate enough energy for reflection, summoning, and fruit to come. In other words, devil fruit supply, cut off. Long straight hair 5 elders' tone was full of repressed anger, and even 5 elders in kimono who was farthest away could feel how much anger was brewing inside his Tyrannosaurus Rex. The cold voice stung the heart. It was obviously an extremely offensive word, but no one cared about this detail. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. What? How come? How can this be? The voice of 5 elders with long straight hair fell, as if dropping a big deep sea bomb into the calm sea. The 5 elders, who are obviously in control of the highest power in the world, have always been indifferent, take nothing seriously, and are so indifferent to use as pawns, but at this moment their expressions changed. The shocked appearance is no different from the marine in the sea. Gaff. Completely out of control, a long time, definite loss. The Black Hat 5 elders, who buried his head at the side, took over the conversation. Just let me go and see, with a strong sense of oppression. What is done now is to make up for it, suddenly got up from the seat. Give it to me. He is obviously leaning on a black cane, but it gives people a majestic and heavy feeling like a mountain. 15. How did that thing get destroyed by those brats? Hold on to calm. It's like the angry of the mountains? Besides, the blonde 5 elders crossed their fingers and leaned forward on the couch. That thing. Shocked for a long time, the words are not finished yet. 5 elders is indeed 5 elders, the existence that controls the pinnacle of power in the world, and finally recovered from the horror. Chapter 185. Return, brand new Noxus, North Blue. Noxus. The strongest sea among the 4 seas is also the so-called most chaotic sea. Standing side by side with pirates, the chaotic new world is incomparable, but the power struggles of various countries in North Blue are absolutely unmatched by other sea areas. If New World is scrambled by pirates, then North Blue is a place where various countries continue to attack and launch armies to strife, invade, and endless wars. And in this sea area, complex disputes between countries. A tiny country that has been silent for a long time, shouted out again and again, and defeated the heroes in the constant battles, faintly establishing its status and existence. Ultimate's ice made all countries remember his name, Noxus. The chaotic sea area nearby also shrank and ran, a whole new country. With a completely different attitude from the original. Like a star of tomorrow, it will gradually rise in this sea area and become a part that cannot be ignored. A luxurious ship. It bears the emblem unique to the Celestial Dragon's shrine. Whether he really came from the Celestial Dragons, or the strongman who dared to attack the Celestial Dragons, both have proved the great strength on the ship. Even in the chaotic North Blue, it can be said to be invincible. Not so bold as to dare to intercept. Letting Locke and his group go through it is a lot more convenient, at least you don't have to worry about encountering some bloody plots. It really happened, and with the terrifying strength of the group of people on board, it must be right to mention the Iron Plate. He doesn't have the strength above the Emperor level, and he doesn't even have the qualifications to compete with them. It is a reversal from the Grand Line, back to Locke's party at North Blue. He didn't know how much trouble he had caused by the series of things he had caused. Even the 5 elders, who were basically out of Mariajoy, were forced by him to leave Locke, who was still floating in the sea. Fine. He has a cautious character, and erased all traces in advance, and the remaining traces will inevitably be annihilated in the vast sea along with Lu Chen, the Valley of Gods. Otherwise, the Black Hat 5 elders will not go to the ruins of the Valley of Gods, but it is to directly mobilize the army to rush to North Blue, directly smashing Noxus into scorched earth. The screen change. Back to the present. Locke stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the sea. The speeding ship had already begun to dock and land. Welcome home. Sebastian's voice changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Advertisement. It's like welcoming Yuzu back from a long voyage. Ever since he received the news from Locke, he has been waiting at the port. The meticulous housekeeper's clothing is rarely stained with sea breeze dust. It is obvious that he has been waiting for an unknown amount of time. Behind him is a group of neatly formed knights, who are exuding the unique blood of a master of 100 battles, with a fighting spirit soaring to the sky, and even those with fruit abilities have to look sideways. They're all elites. It was Acedes who used the training of the North Blue to shape an iron-blooded army. They are all elite soldiers who are not afraid of death and can spill blood into the sea. The military is strict and orderly, abnormal solemnity. In the absence of instructions, even the sound will not be made, like a silent black armor, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It is a terrible nightmare for the enemy, but it is definitely like a nightmare for the enemy. Reliable power like a mountain is enough to entrust safety. Came back. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, even Locke felt a sense of melancholy, as if in a lifetime. Finally, in a series of fierce battles in the Valley of the Gods. 92. Back to this country, and, in the attitude of an absolute winner and a strong man. I have been living in this land since I traveled here, although it is not as good as the previous life in my memory, it can be regarded as Locke's second hometown. Of course, I have different feelings. Tread. Walking on the familiar and unfamiliar land step by step. A circle of heavy cavalry around him blocked all unnecessary prying eyes for Locke, like a group of black armors who could not speak, galloping outward with dull killing intent, surrounding Locke like stars holding the moon. Ushered in the awe and reverence of the domestic people. But their king. The king who led the rise of Noxus. Inside the palace. Your Highness. The tableware is ready and you can start serving meals at any time. Alice in maid attire walked slowly, with a tray in hand. Although a few strands of white hair had appeared at the corners, showing the fact that she was not young, but the movements of her hands were unambiguous at all, holding the tray firmly like iron tongs. Asking for flowers. 0. The nature of the maid is not affected at all. Advertisement, also. Let's begin then. Locke nodded. Sailing all the way on the sea for so long, although Whitebeard and the others are well prepared, they have piled up a lot of meat, food, and fresh water on each ship. Don't worry about lack of food and clothing. On the way, they can continue to go to the island to replenish. With their strength, they don't have to worry about malicious pirates. No matter how many people come, they will commit suicide and die. But, how do things on the sea compare with things on land? Eat exactly the same thing from beginning to end, no matter how delicious it is, you will have to vomit. The vast sea. Not so much free choice. Sit down. Locke nodded and spoke to Naji Shikin and the others beside him. He was almost sick of the same things, and he could finally change his taste when he returned to Noxus. Although the food of the second hometown, after so many years, is not delicious, it always has a taste that people can't forget, and even can't help but miss it. Hurry up and serve. Alice nodded respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. Snapped. Put down the tray, raise your palms to the left, and clap your palms lightly. Like a switch was triggered. A series of fair-skinned and beautiful little maids in maid outfits, dragging large and small trays in their hands, came slowly from the door, filed in, and placed the dinner trays on the road minister. They are all in good shape, good-looking, and well-mannered. It can be seen that they are carefully selected maids. Even if Locke is used to the experience of seeing beautiful women to rate them, they are basically above 80 excellent. And no more than ever, all the maids who can appear in the palace have been reviewed countless times, and Tien Zhu is innocent. Absolutely, impossible to appear again. At the very beginning, spies were planted by the major forces of North Blue, and they were fooled into a sieve. The whole palace, except for Sebastian and Alice, was in a dilemma where no one could be trusted. Finally, never go back. Big difference. Chapter 186. New goal, new pilot. Wow, is this the specialty of His Highness's hometown? It tastes so good. Lenny picked up a piece of smoked ham and closed his eyes with satisfaction. When fighting against outsiders, he is an arrogant and unruly army. But among our own people, when she relaxes, she is an out-and-out girl, like a playful cat. It's really great. Joel also nodded with liking. These delicious dishes are all unique. Even if she was from a high family background, she has never tasted these delicacies. Seemingly simple, not luxurious, but the taste is much more delicious than many exquisite dishes. Chitong, who was eating quietly, also showed a bit of satisfaction in his eyes, obviously liking it very much. July 20th, of course. This was all engraved by Locke when he was bored, imitating the taste in his memory, but the way of engraving is that he said, "The people below do it, there is no way, the master of 100,000 people is also the director." After living for so many years, in addition to practicing hard, the leisure time has brought some changes to this country, but because the population was too small, it was only around 100,000. It is said that it is a kingdom, but it is actually just the population of a town or county. The slight changes brought about are not obvious at all, or it takes a lot of time to brew changes. But as Locke continues to grow stronger, and the powerful army trained by Acedes, the Iron Cavalry is invincible, which greatly expands the territory of Noxus, and also forms some kind of catalyst, making the seeds left by Locke, with enough soil to start thriving. Alice. You guys have a heart. Locke nodded in satisfaction, his eyes twitching slightly. The feeling of being cared for and taken to heart is not bad. Apart from Teigu, who is completely dependent on his existence, Alice and his wife are already the only people Locke can trust. After experiencing the intriguing pirate career, this kind of complete trust has become rarer and more precious. Before, he sailed away alone. Sebastian, who managed the kingdom in an orderly manner, has proved that his trust has not been betrayed. Advertisement, Your Highness. Your Highness, rows of maids greeted Locke with their hems pinched. There is sincere admiration for Confucianism in his eyes. Many people took advantage of the short meeting time to try their best to show the most eye-catching parts of themselves, trying to be seen by Locke. Even if they can't become kings and concubines in one step, being able to spend a spring night with Locke is not inferior to them. So it was a life-changing event. As for betrayal, do small tricks or something? Everyone, from the beginning to the end, they never thought that the spies who were ruthlessly executed by Acedes had already warned them of their end with bloody facts, and the strength of Noxus would not let them do such a thing. Your Highness, here comes your after-dinner drink. Sebastian came in with a bottle of red wine aging in his hand. His white gloves were spotless. He gently pushed the cork away, and the sweet aroma of the wine diffused out. Poured into a glass, it is as thick as amber. After preparing dinner and drinks, he unhurriedly took out a report from his arms, and handed it to Locke respectfully. This is the change in the migration in the kingdom after you go to sea. The general changes are all on it. As for the detailed content, it has been sorted out and placed in the royal study, waiting for you to read it at any time. One hand is attached to the chest. After saluting meticulously, Sebastian took half a step back and moved behind Locke to show respect. Your Highness, it's getting stronger and stronger. Even the number of subordinates around me has become more and more. Sebastian was taken aback. Looking at Locke, those girls and women who are sitting one by one, although because of their own strength problems, there is no way to accurately pinpoint the specific strength of each other. But from them, one by one, the sense of oppression like wild beasts was enough to make him frightened. Even facing the powerful big pirate, it didn't make him so uneasy. Obviously, he has restrained his aura and suppressed his power to the extreme, but the inadvertent suppression between different levels has already made him a bit unbearable with his keen perception. If I had to describe it, that is, it is comparable to the oppression of the Aestus admiral class. Advertisement this. Is this the power His Highness possesses? Sebastian was shocked, completely overwhelmed by the power Locke possessed. Clatter. The sound of pages being turned echoed across the dining table. While sipping his red wine, Locke looked at the descriptions in the report. They were all written clearly and classified into different categories. It was obvious that a lot of thought was spent on them. To know the changes. Noxus now, but it is far from the incomparably weak appearance at the beginning. While Acedes led the Iron Cavalry to fight and train troops, he also spread the reputation of Noxus thoroughly. Looking at the entire North Blue, it is also a colossus that cannot be ignored. Especially after Locke's strength became stronger and stronger, and after the Grand Line and New World became more and more famous, it was of course the supreme prestige that was fed back to Noxus. The powerful strength and exaggerated record are all shocking, like a rising sun. No one dared to mess with Noxus, and the development was extremely smooth. Your Highness, the threat from Germa's side has been completely removed. The Rock's pirates also. Sebastian is obviously not ignorant of the situation on the sea, or in other words, this kind of big news that shocked the world has long been spread all over the world by Newsbird with newspapers 4.1. Are you going to go to sea next? Sebastian asked with a worried face. As a butler, he had already overstepped a bit. But as someone who watched Locke grow up, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. The new world is really too dangerous. There are murderous intentions everywhere, and even an incomparable character like Rox will die. He couldn't help worrying. Not leaving, in the future. Probably for a long time, we will develop in North Blue. Locke shook his head. It is precisely because of the determination of the next direction. That's why he picked up the report and read it. Otherwise, based on his trust in Sebastian, he would have no interest in reading this kind of thing and waste time. He would simply be taking on the role of king to understand the basic situation. Chapter 187. Another world government. Very good. Sebastian was pleasantly surprised. It was great that Locke was staying in Noxus. This is the boy he watched grow up with his own eyes. After the previous king died in the chaos, Luke has been regarded as the backbone. He can go back to Noxus. Really good. Instead of venturing to the new world, you don't have to worry about Luke getting hurt all the time. Just stay with North Blue for a while now. Set a small goal first. Let's develop Noxus into the #1 North Blue and rule the entire North Blue. The sea, which has been in dispute for so long, should be consolidated a little bit. Locke nodded. Taking a sip of the red wine in his hand, he said lightly. He clearly said to unify the North Blue, end the wars and disputes in the sea, and return to the great cause of unification, but his expression was indifferent, as casual as if he was just thinking about what to eat for dinner. In the eyes of the outside world, he is definitely an arrogant person with a big tone. But for those around you, Aestus, Naji Zaitan and the others all nodded with peace of mind, as if it was strange that Locke didn't do this, it was only right and proper, and they completely regarded North Blue as something in their pocket. Even Sebastian behind Locke nodded without changing his face. Kingdom of Noxus. Although it has been passed down for a long time, it can be called an ancient word, and it can even be traced back to the beginning of the birth of the world government, but it has never been said to be powerful, and it has always been just an ordinary place in the sea. When it was the strongest, that is, in the hands of the previous king, the population was only hundreds of thousands, and the army was only less than 30,000, and there were still many of them with the kind of fighting power that was inexhaustible. But now, in Locke's hands, it has already changed from what it used to be, and directly broke through the strongest peak. Don't say anything else. The 100,000 cavalry trained by the Acedes admiral army alone are enough to dominate the North Blue countries. The ferocious record of sweeping more than a dozen countries before is a blood-like fact. The fight made countless countries tremble and crawl under the blade. Hearing the news, there are countless forces that voluntarily surrendered. It directly broke the strongest level in history. With a population of millions, while keeping him busy every day, he was also proud and satisfied from the bottom of his heart. Advertisement. It is foreseeable that in the near future, the development of Noxus will definitely surpass countless countries, even compared to the legendary top powers in various places, it is not inferior. Developing a rural place that even the allies of the world cannot enter into a powerful country that attracts the attention of the world is an achievement that is close at hand. Sebastian has long deified Locke. Even if Locke told him that the moon is square, he will also firmly believe that he is completely convinced from the inside out. But, those Marines? Sebastian had a slightly worried look on his face. Under the invincible iron cavalry trained by the Acedes admiral army, as long as the battle is supported by the battle and the normal development continues, he has no doubt that one day he will be able to smash all the powerful enemies of the country and ascend to the hegemony of North Blue. But Marine. The group of guys who claim to be righteous and maintain the peace of the sea are obviously not so happy and let them go. After all, listening to Locke's tone, it is obvious that he does not want Noxus to become an invisible North Blue overlord like Germa 66, who can remotely control the entire North Blue from the dark and become the overlord of Fudge. Instead, he wants to conquer other dissidents with an iron-blooded attitude, bring all the other countries under his command, achieve effective control, become the real North Blue overlord, and dominate the entire North Blue, similar to the status of world government. Not to mention the degree of difficulty. At the very least, those Marines who claim to be righteous will never allow their status to be challenged. Even if they don't care, the world government behind them will never agree. North Blue. Germa 66 Kingdom seems to be the overlord of North Blue, but in fact, all discerning people know that this sea area, and even the entire world, has only one master, world government. And the Marine base, which spreads all over North Blue like stars, is also a force that cannot be ignored. If they really want to shake their fists, they will definitely be the strongest opponent they will face. Over there at Marine. Sebastian frowned slightly, with some hesitation on his face. It was Locke who ushered in with a big wave, don't worry. A bunch of lackeys of the world government. No matter how powerful they are, they're just mere lackeys. I don't have my own independent will, and I'm reduced to a dog of other people's trends. No matter how strong I am, there are too many ways to target them. Very beginning, when he was weak, Locke didn't pay attention to those lackeys. Not to mention now, the strength has gradually become stronger, and after the initial plumpness of the wings. After experiencing the events of the Rocks Pirates and the changes in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Locke has been able to roughly grasp the idea of the world government, as long as it follows the plan. Advertisement. He's 90% sure that he can easily pin down Marine and keep those guys immobilized. Teach the lackeys and all, just make their masters rein in. A sad thing that can't even be controlled by one's own freedom and will, no matter how powerful it is just a tool. As for the 10% possibility after the crash, then let's fight. Joke, could it be that Locke still lacks the courage to fight? They are mere lackeys of the world government. If they can break free from the chains of restraint, how can he be afraid to fight those guys? And by then, with more and more Teigu under his command, getting stronger and stronger, even if Marine doesn't come looking for him, Locke has to take the initiative to kill them all. On the side of the couch, how can you allow others to sleep soundly? As a subordinate. Locke's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The vending on the mouth is just talking big, as if to freeze the world in his eyes. It was never his character. Your Highness. Sebastian looked at Locke with a proud expression on his face. Unconditional trust and obedience. He shut his mouth immediately. He knows. The young-looking man in front of him had already planned everything. Facts. Will come to prove it all. He has already proved to everyone His Majesty, the King's Majesty. Bitter cold, but soon, all he has to do is obey. Be a housekeeper. Just talk but not practice. He just hid them for a moment, and he didn't want to reveal them to the outside world before the ambitions in his heart were realized. Chapter 188. Germa Empire, Land of Endless Prosperity. If it's His Highness, surely it can be done. Sebastian lowered his head silently, only the majestic figure of Locke remained in his eyes. Obviously, compared to those perverts of the Titan family, it is not outrageous. But still majestic. Like an endless ocean, people can't help being in awe at the same time. Even if it's marine or something. In front of His Highness, he is just a lackey who can be dealt with casually. There was a bit of suppressed fanaticism in the vicissitudes of life's eyes. The future of Noxus, he has no doubts, as long as Locke wants to do it, he will succeed. Absolutely, 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 unquestionable thing. Speechless all night. East is white. After settling Leone and the others and arranging to enter the room that had been prepared in the palace, Locke returned to the room and fell asleep on the big soft bed. After all, although the workmanship of big bed is firm, it is somewhat difficult to bear the weight of 5 or 6 people. Fortunately, although the kingdom of Noxus is not big, the palace and castle that have existed for hundreds of years are still quite powerful. It is not a problem at all to arrange a few rooms. RB. Not one room at a time, Your Highness. Locke woke up heavily from his sleep, and what he saw was the scene in front of him. Leone the duck was sitting by the bed. Fragrant shoulders are half exposed. The fair skin is smoother than milk, and under the new sun, it is coated with a faint white light, and even the thin and light hairs on her skin give people an indescribable warmth. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, looks like he just woke up. Well, Your Highness, are you awake? Looking at Locke sitting upright from the bed next to him, he suddenly regained some vitality. Advertisement, Locke nodded, turning his eyes away from Lenny as usual. When sailing on the deserted sea, it was only him, Lenny, Naji Zaitan and the others. What should be seen, what should not be seen, what should be done and what should not be done. He has already tossed and turned, moved countless times, and he can know it even with his eyes closed. He put on his clothes smoothly, lifted the quilt and got off the big bed. The geological floor was refurbished after he strongly suggested it. Clatter, clatter, clatter. It was still early, and the sun was far from reaching the scorching heat. Following the soft sunlight, Locke walked slowly on the floor, and took Leone down the stairs together. On the dining table in the palace hall, meticulous tableware had already been placed, and there were extremely respectful little maids standing on both sides. Just wait for Locke to come and take a seat, and serve the dishes quickly. Snapped, close the pages. The seat behind him is drawn out and ready without Locke having to do it himself. Not long after sitting down, there were crisp footsteps outside, and it was Acedes who heard the movement and came over. Little Highness backquote, I should have slept well last night. After returning to the familiar Noxus, Acedes resumed his previous light-hearted tone. As if relaxed by familiarity, anything? Locke looked up, and based on what he knew about Aestus, he was definitely not someone who liked to gossip, let alone wait outside the door just to tease him. According to the usual habit, when the sun has 3 poles, it is right to start training her field soldiers early. Tisk, it's really something, and it's not a small thing. Aestus raised his eyebrows slightly. Even with a playful expression, she is very beautiful and charming, she is definitely a perfect beauty. But, soon his brows and eyes turned cold. Lang Ran, who had turned into a serious person, was like frost, and at a glance, he felt that his whole body was going to be frozen. Advertisement. Someone else walked into the banquet hall. Your Highness, all the documents from various countries have been handed over, saying that they want to visit Your Highness in person. Dorcas Kingdom, Myria Kingdom, Prosti Empire, Corinda Principality. There are nearly a dozen countries in total. Not long after you returned to Daxia, they handed in their credentials one after another. Some were conquered by the Acedes admiral army before, and some were unfaithful to us Noxus before. Even North Blue belonged to the first few kingdoms, and there were hidden and powerful empires that never participated in North Blue disputes, no exception. While Locke waits for breakfast, Sebastian trotted in with a lot of heavy documents in his arms. Until close to Locke. Only then did he remember the etiquette of the chief housekeeper. He hurriedly slowed down his pace, and forced himself to pretend not to be surprised, but his excited straightened eyes and flushed face completely betrayed him. Indifferent? Calm? Surprised? Aristocratic etiquette? It's all fake. I can't hold back at all. I have been excited and happy to speak in my heart, and the turbulent and ecstatic heart is more gorgeous in twists and turns than a fireworks feast. Credentials. Letters of credentials pouring in like snowflakes. For the last time, it was a country that was even stronger than Noxus at its peak, and a handful of top empires were feared even by the apparent overlord of the North Blue, the kingdom of Germa 66. They dared not offend the top empire, it's just that it's usually low-key and rarely pays attention to the disputes on North Blue. Its tentacles have already extended to Grand Line. In the underground world, gossip spreads that within these top empires, there are hidden forces comparable to the power of a general, which can compete with Marine Admiral and is very powerful. And it is such a terrifying empire, there are actually several, all submitting their credentials to Noxus. From the wording above, there is even a bit of respect and fear. Sebastian is very clear that these changes are all due to Locke alone, and the Noxus Empire, even in the direction of the Acedes army, has begun to become stronger and stronger, but it is also completely unqualified to let these powerful ancient countries bow their heads. At the first moment when Locke came back, these credential certificates were ironclad evidence. Visiting? Locke flipped through the papers on the desk casually, with a bit of indifference. Even this ancient big country put down its face and took the initiative? Locke accidentally flipped to a page of the letter. The land of gems, Murasame, a powerful empire that monopolizes more than half of the gem trade in the sea. Sounds similar to the Stone Empire that Locke and the others raided. But the two are powerful, completely different. They are precious gemstones, and they monopolize the transaction of this material. It is conceivable how much interest is hidden behind it, and it is absolutely staggering. Chapter 189. Locke beyond the king of the world. And, it is no better than the Empire of Stone, which completely relies on General Stone's lame empire. The well-structured Gem Empire has powerful combat power and a large core army. It even hides general-level combat power in the dark. This is a point clearly recorded in the information on the Rock's pirates. Among generals, he doesn't judge the weak. It can be said that it is quite a powerful force, and it also has a luxurious background. Under the wealth piled up like a mountain, it can be called endless prosperity. The overall force can be called a complete kingdom. The only difference is that the general-level powerhouse in the Kingdom of Gems and the complete BIGMOM are stronger and the other is weaker, but one thing is certain, that is, the other party definitely does not have the obvious disadvantages of BIGMOM. Strong strength, it can be said to be the top of the sea, even if it is placed in the second half of the Grand Line, it is second to none. Moreover, I heard that this country of gems is also inextricably linked with the legendary Golden City. It's just that no one has confirmed it, so it has been treated as a rumor and spread in the underground world. But Arthur, I basically don't believe in such things as groundless, there must be a reason. Will such a big country take the initiative to send a note? Also, judging from this posture, they want to form an alliance with S-150. There's a look of surprise on Locke's face. Dragons do not live with snakes. The lion, of course, cannot walk with the goat, which is only one of his food. Although Locke doesn't think so, he is inferior to the land of gems. But at this stage, the gulf-like gap between Murasame and Noxus is a fact that even Locke can't deny. It's too big, like the difference between a baby and an adult. Your Highness. Aestus smiled softly, numbing Locke's thoughts. The cold smile on her face has a different scenery, which makes people intoxicated. With someone other than Locke present, Aestus instantly became serious, and he couldn't see the previous frivolity at all. Are you suspicious of their attitude? Locke nodded, not denying. That's right. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. Aestus looked calm. Locke frowned slightly. No, of course not, Your Highness. Guess what I just learned from Najee Hidden and the others. Lenny ran over triumphantly, like a jumping cat. Advertisement holding a rough newspaper in his hand, he kept shaking and shaking. Locke admits he's a bit dazed. Well, I know everything. Aestus smacked his lips and didn't care. Could it be? With a flash of inspiration in his mind, Locke directly spoke out his guess. Is it a bounty? Marine's bounty for me came out? In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, so long has passed, the aftermath should have been completely rippling away. As expected of Your Highness. Aestus nodded, affirming Locke's guess. There seemed to be an inexplicable strange color in the cold eyes. Locke was momentarily confused, but he didn't deliberately get entangled, just let the flow take the newspaper in Leonie's hand. Rough. The first feeling when you start with it is rough. It is far inferior to the senses of a certain albatross after it takes over, but it is like the old film era, which is between civilization and uncivilization. It is similar to the feel of papyrus. The typesetting is also quite chaotic, one piece east, one piece west, unorganized. But on a complex layout, there is also a large piece, which can be called dazzling and eye-catching. You can be deeply attracted by the content at a glance, and the layout is quite bursting. The Rock's pirates were defeated. The remnants of the old era died. The era of pirates begins. A series of bold explosive fonts directly grabbed everyone's eyes and attention. Whitebeard. Golden Lion. CBBC, Big Pirate. One by one, the Emperor-level powerhouses split off from the Black Pearl to form their own powerful pirate groups, galloping across the sea, gathering and screaming, and becoming new legends. The battle experience in the Valley of the Gods, but it was deliberately blurred, and it must be written by world government. Advertisement the location becomes only a few words. The records inside, as well as the details of the battle, were directly erased, and the defeat of Rocks was also blurred by their spring and autumn style of writing, becoming Garp and Roger to end Rocks. The biggest careerist of the old generation, a vicious party trying to dominate the world and become the king of the world. Destroyed by the pirates, and Marine, Ricky, Tisk. It actually left Roger's name. It seems, they want to create momentum for Roger. If one Rocks dies, another, Rocks, will be able to resist his mission. Locke smacked his lips in disdain. Isn't this very familiar taste just to make enemies, so that other people and forces in the sea will continue to maintain the fear of pirates and maintain their detached status? If you really want to put an end to pirates, sort out the stability of the sea, and just erase Roger's usefulness, why bother to put his name together with Garp to promote it? But don't tell him that he has the ability to erase the traces of Yan, and maintain his own face, but he can't erase the name of Roger, to suppress the pirates and not give them a boost in morale. Who would believe it? You can't see it even with eyes. After Sebastian put down the document and quietly pushed it out through the side door, Aestus returned to his light-handed appearance, sitting on the high pedals, his slender white feet rippling like suet white jade. Golden Lion Shaki, following his orders, took off directly to the floating island. Hey, they're not just giving Roger a boost. Killed Marine Admiral with his own hands. Black Cloud Snow, the first Marine Admiral, was killed in a century. Resisting the Army Admiral, Wanyan Moans chased him down and left proudly, unscathed. Newgate Edward, by his own admission. Boy Locke? I'm not as good as him. Locke nodded knowingly. I am familiar with this question, Hero Garp. Nodding his head affirmatively, he looked along where he pointed, the huge battle of the Valley of the Gods section, except for Roger and Garp's final battle. Your Highness, are you underestimating yourself too? Locke pointed to himself, with a bit of surprise on his face. Oh, and Garp, right? Rox D. Zebek, dying words. Locke. That is the man who will surpass him. All that's left is himself, certainly, fallen Prince Locke. Chapter 190. Shocking, a terrifying 5.2 billion Baileys. A series of halos, true and false, involuntarily fell on Locke's head. Just point to his name and say, look, this one is Noxus Locke. He is the next king of the world appointed by Rox. Inherit his will and prestige. Both strength and qualifications are emphasized, and it also has a strong appeal. Let him grow up all the way, and he will definitely become a demon that surpasses Rox and is more terrifying than him. Looking at the explosive news line by line in my hand. Locke looked at a black thread. The corners of my mouth squirmed for a long time, and I finally choked out a sentence of Huxia quintessence. Which genius wrote this? Locke was speechless. I have to wonder if there are other people who have crossed over from Dongwon like myself, and the UC shock body that is so familiar can still be seen after crossing another world. It's really nostalgic. I miss a ghost. Snow was killed by him and Kaido together. Whitebeard obviously lamented when he was young, but was changed to say that he can't compare to him now. The change of Golden Lion was originally his own plan, but Locke just pushed his hand. Moans didn't want to talk anymore. It was obvious that he was chasing and running all the way. Although, it is true that he used Sher's power to ambush and succeeded in counter-killing, but the premise is that the ambush is all round, mental calculation is not intentional, and a large amount of gas reserves on Mo Ansie's body are all captured by silver. Axe was consumed by 80%, and Locke succeeded in ambushes by picking up the loopholes, which is why he decided to ambush him. Unless he is restrained by his strength, the general Emperor-level powerhouse in the prime state, otherwise, now that the characteristics of the red pupils have been exposed, it is too difficult to kill, almost impossible. Dogfighting is easy. The difficulty of killing definitely increases geometrically. Locke himself doesn't have this kind of strength. As the top dividing line, the first echelon powerhouses in the sea are not covered. Look at the original. Except for those who wanted to die and didn't want to live, the strong at this level basically didn't die in the battle. This stuff. Locke held the newspaper in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Half-truths. I can't believe a word of it, but the editor has a nose and an eye. If Locke hadn't experienced it himself and was a well-deserved protagonist in the news, even he couldn't help but believe that he was really so strong. Hold and kill. Advertisement. This group of guys must be killing people. Lenny patted the table indignantly, with a displeased expression on his face. She was born in the slums. In the process of growing up, I have experienced too many tricks of those despicable nobles. I can't do anything. I'm the number one in bad things. Hold and kill. Maybe more than that. The other party seems to want His Highness to become a new benchmark, or to be the next one, similar to the existence of rocks, to intimidate other forces in the sea and make them feel BA. Maintaining a certain degree of chaos is what the world government needs to ensure their transcendent status. Najahedin is worthy of the ups and downs in political Uzumaki. Seeing things is far wider than the others. As for why you found His Highness. Maybe it's because His Highness has the record of beheading generals, and that's the only way to explain it. The red pupil mentioned. He straightened his body straight, but the level of the washboard didn't change much. No wonder there are so many credentials for making friends, visiting, and even forming alliances. Locke has a black thread. Feelings are fake news kill people? He boasted that he was so strong and invincible, and he directly punched Whitebeard, kicked Golden Lion, and boasted that he surpassed the rocks. These North Blue countries that are close at hand, when they first heard this kind of news, they did not lower their attitudes and came to find out the truth. That's really weird. A country that can stand tall on the sea, regardless of whether it is strong or not, at least has its own survival wisdom. Fool. Long ago provoked the enemy and led to the subjugation of the country. The Sea of Disputes is far less peaceful than the previous life. Shichibukai can manipulate a country's political system, and powerful pirates can destroy a country and destroy an island, just like playing games. Don't expect them to have any empathy and kindness. Although it's a bit of a surprise, however, overall, it's a good thing. Naji Zaitan spoke slowly. Yuji's appearance is very reliable at first glance. The brim of the hat is pressed down, covering half of the face. Even if only the corner of the chin is exposed, she is still a complete beauty. Ask for flowers. 0, barely. Locke nodded approvingly. Now that the world government has started to make noises to build momentum for him. That means that he should have concealed the matter of the Valley of Gods catacombs from him, otherwise, the 5 elders would have known the whole story, and it was he who directly harvested the devil fruit tree for extinction. It is absolutely impossible for the attitude to be so relaxed. Advertisement next moment. Direct soldiers press the border, initiate a buster call, and the ammunition washes the ground and covers it. He didn't think that the power he displayed now would make them afraid to do anything. Just push all the way horizontally. There is no need to waste so many resources to build momentum. From the side, at least his package plan is effective. Oh, Little Highness, aren't you curious about the rewards the Marines have set for you? It's a lot of Bailey. It's enough to support the Iron Cavalry of Noxus, and to support the military expenses for several years after the war. Aestus poked Locke's elbow, eyebrows half-curved. She blinked slyly. That's fun. With the strength of everyone present, of course, there is no need to count the numbers one by one, and it will be imprinted in the heart with a glance of the day. So, Locke raised an eyebrow. It is quite ironic. Locke couldn't help but turned his head curiously, wanting to know the current amount. Monster Noxus Locke. When the bounty exceeds a level, the threat of bounty is far less than the meaning of comparing with each other. 5.200.000.000, completely reduced to proud mathematics. It came to the fore in minutes. Numbers in bold and bold are very eye-catching. Status. Holding a reward order with the texture of a parchment scroll in his hand, he looks different from ordinary pirates on the bad street. Has the bounty for Marine wanted increased again? How much will it be? Have to say, for the powerful pirates, the high reward is really not a threat, even in many cases, it is just their comparison with each other to measure their respective strengths. That sure is fun. Chapter 191. Locke. Very good, but I refuse. 5.2 billion Baileys. Even if you look at the entire sea, it is still the top group. Even Whitebeard and Golden Lion at this stage are far inferior to Locke's bounty. Only those orphans and remnants of the same era as Rocks can accumulate such an exaggerated number of ministers. Those guys really spare no effort. Locke smacked his lips. Directly driving him up to this level, even the existence of the four emperors who later separated New World, known as the Pirate Emperor, was only at this level in terms of individual rewards, and even slightly inferior. However, compared to those magically reformed lines in the newspaper to create momentum, this exaggerated reward is nothing to him. Anyway, the right to exchange is in their hands. For the powerful pirates, offering rewards is never a means of arrest, but just a weapon of their high reputation. Cash in? There is no need to consider 830 at all. No idiot bounty hunter would be so stupid as to target a strong man of this level. Tut. Locke smacked his lips, caught off guard. A trip down the Valley of the Gods was directly exaggerated to such an extent. Pity. Strength. Locke narrowed his eyes slightly, with mixed emotions flashing in his eyes. He will not be deceived by these false names. Locke deeply knows that only his own strength is the cornerstone of standing on the sea. If there is no red pupil, Teigu Murasame, who can be killed in one blow, no matter what the world government is, it is impossible to set the target of momentum on itself. It seems mighty, and its power is unparalleled, and it can suppress the name of the entire sea in one step. As long as Locke takes over from the world government, with mutual understanding, it will definitely be able to skyrocket and embark on the fast track of strength improvement again. But I reject. A decisive voice without any hesitation. Your Highness, there was a flash of approval in Aestus' cold eyes. 2. As expected of the man I fell in love with. Take over the momentum of the world government, follow the route they arrange, stir up the sea situation, set off boundless disasters, and deter other countries for them. Under the sweep of this wave, there is a great probability to replace the original plot. Roger. Advertisement truly be what the rocks say. Inherit the legacy. Be the new one. One Piece. Climb to the pirate throne, stand on the top of the sea, and become the leader of the new era. Although Locke made a lot of noise, his real strength is only quasi-admiral so far. If he can take the lead in occupying Roger's achievements, it shouldn't be the effect of reaching the sky in one step. It's a pity that I can't walk on four legs, and I can't get used to it even better. Locke's eyes were icy cold. Although he said regrettable words, there was only iron-like determination in his tone. Really want to do that? Wouldn't he become the same contemptuous guy as before? Do dog? Feel sorry, he has no such skills, not even that habit. Especially a world government dog, accept their promotion, go to sea as a pirate, wreak havoc on the sea, forcing all countries to tremble and fear, and surrender to the world government, secure their supremacy. Everything is exposed to the eyes of the world government. When the time is right, find an opportunity and a place, just like dealing with the rocks, and directly kill them at the end of the road, eat 2 fish, and once again forge the prestige of the world government. And so on and on. It is to find the essence of a monster that has suppressed the world for 800 years. Bloody, cruel, treat everything as pawns, ruthless exchange consumption. Entrust your life and future to other people's hands? I'm not that stupid. Locke looked cold. There is an irreconcilable blood feud between him and the world government. No matter whether Noxus is in decline or forced to leave North Blue, this shadow's hands and feet will always be behind it. He would rather burn jade and stone together, and it is impossible to join forces, let alone help the world government from the side. If it doesn't work, he can even imitate the dragon and spread the revolutionary idea directly. The red wave sweeps everything, the red ghost floats in the sky, a single spark can start a prairie fire, Yuki snake god hits Tay. This clear revolutionary concept is much more dangerous than Long's revolutionary army, and it will definitely make them fall short. A solution that hurts both sides, unless it is a last resort, Locke will definitely not release it. FTE. But there are cheats, advertisement, strength. As long as you have absolute strength, all calculations are ridiculous monsters. Locke's eyes froze. 48 Teigu were all out, he was absolutely sure, counting the ambitions in his eyes, There was no need to compromise, interrupt the backbone to be a dog of the world government, and also help them stabilize their positions. It is hard to strike iron, fists are the biggest reason. Now my reasoning is still not enough, Locke sighed inwardly. Before, several times of fighting against generals, has fully exposed Locke's own shortcomings. Insufficient lethality, lack of, definitive, powerful means. After Akahido's Teigu, one-hit kill Murasame, feature was exposed, all strong people would definitely be vigilant, and it would be a joke to think of it being as easy and successful as dealing with snow. For Locke, it is equivalent to directly losing a trump card. As for Aestus Devil's Essence, the field control effect is indeed superb, but the impact of the cold burst is limited by his own strength, and it is really powerless to turn it into a killer move against generals. No matter what, she is only a quasi-admiral, even if she is infinitely close to that level, she is still a moment away. It is still too difficult to use it for a strong kill. Including Naji Zaitan and the others, they are also in a similar embarrassing situation. With Teigu's strength, it is absolutely no problem to team up and entangle the Emperor-level powerhouses together. They can even easily meet Locke's requirements, and Whitebeard's top 2.910 formations are not a problem. But kill? Or was it defeated? The difficulty becomes multiplied, and it can only be done if the right time, place and people are in harmony. Diversified Teigu, rich in Locke skills, and balanced in short boards, making him a hexagonal fighter, but it is difficult to make a final decision without absolutely spit out one point. So, it's time to consume it and convert it into strength. Locke flicked his wrist. He directly took out all 6 devil fruits in the Teigu space. Originally, it was intended to be used to recruit new Teigu, plus the one accumulated before, it was just enough for the recruitment. But, the experience in the battle, as well as the bounty on the reward order, the atmosphere of building momentum emerging from the sea. But it made Locke choose another direction, metamorphosis. Chapter 192. Explosion, 2 general-level powerhouses. Put in enough devil fruit to use the purest energy essence as a catalyst. It can make the Teigu that has been summoned transform again, successfully evolve into a higher form, step away from the source of Teigu, and become closer, until it becomes the god-level dangerous species of the origin of Teigu, and possesses all their power. Even, beyond the source, the achievement is stronger. It was under this power that the previous Lenny transformed, King of Beasts Lion King, into the Lion King of inextinguishable fire, possessing a brand new power of inextinguishable flame. Incomparably powerful, and now, this is the route that Locke wants to take, to strengthen the individual strength of his subordinate Teigu, in order to break through the boundaries and have the means to make a final decision with one move. So, who is coming? Locke looked around the crowd, and swept across several Teigu envoys one by one. I really want to say something. Of course, he still prefers Acedes. Under her emissary, the essence of the devil has brought 2 kinds of esoteric powers since 21. Even in the face of the generals, he still has a good performance. It can be said that Locke is quite dependent on the power, making people look forward to how strong the effect she will have after the breakthrough. And, Acedes himself is also a talented evildoer, possessing a very high hockey talent, and has cultivated high-level hockey to a very deep level, and it is easy to entangle with the Emperor-level powerhouse. Locke, who has grown up initially, can only rely on Bug's physique to suppress her with boxing in close combat. But, give it to someone else. Acedes met Locke's gaze and shook his head earnestly. It shows her solemn attitude. The white palm was slightly raised. The liquid-like Teigu flowed out of her hand, filled with extremely cold frost, but she held it tightly in her palm for a moment, without any leakage, not even a little bit of cold air emerged in the air. Showing her superb control to the extreme, Your Highness. In the previous battles, there were several battles of life and death at the Imperial level. My manipulation of the essence of the devil has become deeper again. I can feel that now I have reached the critical point of strength, I can break through at any time, the bottleneck that restricted me has disappeared, as long as I stabilize for a period of time, I can break through naturally. Aestus held his head up. His face was full of confidence and arrogance. Although in front of Locke, his character is a bit playful. Advertisement, but with her personality, as long as she said something, she could definitely believe it. Do not doubt. This is Acedes. In the original book, she is an absolute superstandard character whose development is restricted by the world. Some people get 100 points in the test, which means they have 100 points in strength. Some people get 100 points on the test, but only 100 points on the roll. Aestus is undoubtedly the latter. Locke never doubted her monstrous talent for cheating. Very good. Locke looked pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, he just nodded and believed. As long as Acedes breaks through, we will have a real admiral-level powerhouse in Noxus. Locke was overjoyed. The ambition in his heart has finally taken a solid and powerful step. Acedes' current strength has already made the generals fearful, able to freeze their molecular movements, and form an alternative time-stop effect. Several strong kills are all based on her to establish the situation. She is already at the peak of quasi-admiral. If she goes one step further, isn't it a proper general? And, looking at the general emperor-level powerhouse, it should be quite good. The sudden evolution of the trump card is definitely great news, but at the same time, new problems have arisen. This time, metamorphosis, to whom exactly? 6 devil fruits accounted for half of Locke's Valley of the Gods' income, which is why the treasures of the world government catacombs were looted. It is foreseeable that if there is no similar major incident, the acquisition of devil fruit will definitely enter a sluggish state. In a short time, it will be difficult to have a second chance. Ace Day has broken through the bottleneck, and the main force of the fruit is not available for the time being. Then, next, it's up to everyone. Locke directly spread out the devil fruits on the table, scattered them on the table, and let them pick them. Although Acedes can be swallowed to see if he can transform into a Teigu and reach a higher level, but compared to unilateral evolution, it is obvious that there is still one more general level powerhouse, which is more effective for Noxus. This is also the reason why she voluntarily gave up. When Noxus is strong, as an admiral, she will still lack fruits as energy essences. Advertisement joke. Not to mention, as Teigu envoys, they put Locke's interests first. This is a Jedi, absolutely no doubt about it. Hey, I also give up. The last time Teigu transformed, I haven't digested the power after evolution. It won't work in a short time. Lenny waved her hand, and the immortal flame danced along with her hair, jumping and jumping. Xie also leaned obediently to the side. She had just been manifested by Locke, and she hadn't even fully controlled her own Teigu, let alone transformed and evolved. With auxiliary functions, she was originally ranked behind the main attacker. Give it to me. Just when Chitong hesitated, Joel hesitated, and the others either stood aside or abstained. Najee Zaitan took the initiative to stand up. 963, Your Highness. Let me come. The power of the three Imperial gods has been initially controlled by me. The lowly girl who was following Najee Zaitan raised her head like her and looked at Arthur. There was a serious light in the four eyes of the two of them. Her Teigu. Although it was in the time of enlistment, because of investing a lot of devil fruit, a certain transformation was formed. Evolved from open black lens bracket electric light and Flint Susano close black lens bracket to open black lens bracket Takamahara 3 gods close black lens bracket. But with step-by-step control deepens. However, Najee Zaitan has an increasingly clear feeling, that is, the 3 royal gods are not fully conceived, in other words, they are stunted. Because the energy essence is too little, it has only evolved to half, which is why she has always appeared in the form of a young girl lowly, but the energy essence injected is not enough for him to show a full body form. If it can be transformed again, she is 100% sure that nearly 3 gods will evolve successfully. Of course, the bottleneck that troubled her would be directly broken and successfully broken through. There is an absolute certainty of breakthrough. Najee Zaitan has a serious face, and in her beautiful eyes, there is determination to see to the end. A word falls. There is no need for other rhetoric at all.